Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the fifth part of the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle. In this canon-adjacent, high-stakes alternate universe, actions have permanent, devastating consequences. The Shinobi world is not a fairy tale. It is a brutal, unforgiving meat grinder of child soldiers, shifting geopolitics, and ruthless assassinations, and Team 7 is about to learn that the hard way. During the clash on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Sasuke Uchiha steps in front of Haku's Senbon needles to save Naruto. But in this reality, he doesn't wake up. The last loyal Uchiha is dead. How will a traumatized Naruto and Sakura cope with the loss of their teammate? How will the Konoha react to the sudden death of the Sharingan heir? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by EliadS, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 18, Purity and Pressure Points. Scene Bridges and Last Wishes, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen POV. Hokage's office, Konoha. I exhale, long and thin, the sound of paper rasping under my fingers as I smooth the same report for what feels like the 100th time. My eyes burn. When I rub them, the skin feels hotter than it should. The doctor keeps warning me about the strain, but a Hokage doesn't get to rest just because his vision blurs. Chunin exams, Konoha hosted. Allied and neutral participants confirmed. Threat matrix, high and rising. I set the paper down and let my gaze drift over my office. The dim lamplight, the stacked scrolls like leaning tombstones, the window where the village sits quiet and unsuspecting. I can feel the exams like a storm front pressing against the glass. Something is coming. I can feel Jiraiya's accusations clinging to me like smoke. Danzo's fanatic certainty grinding in the opposite direction. My own missteps loom largest of all. A knock at the door cuts through my thoughts. Come in, I call. The door slides open just enough for a familiar bearded face to peek through. Asuma. He hesitates, then steps inside, closing the door behind him. I need to talk to you in private, he says. There's something cautious and grim in his eyes. I gesture to the chair. He drops into it with that careless posture of his, legs spread, shoulders loose, trying to look unaffected. But I can see the tension in the way he holds his cigarette pack, thumb worrying the edge. What's this about, Dad? You look more morose than usual. I lace my fingers together and lower my head for a moment, getting the words steady. I've had quite a lot of time to think these past months, Asuma. My voice comes out softer than I expect. And I've realized that I have made many mistakes in how I've treated you. The silence after that is sharp enough to slice paper. Asuma just stares. Mouth slightly open, eyes wide. I've faced S-rank missing Nin with less visible shock. I don't know what to say, Father. He looks down, licks his lips, then meets my gaze again. What brought this up? You've never shown any regrets before. Because I didn't allow myself to. I let out a heavy breath and cover my face with my hands for a moment, then force myself to look him in the eye. I won't lie to you, Asuma. I am old, and my time is running out. I don't know how long I have left. I don't wish to die with these regrets knotted in my chest. And I will never rest in peace if my own son hates me. Hey, don't be stupid, old man. He straightens, voice cracking up a notch. I don't hate you. Sure, you piss me off with your aloofness and that condescending attitude, but that doesn't mean I. Spare me, Asuma. I lift my hand, cutting him off gently. I've been too hard on you. I tried to force you into a mold that wasn't yours. I judge you by a standard forged in another era, an age of war that has no place in the world you grew up in. Those lessons, the way I drove them into you, they were relics of an obsolete age that should have been buried with it. My fingers find the pipe in the drawer by habit. I light it, inhaling a thin line of tobacco smoke that eases something in my chest and tightens something else. I can't undo what's been done, I say quietly. But in what time we have left, I'd like us to at least be on amicable terms. Father and son, not just Hokage and subordinate. He takes a long, deliberate breath, and for the first time in years, he looks younger than his scars. As sure, Dad, he says. I'd like that. It's been too long since we were, just that. We share a small, awkward smile. A fragile bridge, but a bridge nonetheless. Then the coughing hits. It tears out of me, harsh and racking, bending me forward as my lungs seize. I see Asuma's hand shoot toward me, but I push it away, forcing the fit down. I'll be fine, I rasp, wiping at my mouth. More importantly, I have a task for you. Not as your Kage, as your father. His brows knit. I bite down on my thumb, form a rapid half-dozen seals, and slam my palm onto the desk. Smoke explodes across the office, thick and white. When it clears, a mid-sized gorilla sits atop my desk in a lotus position, pipe already clamped between his teeth, gray obi hanging loose over his muscular frame. The massive scroll on his back thumps gently against the wood when he shifts. What is this, Sarutobi? He grumbles. Why'd you interrupt my nap? I was having such a pleasant dream. Asuma stiffens beside me. He knows that presence. He remembers what it denied him. Gokumo, I greet, inclining my head. I have a favor to ask. The old monkey squints at me, then at Asuma. His lips curl. Oh, it's him. The brat Enma refused ages ago. He snorts. So why should I let this one sign now? The Monkey King didn't approve him then, and I doubt he would now. I feel Asuma's chakra spike with remembered humiliation, his gaze sliding away. Before you remind me that his frame isn't nimble enough for Sara Taijutsu, or that his speed doesn't suit the full Kongaben Bojutsu style. I say dryly. I'm not asking you to accept him as a contractor in his own right. I ask, as a personal favor, that you let him sign, to safeguard the contract. Until my grandson, Konohamaru, is ready. Gokumo scratches at his chin, eyes going distant. You want him to be the bridge, the summon muses. A caretaker. Not a wielder. His gaze snaps to Asuma again, weighing him. Can you live with that, kid? Watching over the scroll, making sure the next generation is ready, but never calling us for yourself? Asuma straightens, shoulders squaring. I can live with it, he says quietly. I'll keep an eye on Konohamaru. Don't worry, Pops. He throws me a sideways half-smirk that I can't help but mirror. Very well, Gokumo says. I can live with that too. Enma would call it sentimental. I call it insurance. He unstraps the scroll from his back, letting it roll open across my desk. Inked names march down the parchment like a line of ghosts. Enma's, mine, those who came before. Blood here, chakra there. The old monkey instructs, tapping a claw at the correct seals. And don't you dare smudge it, brat. Asuma bites his thumb without flinching, presses bleeding fingertips to the scroll, channels chakra exactly as directed. There's a soft hum in the air, a brief, invisible resonance between Sarutobi blood and Saru contract, like the echo of an old song. For a moment, I lean back and allow myself to simply breathe. Amid the coming storm, I've managed to mend one more fracture, between father and son, between monkey and man. 2 regrets, checked off a very long list. And somewhere deep in my chest, beneath the smoke and strain, another quiet thought curls in on itself. If certain forces move against me soon, at least this is in order. Scene purity by any means, POV, Sakura. Meanwhile, tunnels under Konoha. The tunnels beneath Konoha always smell like old stone, candle wax and secrets. I kneel on the cool floor just beyond the circle of flickering light, watching Danzo's silhouette surrounded by dancing shadows. He's seated on his cushion, wrapped in the half-light like it's a cloak only he knows how to wear. "You're late," he says without looking at me. "That isn't like you." "I'm not late, I want to snap." "But you don't snap at Danzo Shimura. Not if you like your fingers attached." "My apologies, Danzo-sama," the boy in front of him says instead. "Root mask, root armor, root posture." 13? 14? Age doesn't matter once he gets his hooks into you. "How are 13 and 61? Danzo asks. "Is their part concluded? Is the plan proceeding on schedule?" "Operation Seijin is prepared for execution," the boy replies. His voice is flat as cut stone. "All that is required is your approval, and it shall be done." Seijin. Purity. The word drops into the air like a stone into a well. No target named. No details given. Just a promise. Something inside Konoha is going to be cleansed. Danzo's lips twitch. His single hand rises to rub the scar on his chin. "And your own objective?" "I have mapped the target's routine, habits, and capabilities. Whenever you command it, the deed shall be done, master." Target. Habits. Deed. Just another neat little line in his ledger of sins. Danzo waves his hand. "You are dismissed." The air flickers. The boy disappears in a puff of smoke. I step forward as the haze fades. "Your stealth leaves much to be desired, Sakura," he says, eye sliding toward me. He always does that, makes it sound like I've failed some invisible test. "With all due respect, Danzo-sama," I answer, forcing my voice to stay light. "You would have detected me anyway. So what's the point?" "You're poking the bear again," my other self purrs, voice echoing through my skull in lazy, underlined italics. "Heh. I like it." His expression doesn't change. "If you are done wasting breath on hollow retorts, I have a mission for you." My body stiffens. My fingers twitch. "This is it." "Now," Inner hisses. "Ask him. We need to know if that four-eyed creep was lying or not." "No," I think back, throat tightening. "It's suicide." He's already irritated. "You really are a cowardly bitch," my other self snaps. "If we're going to trust Yakushi Kabuto at all, we need proof. Proof of life. If you don't ask, I will." The shift hits like a cold wave rolling over my skin. My chakra stutters, then steadies in a slightly different rhythm. Danzo's lone eye narrows, just a fraction, like he feels the change in the air. "I want proof of life first," I say. My voice comes out flatter. Harder. More like hers. "You want what?" His tone could freeze boiling water. "Regardless of how much discipline I apply, you persist in forgetting your place, Sakura." I am disappointed. My heart lurches. His disappointment is far more dangerous than his anger. He knows, I realize, stomach twisting. He can tell us apart now. I feel my inner self grin. Good. Let him. Makes things more fun. I. My knees nearly buckle. I bow my head, the fight draining out of me in a rush. When I force myself to look up, I drag the meekness back onto my face like a mask. "Forgive me, Danzo-sama." His eye lingers on me, on us, for a heartbeat too long. Measuring. Cataloging. Then he moves on as if the moment never happened. "In every Chunin exam," he says, "there comes a mission that pits genin teams against each other in simulated battle." His gaze sharpens. "Tomorrow, when the exam begins, you will kill as many foreign genin as possible during that phase. You will not engage Uzumaki Naruto. You will not kill Konoha genin." For a moment, I just stare at him. Killing doesn't bother me. Not anymore. Target is target, enemy is enemy. Their village's status on a list doesn't change how fast they bleed. But a simulation? In front of our own? With my teammates, watching? With proctors everywhere? Now that's a challenge, Inner chuckles. We just have to make it look like an accident. Or self-defense. Or, oops, their guts fell out, my bad. My brain is already spinning through possibilities. Misfires, miscommunications, some poor Suna kid pushed into the line of fire. Kusa Genin, overreacting, to a feint. The chaos of a multi-team melee is flexible. Danzo flicks his fingers in dismissal. As I turn to leave, the thought presses down hard enough that my chest aches. He didn't even pretend to answer about Mom. He didn't deny it. Didn't reassure me. Which means Kabuto was right. Mom is dead. And Konoha is not a safe house. It's a cage. Then we get out, Inner mutters, voice low and hungry. We find Four Eyes again. We use him. We use Danzo. We use Naruto. We use everyone until we're out of this festering village. The real questions aren't whether I'll help Yakushi Kabuto when he calls. It's whether he's any safer than the monster I already belong to. And where the hell I can run once I finally slip the leash. Behind me, in the dark, I hear Danzo's voice again, very soft, not meant for my ears. Seijin, purification must begin at the head. I don't look back. I don't want to know which head he means. Seen watching the village from above, Jiraiya POV. Upon the Yandame's head, Hokage monument. The moon's only half full, but it's bright enough to silver the top of the trees and turn Konoha into a watercolor beneath me. I sit on the Hokage monument with my back against my own stone face and watch my village breathe. It doesn't look like it's teetering on the edge of a war. But the reports in my scrolls say otherwise. 3 days since I heard from any of my people inside Amigakure. Hanzo's paranoia has gone from bad to you blink wrong and ANBU drag you away. Merchants talk about iron, ink, paper, wood, and coal flooding into the capital like a second river. Someone is building something. A machine for war or for control, same difference, really. And here, my own sensei is busy putting beware of pervert notices up at the hot springs. Ha! I rub my face. You really picked a hell of a time to go soft, sensei. He's sick. He's tired. He's clinging to peace so tightly he doesn't notice his grips slipping. And when I tried to force his hand, tried to shake him awake with that training exercise of mine, he shut the door in my face and pretended I wasn't there. Literally. 3 requests for an audience, all denied. Clan heads whispering about succession. The daimyo waiting for my sealed report. I love the old man, but love doesn't override survival. If the Hokage becomes a liability, you move to replace him. That's the merciless truth of the shinobi world, even in peace. Ma, don't be so blue, Jiraiya. I've only been gone 3 days. A nasally voice croaks by my ear. I smirk before I look. About time, Uzumaki. The palm-sized toad lands on my shoulder with a soft plop, green and brown skin blending with my cloak. He reeks faintly of damp leaves and swamped water. Since you're here, I say. I take it she left the forest of death? Yup, he grumbles. That snake lady is scary, Jiraiya. She almost ate me. Thought I was a normal toad. If I'd known she was like that, I'd have charged you triple in sweets. Stop being such a drama queen. I snort. You're a recon toad. Sticky situations are your job. So? What did you see? He thinks for a moment, throat puffing. Most of the time I had to hide from the snakes, so I didn't catch everything. But from what I saw... He shudders. I close my eye, let the words paint the picture. She's been fighting the forest itself. Running drills where she sets up lines of snake summons along the trees, then sends herself barreling through them like she's the intruder. I saw her leap from branch to branch while snakes struck from every angle. She let some hit, dodged others, used the bigger ones as stepping stones. Crazy. For a heartbeat I can almost see it, Anko in the gloom, coat whipping, a mad grin on her face as fanged mouths snap at her ankles. Chakra flaring, branch splintering under her heel, another serpent's skull crunching under a boot as she uses it as a platform. Yeah, I murmur. That sounds like Anko. And then the jutsu. Uzumaki continues. She's got this one where her skin peels off like a snake's skin and what's left behind melts into acid. The snakes hiss, then, pft. He mimics something dissolving with a wet sound. The other anko pops out of a different tree like it's nothing. The image sharpens, a hollow, rubbery anko husk sloughing off a branch and hitting the forest floor, dissolving into sizzling puddles that eat through root and stone. A heartbeat later, the real anko uncurls from the bark behind an unsuspecting serpent, kunai whispering across its spine. A modified kawarimi based on Orochimaru's body shed trick. Of course she'd steal his style and twist it. She plays with poison too, the toad adds, sounding queasy. Clouds of the stuff, thin and low, only shows if you're really looking. Wildlife goes down in seconds. And there was this one time she let herself get bitten by one of her own snakes, then forced the poison out using something. Chakra? Her veins got all dark and gross, then cleared. I grimace. Self-poisoning tolerance training. Very Orochimaru. Very Ibiki, too. Gamaki hops from my shoulder to my knee. She's strong, Jiraiya. Stronger than she thinks. But she's off. Off how? I ask, though I already know. She laughs when she's alone, he says. Not happy laughter. The kind where your skin crawls. Talks to the trees like they're someone else. Keeps cursing a snake bastard and then swearing she's nothing like him. I see that too, in the mind's eye, anko slumped against a trunk, flask dangling from one hand, staring at the bite mark on her shoulder. Muttering curses at a ghost only she can hear, then jabbing herself with another vial of toxin as if daring it to do worse than what's already in her. I sigh and tilt my head back, staring up at the fractured moon. I don't know if I should be relieved or worried that Orochimaru's reject experiment is getting stronger. I mutter. Her reports say she's stable enough, genuinely moving forward. But it's Orochimaru we're dealing with. He doesn't leave his toys behind. Gamaki croaks something that might be agreement. Sensei, I think if this gambit of yours with Anko backfires, it's going to be bleeding and screaming all over our own forest. I clench my fist. Doesn't matter, I say aloud. Whatever games Danzo and Orochimaru and Hanzo are playing, I'm not letting 13 years repeat themselves. Not for Naruto. Not for Minato. Not for this village. I look down at the dark grid of streets and rooftops. This time, I vow quietly, I see it through. To the end. Seen old spy, new bait, Kenji POV. Grave of godless, Tsuchi no Kuni. The grave of the godless lives up to its name. Heat hits me from above and below, sun burning the back of my neck, hot stone radiating up through my sandals. My cloak is a purr shield, the thin cloth sticking to my back where sweat gathers and runs in slow, itchy lines. Damn, I mutter, trudging over another jagged ridge. I hate this heat. Once, my body could have eaten this terrain for breakfast. Now my knees complain with every step, and my lungs burn like I've been chain-smoking herbs instead of following Orochimaru's orders. Old scars ache in time with my heartbeat. But I keep moving. Spies who complain too loudly tend to be repurposed into test subjects. The plateau finally drops away into something that almost qualifies as a town, Tsuno, border blemish between Tsuchi no Kuni and the rest of the world. Flat, colorless buildings squat against the horizon like they're trying to make themselves small enough to avoid being noticed by gods or monsters. Bad luck. One of each has already passed through. By the time I push open the inn's door, my throat feels like sandpaper and my vision swims. I lean heavily on the bar, letting the room come into focus around me. Rickety tables, rough men, cheap ale, and one very deliberate piece of misdirection behind the counter. Howdy, stranger. You look tired. Sultry, amused. What can I get you? I raise my head just enough to meet her eyes. Brown skin, dark curls spilling over bare shoulders, silk clinging to curves that are probably half real and half chakra-assisted illusion. Hakana Chizuru plays the part well. Water, I croak. Even that feels like too much effort. A lot of it. She laughs, light and ringing, and bends to grab a water skin. Half the men at the closest table nearly fall out of their chairs trying to get a better look down her neckline. Look but don't touch, yeah? She teases me as she slams the skin down. That'll cost you more than you can afford, old-timer. I grin up at her, letting a bit of my real gaze slip through the act. Her hazel eyes meet my brown, and for one brief second, everything around us blurs. My name's Kenji, I murmur, leaning in just enough that she can feel my breath on her cheek. And I think you should reconsider. Some things are more valuable than gold. Isn't that right? Hakana Chizuru-san? The smile never leaves her face. She blushes theatrically, looking away like a shy village girl, then squeals in mock outrage, loud enough for the whole room to hear. My, Kenji-san! You dirty old man! I'm not that kind of girl! Perfect. A chair scrapes loudly behind me. Hey! Old man! A rough voice snarls. A hand like a slab of stone grabs my cloak and yanks me back from the bar. Leave the lady alone. I let myself stumble, one arm dangling behind me. The scroll slips down my sleeve and into my palm, then forward into Chizuru's as she seeks cover, behind the counter, ducking low. Wah! Someone help! She squeals. He's harassing me! Chairs scrape. Fists thump tables. The inn erupts with the kind of performative outrage men love when given an excuse to hit someone. I sigh. Kids these days. The thug swings a meaty fist toward my face. I sway just enough that it whistles past my nose, then step in under his arm, driving my elbow into the unprotected spot just below his rib cage. Air explodes out of him in a wet huff. He doubles over. I catch his wrist, twist, and use his own momentum to flip him backward over a nearby table. Wood cracks, ale flies, someone curses as their drink soaks their lap. Two more come at me in a rush. One swings a bottle, the other goes low for a tackle. I pivot, letting the bottle wielder's arm pass my ear, then smack his elbow with the heel of my hand. Something pops. He screams and drops the glass. It shatters on the floor, spraying shards that glitter like tiny weapons. The tackler is almost on me by then. I hop back, plant my heel on his shoulder, and push, sending him sprawling face first into a chair. Teeth meet wood. More curses. I keep it all small. Efficient. Just painful enough that they think they've been in a real brawl, not a demonstration by a trained shinobi. No chakra flares, no killing blows. Orochimaru didn't send me here to leave corpses, just messages. And the real message has already been delivered. By the time the innkeeper's son charges out from the kitchen with a broom like it's a halberd, I've let one of the braver idiots land a glancing blow on my jaw and another shove me hard enough that I stumble toward the door. All right. I bark, holding up both hands. Sorry for the misunderstanding. They jeer, but the edge has gone. I shove my hood back up and stagger out into the blazing street, lip bleeding just enough to sell it. Behind me, I hear Chizuru's laugh turn lower, less innocent, as she slips into a side room with her prize. By the time I find a quiet alley to rest in, she'll be staring at the sealed scroll, at the small Ouroboros, snake biting its tail, etched near the edge. Wondering why a man she hates wants to talk. Wondering what could possibly be worth cutting through that many layers of Fuinjutsu. I touch the faint bruises already forming on my knuckles and smile thinly. If nothing else, I mutter, he'll get her attention, and she'll probably forward it to her contacts, just as he anticipated. And if she bites, Orochimaru gets what he wants. If she doesn't, well, the grave of the godless already has plenty of nameless bodies. Seen the box that eats souls hide in POV. Ruins beneath Yugakure no Sado. The altar always smells the same. Dried blood. Fresh blood. The metallic heat of old sacrifices baked into stone. I kneel so low my forehead taps the floor. The cold seeps into my skin, but I barely feel it. Pain is Jashin-sama's gift, after all. Brother Haiden, the old man says behind me, voice echoing in the cavern. It has been some time since we were graced by your presence. I look up, just enough to see the twisted circle of carved stone, the maw full of teeth, the ring of tiny sculpted figures crying away from it. The altar is hunger made solid. Then my gaze shifts to him. Grandmaster Doro stands with his back to the altar, raven robes hanging like a shroud. Black tattoos crawl over his skull and cheeks, symbols only the faithful understand. His skin is pale and wrinkled, but the chakra coiled inside him is sharp and heavy. Grandmaster Doro, I say, bowing again until my nose crushes against rock. I apologize for disturbing your excellency, but I seek guidance. You are troubled, child, he says. What obstacle has stalled my most prodigal student's holy mission? I grit my teeth, fingers digging into the floor hard enough to leave little crescents. Rage is easy. Shame is not. I don't have enough power. I snarl. Twice now, heathen blasphemers have humiliated me. Defeated me. My abilities are limited. His chakra flares. Pressure slams into my back, driving me flatter against the stone. My ribs creak. Jashin-sama gifted you with immortality. Doro hisses. And you dare to call that limited? The weight is like a hand pushing me into the altar, forcing me to taste dust and old blood. My vision goes white at the edges. It's not Jashin-sama's fault. I shout back, voice muffled by the floor. I'm not saying that. But my enemies are strong. Cunning. One of the weakest-looking ones turned out to be the Great Slayer. I think of that mission. Of the masked partner with money for eyes and the brat who should have been a footnote, not a threat. Of wind that burned and chakra that hummed wrong, like the echo of a beast. For a long moment, Doro is silent. The pressure eases, just a fraction, enough that I can drag in a breath. I did not expect you to falter so easily, Haiden, he says at last. But Jashin-sama's greatest enemies are resourceful. For that, I will aid you despite your insolence. He turns away, stepping into an adjoining chamber carved into the stone like a wound. I push myself up to my elbows, just enough to watch. When he returns, he carries a rectangular box. The wood is dark, almost black, and covered in seals that glow faintly in shifting hues, blue, red, violet, like veins under skin. The air around it feels heavier, like the pause before a scream. I bestow upon you the ultimate tool, Doro intones. Wield it well. Spill widely. Serve our Lord proudly. My fingers shake when I take it. Not from fear. From anticipation. The box thrums in my hands, chakra humming against my own. There's something hungry inside. Something that feels like it was carved from the same screaming void as Jashin's altar. The seals crawl under my touch, ink light pulsing in time with my heartbeat. For a second I swear I hear whispering, too fast to catch, too cold to be human. I'll show you, Kakuzu. I whisper, lips curving into a feral grin as I stroke the cool wood. I'll prove to you and all your sinful kind the true power of Jashin-sama. I lift the box to my forehead like a prayer. And then, I murmur, eyes burning. When the time is right, you'll know his wrath. He won't show you mercy. He won't give you quarter. You'll die again and again, and I'll be there laughing. The box pulses, seals flaring, and somewhere above us, in the stone and darkness, I swear I can hear the faintest echo of distant, delighted laughter. Scene Nerves and Rain, Naruto POV. Mercantile District, Konoha. Konoha's mercantile district smells like grilled fish, ink, and nervous chakra. I stroll through the morning crowds with my hands laced behind my head, trying to act like my heart isn't pounding out a stupid rhythm in my chest. Chunin exam, Chunin exam. 6 days since the last big training push. 1 day before the exams. I should be pumped. Instead, my stomach keeps doing weird flips. Hey, Ichiraku-sensei! I call, spotting a familiar ponytail and scar ahead. He turns, eyes widening, then breaking into a smile. Oh? Naruto! Long time no see. I trot up to fall into step beside him, and for a moment everything feels like the academy again. Just me, him, and a road that feels too big. So, how've you been? He asks. Ready for the exam? I shrug, blowing air out through pursed lips. Busy, you know. Training hard. Getting yelled at by pervy sages, nearly drowned in toad oil, all the usual. He chuckles. That sounds about right. I dunno if I'm ready, I admit. I mean, I know I'm stronger than before. Way stronger. But… He raises a brow. But what? Don't tell me the future Hokage is nervous. I scowl. Ma, I'm not a little kid anymore, Ichiraku-sensei. I've got a team counting on me now. I can't afford to screw up. He just laughs, slinging an arm around my shoulders and giving me a little shake. A wise man once told me that trust is a two-way street. Don't stress so much. Just like they're counting on you, you can count on them. I know that, I grumble. It's just, last time someone really counted on me when it mattered. Sasuke's face flashes up in my mind, bloody, defiant, falling. Sakura screaming. My hands shaking. Ichiraku's grip tightens. You won't fail this time, he says. You know why? I glance up at him, suddenly very interested in the answer. Why? Because you're not just stronger, he says. You're smarter. More mature. I've always had faith in you, Naruto, but when I look at you now, you know what I see. I blink. What? I see a nervous Chunin in all but formality who needs to get moving before his scary female teammate kills him for making her late. He grins. Now stop moping and go make me proud. My eyes go wide. Ino. Yeah. I yelp. You're right. Thanks, Ichiraku-sensei. I laugh nervously, rub the back of my neck, then bolt, weaving through the crowd. My head feels lighter. Ichiraku's words settle into something warm right beside all the scared parts. I can't live in Sasuke's shadow forever, I remind myself. I've got my own dream now. My own team. And Ino will absolutely punch me into next week if I'm late. I'm still grinning when I swing around a corner and nearly plow straight into a wall. A wall that grabs me. Big hands clamp onto my arms, arresting my momentum like I've run into a tree wrapped in muscle and metal. I grunt, stumbling, then look up. Way up. The man holding me is huge. Titan huge. Camouflage-patterned armor in muted green, gray, brown, Emigekure Hittite, and eyes like dull gold coins that catch the light and glow just enough to make the hairs on my arms stand up. Behind him, 3 younger figures, 2 guys, 1 girl, stand in similar gear and masks. Aim Genin. Jiraiya had warned me about Rainin, gorilla, grim, half crazy. You should watch where you're going, Leaf Nin. A crisp, muffled voice snaps at my right. In AIM, we make it our business to apologize for trampling people. I turn and meet a pair of sharp green eyes. The girl is, yeah, okay, she's objectively pretty. Long almond hair, tan skin, the kind of figure Ino would snort about and call dangerous. Her lower face is hidden by a gas mask, but those eyes are clear enough. Her thumb taps once, twice against the edge of the mask, little, quick, impatient. They go even wider when she gets a good look at me. A chill runs down my spine, same as when I felt killing intent on missions. Not heavy, not sharp, just wrong. The big guy's chakra feels like a storm trying to hold itself together. Hers is, sort of like a taut bowstring pointed straight at my neck. The other 2 genin? Their body language screams, I don't want to be here. They avoid looking at their own sensei. I force a sheepish smile onto my face, scratching my cheek. Why, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm just in a hurry and didn't watch where I was going. I go to step around them, and feel a hand clamp on my sleeve. I glance back. Green eyes again, closer this time. Her thumb taps the mask again, harder. Wait, she says. What did you say your name was? I didn't. I answer, voice going automatically polite while something Jiraiya told me rings in my head. Knowledge is power, Naruto. Don't just give it away. Names, habits, tells, people can use all of it. I shrug, sidestepping around her grip without being rude enough to shake her off. It's not like we won't see each other again, right? I'm kinda late, so gotta run. Her chakra spikes, sharp and hot for a second like she's about to lunge. But the giant's hand comes down on her shoulder, heavy and warning. She freezes, then lets me go. Her thumb taps the mask once more, slow this time, filing me away. I take the exit and don't look back until I'm half a block away. When I do glance over my shoulder, she's still staring at me. Glaring, really? Serves you right, freaky aim chick, I mutter under my breath. Kakashi-sensei wasn't kidding. Rain ninja are rude as hell. Another chill flickers along my spine at the memory of those gold eyes. And dangerous. Really dangerous. I file the image away, gold-eyed titan, green-eyed girl with a tapping thumb. Something to remember if we meet again. Scene, Blessing the Fox, Naruto POV. Outside the exam building. Geez, Naruto! Of all the days for you to be late, what the hell? I wince as Ino's voice hits me like a kunai to the ear. She's standing with her hands on her hips just outside the exam building, foot tapping a furious little rhythm on the stone. Shikamaru leans against a nearby tree, looking like he'll fall asleep and drift away on the breeze. We're right here, Shikamaru drawls, pushing off the trunk as I jog up. Plenty of time left. It doesn't matter, Ino huffs. It's the principal, Shika. Ma, Ino-chan, gimme a break, I whine. I got held up by a team from AIM. Really freaky vibes, believe me. She squints at me, then at the clock, then sighs dramatically. Fine. But you better shape up during the exam, Baka. I am not bailing you out of trouble in front of half the continent. I spread my hands in surrender. Yes, ma'am. We head inside together. Asuma and Kakashi are waiting just beyond the door, both wearing matching. We're bored but pretending to be responsible adults. Expressions. Geez, Asuma says around his cigarette, eyeing Kakashi. Your apprentice really has picked up your tardiness. I dunno, Kakashi hums, glancing at the wall clock. They're not that late. Their eyes are crinkled in amusement, not anger. Asuma takes our application forms, gives them a once-over, then hands them back. We won't keep you, he says. You're on the edge of being late as it is. The gathering for the first exam is in room 301. Good luck, team. See you after the second exam. He winks and turns away. Kakashi hangs back and catches my shoulder. Mind if I'd borrow Naruto for a second? Ino and Shikamaru exchange a look, shrug, and head toward the stairs. Kakashi leans down, voice dropping low enough that only I can hear. This is important, Naruto. Listen, and don't repeat it. I nod, serious now. Keep your eyes peeled and watch your back, he says. We've received intel that Iwagakure has sent assassins after you. We also suspect Kumogakure will try to apprehend you if they get the chance. His visible eye hardens. They know what you carry. My jaw tightens. The hallway feels a little colder. Of course they do. Secrets don't stay buried forever. Not when monsters and legends are attached. I go to step away, mind already spinning scenarios, ambushes in the forest of death, accidents, during matches, but he squeezes my shoulder again. If push comes to shove, he adds quietly, and you're in an unsupervised situation, not public, and you and your team are in danger you can't handle with your normal abilities, don't hesitate to use the fox. My head snaps up. You've trained. You've grown, he says. You're more mature than you were. I trust you to handle that power responsibly. Jiraiya does too. A thin smile tugs at my lips. Then a grin breaks free as he ruffles my hair. Now go get your vest, he says. You've got mine and Jiraiya's blessing. I bow my head slightly, then bolt up the stairs, heart hammering for a different reason now. Fear and excitement tangle together in my chest like fighting snakes. They trust me. They really trust me. Seen all the pieces on the board, POV Naruto. Exam Hall 301. We hit the second floor and stop dead. What gives? Ino murmurs. Every door number on this level starts with a 3. 302, 303, 304. There's number 301. A couple of genin wander around looking lost. Others stand alone, watching, a little too amused. Genjutsu, Shikamaru says quietly. On the room numbers. Subtle. He's right. The hall feels off. The way the numbers align, the slight chakras shimmer along the walls. Some of our guys are probably downstairs, still trapped in it, he adds. We could break it, but that'll attract attention. Easier to just ignore it and go to the real third floor. We share a look. Nod. Then head up. The moment we step into the actual third floor corridor, the air feels cleaner. Less sticky. Room 301 waits at the end, big double doors flung open. Inside is chaos. Damn, Ino whispers, eyes wide. Look at how many teams there are. Kusa. Suna. AIM. The new little shit stain that calls itself Odo. And Konoha, of course, in various colors and patterns. The one thing missing? No Taki headbands. None at all. My grin stretches wide. Hey, no moping. I elbow Ino lightly. We've got your back. Nobody's getting in our way, you'll see. She sputters and blushes. Oh, of course. I know that, Baka. Ah, they're at it again, are they? A cool voice floats over from our right. Don't they ever stop, Shikamaru? Niji steps up with his team, Team 8, version 2.0. The Byakugan prodigy looks lighter. Less like he's carrying a boulder on his spine. Hinata's recovery and Hayashi's. Oh right, I have messed up children. Moment did him good. Shikamaru snorts. Nope. Those two are crazy. In a good way, despite how troublesome they are. It's still weird seeing Niji and Kiba not actively trying to kill each other with glares. Joint training sessions with Guy and Kurenai paid off, I guess. Shino hangs slightly back, professional, polite, and distant. After that blow-up weeks ago, we work together when we have to. Talks outside that? Yeah, not so much. Cool it, lovebirds. Kiba laughs. Akamaru barks right on cue. Ino and I both turn to glare at him in perfect sync. He pales a little. Worth it. Then the air changes. It's subtle at first, like a shift in the wind. My skin prickles. The chatter around me dulls out as something wrong brushes the edge of my senses. I turn, and lock eyes with a pair of pale jade orbs that look like they belong in a corpse. Short red hair. Desert garb in shades of red, brown, black. Giant gourd strapped to his back like a threat. He doesn't move much. Doesn't need to. Everything about him screams predator. The Sannin, Sabaku no Gara, tilts his head, studying me. Then he smiles. It's not a nice smile. For a moment, the world narrows down to that gaze. There's a flicker of recognition, of something deep and old and feral, coiled somewhere behind my navel. You feel that too, the fox rumbles lazily from the depths of the seal. He reeks of sand and blood and insomnia. Cute. My fingers twitch. What the hell is with me and bloodthirsty weirdos? I think, tearing my eyes away. You shouldn't daydream, Uzumaki. A cold, familiar voice says at my back. It might get you killed. Every muscle in my body goes tight. I turn slowly. Pink hair. Green eyes. A face I used to associate with constant Sasuke-kun! Squealing and Naruto, you idiot! Punching. Now she just looks at me like I'm something under her shoe. Sakura, I say, voice flat. The air around us dips a couple degrees. Even Ino shifts closer to me without seeming to think about it, shoulders tensing. Niji's gaze sharpens. Shikamaru's expression goes distant in that way it does when he's watching a particularly nasty storm cloud. Sakura stands there, calm and composed, wearing her new root polish like a second skin. Her eyes flick over us, me, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, Kiba, with a cool, measuring look. No fangirl squealing now. No apologies either. Isn't this cozy? I can almost hear her thinking. All the little pieces in one room. The room noise swells again as other dramas kick off, Lee marching up to Niji to proclaim his eternal rivalry for the 100th time, Tenten hovering between exasperation and fondness, Kiba trying and failing to flirt with anything that moves. Somewhere beyond the crowd, I catch a glimpse of round glasses and silver hair. Yakushi Kabuto. He's watching Sakura and me like we're pieces on a board he's itching to rearrange. He catches Sakura's eye, smiles a thin little smile, and presses a finger briefly to his lips before vanishing back into the mass of genin. My gut twists. Great, I think. Crazy aim ninja, dead-eyed sand monster, Rutafeed Sakura, and creepy four eyes. This exam's gonna be fun. Before I can dwell on it, a door at the back of the room snaps open. Troublesome children, a familiar, dry voice calls out. Quiet down. Now. The noise drains away fast when Naruto-Shikaku steps in, tall and lanky, scarred face blank. His chakra feels like a deep pond, still on the surface, dangerous underneath. To his right, a Kimichi Choza looms, arms crossed, presence warm and heavy. To his left, Yamanaka Inoichi stands with that polite smile that never quite reaches his eyes when he's working. Welcome to the Chunin selection exam, Shikaku says. My name is Naruto-Shikaku. These are Kimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. We will be your proctors for the first exam. His gaze sweeps the room, lazy and lethal, pausing just a heartbeat longer on Gaara, on the AIM team, on me. You're here because someone thinks you might be ready to lead. He goes on. Over the next few days, we'll find out whether they were right, or just optimistic. A ripple of uneasy laughter runs through the crowd and dies quickly. Follow us. I swallow, straighten my hatayate, and fall into step beside my team. Iruka, Kakashi, Jiraiya. I think, feeling the fox stir and settle again inside the seal. Watch me. I'm not running this time. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 19, The Weight of Command. Scene Old Ghost, New Mizukage, POV Mashishir. Central Plaza, Kirigakure no Sato, Mizu no Kuni. It's been many years since I set foot in this miserable fog. I stand on the edge of the Central Plaza, cloaked and hooded, smelling salt and blood in the damp air. Once, Kirigakure's heart beat strong here, steel, bloodlines, and discipline. Now it's a hollowed-out carcass wearing a village's skin. If someone had told me I'd come back openly, I would have laughed and taken their head off for stupidity. But then the snake came. Orochimaru's coin paid for my resurrection, and more importantly, for the recovery of my blade. Samahata's retrieval from the reefs was Kisame's job. My own katana, Tenrai katana, came from darker waters. The snake played errand boy well enough. A single favor in exchange for the right tool, and a chance to spar with that deranged fishman he turned my old pupil into. A fair trade. And of course, whatever prize he thinks is hidden in the Mizukage Tower. I don't care what it is yet. I care that it's leverage. I walk casually through the mist, ignoring the watchful eyes on the rooftops. Years of civil war, Kekai Genkai purges, internal coups, the village feels brittle. The economy's weak, the swordsmen scattered, and that bloody mist, name is now just that, a name, and not even an honest one. You've let a foreigner's ghost rule you for decades. I mutter under my breath as I slip into the shadow of a building near the Mizukage Tower. Yugura dancing to someone else's tune, and you cowards followed along. Pathetic. I feel the air shift behind me a heartbeat before steel whistles toward my neck. TCH. Subtlety really is dead. I pivot, dropping my center of gravity, and the ANBU's sword slices through where my head was a blink ago. I catch his wrist with one hand and twist. Bone snaps. Before he can scream, I wrench his head sideways and break his neck with a sharp, efficient motion. One, I murmur. Another flicker of killing intent. A kunai arcs toward my face from the roofline. I don't look. My left hand just rises, pinch catching the blade by the ring. It cuts my thumb, drawing blood. Perfect. I send it back with a casual flick. There's a wet choking sound, then the dull thud of a body hitting stone as the masked fool falls from the roof with my borrowed kunai lodged in his eye. 2. I smear my bleeding thumb along the etched lines on my left forearm guard. Seals flare, chakra ink awakening with a hungry glow. My right hand closes around empty air and finds familiar weight as my katana materializes, long, slender, and engraved with a lattice of water-based formulae. Time to stop playing nice. Chakra surges up my spine and pours into the blade. The markings ignite in blue-white light. The omnipresent mist thickens as I tug moisture out of the air, condensing it into a tight, swirling mass around me. The air tastes like rain about to break. I bend my knees and leap, body light with chakra. My sandals slap down on the circular roof at the foot of the Mizukage Tower. NBU are already there, 3 of them, massed and ready. They rush me in a practice triangle formation, blades flashing in the fog. They're fast. I'm faster. I raise my sword overhead and sweep it in a broad arc. The condensed water explodes forward as a roaring wave, slamming into the trio. Armor, bone, and stone crack under the impact. The wave continues on, hammering the staircase leading up to the tower, flooding the steps and smashing railings. Before the spray settles, I form a single seal and flicker with Shunshin, reappearing at the bottom of the staircase, boots splashing through my own water. 3 blurs come at me, more ABU, using water substitution to burst from puddles at my feet. I grin. My blade moves once, twice, 3 times. A lunge intended for my ribs slides harmlessly past as I twist, and I remove the man's entrails with a low, horizontal cut. Someone behind me tries to drive a kunai into my spine. I palm strike him in the throat without turning, shattering his windpipe. A third goes low. I step on his wrist and stamp. I walk past them and tap the flat of my katana once on the wet stone. Behind me, the bodies come apart, their delayed deaths catching up as flesh and bone remember where they were cut. Tenrai doesn't just slice meat, it carves the path the water expects their bodies to take a heartbeat later. Limbs and blood hit the ground in a grisly chorus. It's not art. It's housekeeping. The mist ripples ahead of me. I feel chakra gathering, thick and sharp, like acid on my tongue. A woman's voice cuts through the damp air. Suetun, asai mizahabi yakashin. Water hisses, coiling. The mist thickens at my flanks and suddenly explodes into serpents. Dozens of whip-long water snakes launching in from all sides, jaws wide. Not bad. I slam my blade into the stone at my feet. Chakra pours into the ground. The plaza floor buckles and erupts upward, slabs of wet stone heaving into a jagged ring around me. The first wave of snakes smash into rock instead of flesh, detonating into spray that hisses and pits the stone. When the assault ends, I step through a gap in the shattered barricade, shaking droplets from my hair, and finally look up at the source. She stands halfway up the stairs, framed by the entrance to the tower. Tall, with a lithe, dangerous grace. Red hair, no, more copper than red, flows down her back in thick waves. She wears a teal robe cut to show long legs and pale shoulders, mesh armor glinting underneath. Her lips are painted a deep, dangerous red. Her eyes are sea green, narrowed and cold. Behind her, more ANBU fan out, clearly unsure if they're supposed to attack or stay the hell out of their leader's way. Well, I'll be damned, I say, letting my grin stretch. If it isn't little May. You grew up. Her eyes sharpen. Fujitsu Mashishur. There's a flicker of something in her gaze, annoyance, maybe, or the ghost of old respect, before her expression settles back into Mizukage steel. I don't know how you're alive, she says, voice smooth but hard. But if you surrender quietly, I might pretend to consider showing you mercy. I bark a laugh. You always did have a sharp tongue. Your old man was easier to get a rise out of. One of the ANBUs shifts, the tiniest step forward. May doesn't even look back, but her chakra flares, and he freezes. I roll my shoulders. Let me guess. All grown up, go Dame Mizukage now? Her lips curl. For the last 2 years. She tilts her head. Ever since Yagura went rogue and vanished. Where have you been, Mashishur? Under a rock? Under a grave, technically. I flick some blood off my blade. Orochimaru was kind enough to dig me up. May's lips curl. How nostalgic. The man who once lectured my father about foreign influence now marching on my tower with a foreigner's leash around his neck. My grin tightens a fraction. No one holds my leash, girl. Of course, she says sweetly, without believing it in the slightest, and the ANBU behind her relax by a hair, buying her narrative, not mine. She then bares her teeth in a very undiplomatic way. You really think you can come back from the dead, kill my people in my square, and just walk into my tower? Those men volunteered for outer perimeter duty, Mei says, voice like cooled glass. They knew we might need bait to measure whatever Orochimaru dragged out of the grave this time. Her eyes rake over the corpses without flinching. Thank you for the data, sensei. Walk in. No, I say lightly. I plan to carve my way in. But I'll make you a rare offer, Mei-chan. I raise my sword slightly. You've grown into a very attractive woman. Surrender now, admit you've been in over your head, and I'll let you live. You'll make a useful tool once I put you in your place. So she let them die to get a read on me. The girl learns something after all. Behind her, a few ANBU bristle. The air temperature drops a few degrees. Still talking like it's your village, Mei says, tilting her head. You were a decent sword instructor 20 years ago, Mashishir. I'll grant you that. But this isn't a classroom anymore, and you're not the one at the front. Her eyes glint. Tell me, when you turned my student into a monster, did you at least manage to make Kisame stronger than you? Or is he just another failed replacement you're too proud to admit? My grip tightens on Tenrai. Kisame, a replacement? Insolent whelp. The urge to carve that smirk off her face spikes, hot and clean. You want to see where your student stands, Mei-chan? I purr, stepping closer than is strictly wise. Beat me, and I'll let you ask him yourself. Mei's eyebrow twitches. I hate men like you, she says sweetly. Her hands blur through seals. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. The water still pooled along the stairs and plaza explodes upward, spiraling into a massive dragon that roars as it dives toward me, jaws wide. I plant my feet and draw in a deep breath. Chakra surges down my arm into Tenrai Katana. I spin the blade in a tight arc, slicing the air. Tenrai Ryua. The wave of compressed water I release is thinner than her dragon but dense, honed. It slams into the oncoming mass, cutting the construct in half. Both halves crash into the ground, sending sheets of water in every direction. Mei is already moving. She jumps, landing lightly on a chunk of rubble, chest rising with exertion, hands flashing through a different set of seals. Yotan, Yokai no Kankaku. Lava release. Of course. The air shimmers in front of her as globes of molten rock form midair, glowing orange-red. They streak toward me, hissing, leaving trails of heat. I dive to the side, using Shunshin to augment the motion, feeling the intense heat lick at my cloak. Lava splashes where I was standing, stone hissing and melting. She really did master two bloodlines. I say, more to myself than anyone. Water, lava, and I've heard rumors about acid as well. I grin, heart pounding in a way I haven't felt in years. Interesting. Mei lands closer now, only a few steps up the staircase, eyes narrowed in focus. When she speaks, her breath fogs slightly, despite the heat. Futun, Koma no Jutsu. A thick mist pours from her lips, rolling outward like a living thing. The stone it touches begins to smoke and pit. One of the nearer bodies starts to dissolve, flesh sizzling away from bone. Boil release. Nasty. I leap backward, chakra gathering under my feet, and slam my sword point first into the stone. Tenrai Mizukabe. A wall of super dense water erupts in front of me, a vertical sheet that hums with chakra. Mei's acidic mist hits it, froths, and is pushed upward by the flowing water, harmless steam rising. She clicks her tongue. Blocking it with water? That's cheating. You used to complain about my training drills the same way. I call back. Did you really think I wouldn't notice a jutsu of that magnitude, enough to heal or revive a fossil like you, Spike, in our coastal wards? Mei asks, voice almost bored as she steps lightly over a corpse. When Orochimaru started sniffing around the old reefs, I hoped he'd dig up something useful. I didn't realize he'd drag you, specifically, out of the muck. She smiles, cold and pleased. But here you are. Exactly where I wanted our past to resurface, in my plaza, under my seals. For a brief moment, amidst the acid and corpses, we share a grin, the grin of two killers who recognize each other's work. Then it's gone. So the snake's little project tripped her alarms after all. Fine. Planning for a storm isn't the same as weathering it. Her gaze sharpens. Enough nostalgia. I am the Godame Nizukage of Kirigakure. I won't let an old ghost tear down what I bled for. The ANBU behind her spread out, forming a loose circle, ready to pounce the second either of us falters. I roll my neck, feeling the weight of my sword, the pull of the village under my feet, the thickness of water in the air just waiting to be shaped. Then show me you've earned that hat, I say, bending into a low Batajutsu stance, blade sheathed in glowing water. Come on, little May. Let's see if the mist still remembers how to fight. We move at the same time, charges colliding halfway up the ruined steps, water and lava and steel turning the heart of Kirigakure into a storm. Seen the weight of choice, POV Naruto. Konoha Mercantile District, building of the first exam of the Chunin exams. We file in behind Asuma-sensei's old teammates like good little ducklings, Naro Shikaku up front, Inoichi and Choza flanking him. The exam hall is bigger than I expected, wide, high ceiling, no windows. Feels more like a war room than a classroom. 3 of the 4 walls are lined with Chunin in flak jackets, backs to the stone, each with a notebook and pen ready. No desks. No written tests. Just 100+ nervous genin and wooden boxes? I blink. On the floor, arranged in neat rows, sit these waist-high wooden cubes. Each one has a number carved into the top face, 1, 2, 3, or 4, but the other sides are blank from where I stand. What the hell? Where are the trick questions, the papers, the cheating traps? Shikaku scratches the back of his head and exhales like he's already bored of us. All right. Each team, pick a cube and stand around it. Any cube. If you're thinking you can figure the test out by staring, you're wasting your time. Move. There's a ripple as everyone looks at everyone else, and then the room breaks into motion. I steer us toward a cube in the middle row. Come on. Ino falls in on my right, Shikamaru on my left. Teammate ends up just to our right, Niji's pale eyes already scanning, memorizing everything. On the other side, I feel that familiar static crawling on my skin sensation, and don't even have to turn to know Sabaka no Gara is somewhere behind me. Perfect. Sans Psycho behind, Rain Psycho somewhere in the room. This is gonna be fun. Up close, I can see faint sealing ink running along the edges of the cube, chakra reactive script burned into the grain. Whatever we pick, these things are recording way more than just 1 to 4. When everyone settles, Shikaka lets his gaze sweep the crowd. Inoichi stands to his right, arms folded. Choza to his left, still and solid like a boulder that learned to talk. Now that you're finally in place, Shikaka says dryly, with your permission we'll begin. A couple of foreign genin bristle at that tone. He ignores them. Inoichi steps forward, voice cool and precise. Each cube has 4 faces marked internally, numbers 1 through 4. For each question we give you, you'll choose one answer by rotating your cube until that number faces up. Every answer has a different point value. Your total score will be based on your choices. He lets that hang for a second, then adds, and on how you reach them. Murmurs start up. I glance down at the cube again. The seal lines look like they're waiting to tally more than just points. There will be a time limit for each question. Inoichi goes on. And several parameters we may or may not use to dock points. You won't be told which. That's the job, you make decisions without perfect information. Hey! Akusa girl in the straw hat snaps, stepping forward. That's crap. You can just dock points from whoever you don't like and push leaf teams through. Choza doesn't even flinch. His voice rumbles through the hall. That'll cost you points, girl. She freezes. In Kusagakure you may talk over your superiors. he says, tone suddenly sharp as a thrown kunai. But in most ninja villages we let them finish before we open our mouths. A chunin needs to know their place in the chain of command. The room goes quiet. Even Kiba shuts up. Choza rolls his shoulders once. Chunin are the backbone of any village. In war and peace, you're the main movable piece on the board. If you don't understand that, or you think this is some heroic story where you're the star and rules don't apply. He gestures toward the door. Leave now. We're not playing games. The silence turns heavier, less nervous, more real. Shinobi silence. Anyway, Inoichi cuts back in smoothly, like the outburst never happened. We will also be calling on random teams throughout the exam to explain their reasoning. If your logic is unacceptable, or you can't articulate it, you fail. This is a leadership and judgment exam, not a math quiz. A low curse from somewhere in the back. Somebody from AIM maybe. Their chakra feels like cold rain even from here. Shikaku raises a hand, and a chunin on the sidewall straightens, pen poised over his notebook. Question 1. Shikaku says. His eyes slide over to me for half a second, and I feel my shoulders tense. You and your 3-person chunin squad are assigned to intercept a nuke nin planning to assassinate your daimyo. You're behind schedule when you reach a 3-way junction. He starts pacing slow, hands in his pockets. Option 1. You cut across a ravine that borders a hostile country. It will cut your travel time in half, but there is a high risk of detection, and any conflict could escalate into political incident, or war. Option 2. You stay inside Haino Kuni and push your team hard through a longer, safer route. Minimal breaks, but you conserve supplies and avoid foreign entanglement. Option 3. You split up. You send your stealth specialist across the ravine to try to set up an ambush or barrier near the target, while the rest of you take the safe route. Option 4. You take a middle route that's neither fastest nor safest. Moderate risk, moderate pace. He stops. 2 minutes. Discuss with your team. Decide. Now. The cube hums faintly under my fingertips as a timer seal flares. Around us, the room erupts into whispers and hisses as teams yank each other in close. I lean in with Ino and Shikamaru. So? Which one? None. Shikamaru mutters, eyes already half-lidded as they flick from choice to choice in his head. That's the problem. Ino bites her lip. We can't go through the ravine. If we start a border incident, that's war-level fallout. But if the daimyo dies... Daimyo dead, country in chaos, Konoha blamed for failure. Not good either way. 3's out. Shikamaru says. Splitting the team is stupid if we don't know the enemy's exact strength, and stealth guys die first in this kind of mess. 1 is, potentially right if the political situation is desperate enough, but we don't have intel on how volatile that border is, so they're not testing pure geopolitics. They're testing how we think. So we pick 2? I ask. Or 4, he says. That's the point. There isn't one decisive answer. They want to see how we handle incomplete information and pressure, and if we can get on the same page without devolving into a shouting match. I glance around. Half the room is already there. Some teams look calm. Some look like they're going to start throwing punches. Okay, I think so. The real test isn't right or wrong. It's whether we can pick something without tearing each other apart. Ino folds her arms. Then why not gamble and go for 1? If the daimyo dies, that's worse than a possible border issue. And if your gamble turns into a war that kills thousands, including half your own village? Shikamaru shoots back. Stuff like that isn't up to Chunin to decide. We run the mission we were assigned under the constraints we were given. No more, no less. He looks at me. You're the wild card. Thoughts? I grit my teeth. Part of me wants to say, I'll take the ravine and punch anyone who gets in my way. The old me would have. The part that still hears Sasuke's dying breath and tastes blood on the back of my throat knows better. We don't have enough intel to justify starting something we can't end, I say slowly. But we also can't walk like tourists. Middle route, hard pace, full alert. We hedge our bet without gambling the whole damn country. Shikamaru's mouth twitches. 4 then. Ino studies us for a beat, then sighs. Fine. 4. But if we fail because of you two being cowards, I'm haunting you both forever. Time, Shikaka calls. Shikamaru flips the cube with one precise movement so that the carved 4 clicks into place on top. It glows faintly blue for a moment, then settles. I sneak a look to the right. Niji's team also has 4. He catches my eye and gives the tiniest of nods, like we just agreed on a shogi move. To the left, Sakura's team, Lee, Tenten, the pink-haired trader, settle on 3. Of course. Behind me, the air feels like a storm bottled in sand. When I glance back, Gaara doesn't even bother to touch the cube himself. His sand wraps it, spins it, and slams it down with one staring up at the ceiling. His siblings look nervous. He just crosses his arms and stares straight ahead. On the far side of the room, the AIM team is clustered around their cube. The kunoichi with the green eyes and copper/dark red hair, Amaya, I think someone said, moves like water. Her sensei stands a half step behind, hand on her shoulder, reins tight. Their cube flashes to 3. Her hair is a weird kind of pretty, burnished copper dampened by rain. Her thumb taps once, twice against the edge of the mask, little, quick, impatient. For a second, I get a weird, prickling feeling in my gut, a memory of a name on Kushina's scroll and a spiral crest, but the timer seal flares again and the moment's gone. Shikaka lifts his hand, and the chunin on the walls explode into motion, fanning out with their notebooks. They move from team to team, jotting notes, asking short, sharp questions. Within a minute, the first team gets escorted out, faces flushed and angry. No consensus, no rank. I hear one of the proctors say flatly as he passes. Next time, try listening to each other instead of shouting. So that's it. It's not just what you pick, it's if you can stand together after. The room starts to feel smaller. Silence, Inoichi says, amplifying his voice with chakra. We'll start our spot checks. Sunagake your team, you. With the gourd. All eyes swivel toward Gaara. Inoichi's gaze is sharp. You're the only team that chose option 1. Why is your answer correct? Gaara tilts his head, expression almost curious, as if he's wondering why this man is still breathing in his direction. When he answers, his voice is flat, empty, but it slides down my spine like a knife made of ice. If anyone stands in my way, he says, they will only become a sacrifice to prove my existence. The hairs on my neck stand up. Around us, several genin flinch. Shikaka's eyes narrow. So you believe you and your team can handle any ambush alone? That risking a border war is a small price to pay for your existence. War is inevitable, Gaara replies. People exist only by killing or being killed. The only question is whether I get to enjoy it. His siblings look like they want the floor to swallow them whole. Inoichi's jaw tightens. For a second, I'm sure Gaara's about to get thrown out, or executed on the spot. Then Inoichi glances sideways at Shikaka and murmurs something I can't hear. Shikaka rubs his chin, eyes half-lidded. Very well, Shikaka says finally. We'll see if you can back your words up in the field, Sabaka no Gaara. Great. So we're keeping the homicidal Tanuki. Awesome. The Chunin continue their rounds. A team from Tucky blows up on themselves, 2 teammates screaming at the third about how she always does this. They get failed on the spot. Another from Kumo gives a textbook-perfect tactical answer but throws their own sensonin under the bus in the explanation, and the proctor's expression goes cold as he writes something down. So it's not about being smart, it's about being smart together. Second question. Choza booms once the culling dies down. Reset. The cubes click once, glowing faintly, and then go dark again. New scenario. Scene, the cost of obedience, POV, Sakura. I can feel the room thinning out. Every time the Chunin escort another team away, the air gets clearer and sharper, like a blade being honed. Lee is fidgeting beside me, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Tenten has a white-knuckled grip on her pencil, eyes flicking between the cube and the proctors. Breathe, Sakura. Look underneath the underneath. That smug scarecrow's voice echoes in my head, the memory of bells I never managed to grasp. There's always a trick, Kakashi-sensei used to say. If the question seems simple, you're already being tested somewhere else. The trick now is that there are two voices in my head, the echo of a lazy jonin I once admired, and the colder one root carved out of me. Your team, Choza says, is traveling through enemy territory carrying a sealed scroll full of high-level intelligence. You take shelter in a cave to rest. Before you can leave, you're ambushed and driven back inside. The enemy is outside. You can't find them. You don't know their numbers. He ticks the points off on his fingers. 1. You use explosive tags to collapse the cave mouth and try to find an exit deeper inside. 2. You push out through the main entrance with wide-range ninjutsu, hoping the chaos lets you escape. 3. You leave your moderately wounded teammate, who also happens to be your genjutsu specialist, behind at the entrance to cover your escape while the rest of you run the scroll out. 4. One teammate searches for an alternate exit deeper in, while the injured genjutsunin and the remaining teammate form a defensive line at the entrance. 30 seconds. That's all the timer seal gives us. Obviously we don't abandon anyone. Lee says immediately, fists clenching. We blast our way out with the power of youth. There it is. I almost smiled despite myself. That's idiotic. Tenten shoots back. If they've got long-range users or traps set up outside, we'll be cut to pieces before you finish shouting your youth's speech. We block the entrance. Option 1. If we blow the entrance, we get buried alive. I cut in before Lee can wind up properly. We're in a cave, Tenten. Half the mountain is above us, remember? One wrong seal and we're a pancake. They both look at me. For a moment I see them the way Wolf taught me, variables, not people. One weapon freak. One taijutsu-obsessed idiot with too much heart and not enough brains. Both of them, unbroken. 4 now. Then 4? Tenten says, hesitating. Split the risk? No. I meet her gaze. We choose 3. Lee's eyes go wide. Sakura-chan. When a mission is that important. I continue, keeping my voice soft, calm, like I'm explaining something to a child. Sacrifices are inevitable. Trying to turtle inside the cave just delays the inevitable cave-in or slaughter, and a frontal charge is suicide. So we send the scroll out with the healthiest chance of success. I shrug, forcing my shoulders to look heavier, smaller. That means leaving someone behind. Leaving them behind so you don't get left, right, Sakura? The voice coils up from the dark pit in my chest, familiar and gleeful. We always knew you were the strongest piece on the board, didn't we? Shut up. I clench and unclench my hand once, careful not to show it. But... Lee tries again, eyes shining with outrage. To leave a comrade. We're shinobi, not saints, the other voice purrs, this time sliding up my spine and slipping past my lips. We're shinobi. I say aloud, cutting across Lee's protest. We don't have the luxury of nice answers. Those who abandon the mission get everyone killed. Kakashi's face flashes through my mind. His slouch back at the memorial, his bitter smile. Remember the disgrace of Konoha's white fang. I add, letting my eyes darken. He saved his comrades at the cost of the mission and was hounded to suicide for it. We're not better than him just because we feel bad, Lee. We're worse if we repeat his mistake. Lee flinches, swallowing whatever slogan was about to burst out of him. Tenten looks like she wants to argue, but she doesn't. Her gaze drops to the cube. 3 then. She murmurs, and she spins it. The 3 clicks into place, and the seal flares. For a heartbeat I feel dirty. Then I remember Kabuto's quiet voice in the training field, the way he pressed that ring into my hand and told me the truth about my mother. Konoha will never save you, Sakura-san. If you want to live, you'll have to do it yourself. I turn my head slightly and spot him 3 cubes away, silver hair, round glasses flashing. He meets my eyes and spins his own cube to 3 with a faint, knowing smile. TCH. Copying me already? Or we're just thinking the same? That's worse. For a second my stomach flips, like I'm looking into a cracked mirror. A Chunin appears at our side like a shadow pulled out of the wall. Early 20s, hazel eyes, Konoha Hittite. You three. Explain. Tenten stiffens. Lee straightens his spine like he's about to be scolded. I step forward half a pace before either of them can speak. The situation is tactically hopeless, I say. Unknown enemy numbers, unfavorable terrain, one wounded specialist, high-value intel. We have to assume capture and interrogation if we're taken alive. That means the scroll and the genjutsu knowledge could both be extracted. The Chunin's gaze sharpens. So you throw your teammate away. I let my expression tremble. Just a little. Enough to look human. I'm not saying it's easy, I reply. Or that it's what I want. But if we stay together, we all die and the village loses the intel. If one of us buys time for the others, we preserve the scroll and deny the enemy a complete victory. His lips thin. Would you be so willing to abandon your teammate if the wounded one were Uchiha Sasuke? My heart lurches. Lee sucks in a breath to protest. Tenten's eyes widen. Inside my skull, the other me screams. Of course not. We'd burn the world for him, you smug bastard. I force my shoulders to sag. Let my jaw tighten. Then I bow my head for just 2 seconds, rehearse grief sliding into place like a mask. If it were Sasuke-kun, my voice comes out small, raw. I would have to find that strength. Or I'd be betraying him and Konoha. He wanted to be a great shinobi. He'd understand. The Chunin studies me. Looking for cracks. For bluff. There aren't any. Not the kind he can see, anyway. He scribbles something in his notebook. All right, he says at last. I'll take you at your word for now. He moves on. A moment later, another voice booms over the murmur. Uzumaki Naruto. Choza calls. My eye twitches. What now, monster? Let's see what you've learned since you got my Sasuke killed. I turn just enough to watch the blonde idiot straighten, feel the room's attention tilt with him. Ino brushes his hand with hers, whispering something I can't quite catch. He squeezes back. Some of the tension leaks out of his shoulders. Explain, Choza says. Why did your team choose to fight your way out of the cave instead of seeking a more tactical solution? Naruto clears his throat. When he speaks, his voice is steadier than I remember, less shrill, more grounded. We can't expect a teammate to commit suicide on command, he says slowly. We're trained to, sure, but wanting to die for the village and actually pulling the trigger are two different things. The word suicide makes Lee flinch. If we leave someone behind assuming they'll die for us, we risk them hesitating, getting captured, and giving up everything under torture. The scroll, intel about our jutsu, even names of our families. That's worse than them just dying. He gestures loosely with one hand toward the ceiling. Blowing the cave up could bury us with them. Staying inside and hoping they get bored means we starve or they bury us anyway. So yeah, going out fighting is crazy, but it's the only option that keeps us together and gives us even a chance to break the siege without handing the enemy a hostage and our secrets. Choza raises a brow. So you'd risk the scroll on the hope of a breakthrough? We'd risk it on our teamwork, Naruto says bluntly. If we're going to bet, I'd rather bet on that than on one person dying perfectly on schedule because the mission report says they should. My fingers curl involuntarily. Since when did you get good at this, Naruto? Around us, the room reacts. A few heads nod. Asuna team scoffs. Amaya from AIM mutters something that sounds like tree hugger. Under her breath, eyes cold and assessing. Her thumb taps the edge of her mask once more, slower this time, like she's filing him away. Lee's face is practically glowing, soaking in the words like water. Inside my skull, the other voice hisses. He's dangerous, Sakura-chan. Look at them. One speech and they're already turning toward him. Don't let your pieces drift to his side. I swallow down the surge of rage. Very interesting, Uzumaki. Shikaka drawls from the front, lips twitching. I like the way you think. Let's see how consistent you are. He glances at Inoichi. Inoichi inclines his head. Final question, Shikaka says, voice suddenly heavier. Reset. The cubes shimmer again. This time, I know what's coming even before he opens his mouth. He doesn't disappoint. Scene names and shadows, POV Naruto. I knew they'd bring it up eventually. As a 3-person genin squad under a jonin commander, Shikaka says, you're assigned a C-rank escort mission. The client is an old man, limited funds, minor status. Halfway through the mission, you discover he falsified the request. The back of my throat goes dry. In reality, Shikaka continues, he has an A-class bounty on his head. Enemy Nuke Nin are after him. You have already engaged at Chunin level once. You now know that the original mission rank and fee are a lie. He lifts his eyes from us to the room at large. Do you, 1, send a message back to your village, abort the mission, and bring the client back with you, demanding renegotiation and reinforcements, even if it means missing his deadline. 2, send a message back, continue toward his destination with increased caution, and officially reclassify the mission rank and fee afterward. 3, continue as before without contacting the village, accepting the increased risk as the client's debt. Or 4, cancel the mission, abandon the client to his fate, and return immediately. Next to me, Ino's eyes flick toward my face and then away. Shikamaru just sighs, but it sounds heavier than usual. You know it's too, he says quietly. We can't postpone. The whole point of an escort is getting the client to their destination. But we can't just push on like nothing changed either. We notify the village, proceed with extreme caution, and let command sort out the politics later. I know, I say, gripping the edge of the cube hard enough my knuckles ache. Believe me, I know. The memory hits all at once, Tazuna's shaking shoulders. Kakashi's eye narrowing when I shouted that abandoning him would make us worse than trash. Sasuke's smirk. The smell of blood and sea spray. Haku's mask. Lightning and screams. We picked option 3 back then, I think, stomach twisting. No message. No re-rank. Just, we can do it. And Sasuke died for it. Ino elbows me sharply. No what if spirals, remember? You promised me. No regrets. Her hand brushes mine under the edge of the cube, just enough pressure to pull me out of the past. Even if you had sent a message, there's no guarantee help would have arrived in time. She goes on, voice softer. Sasuke could have died anyway. Or something else could have killed him a week later. The only thing you can do is learn from it, and not make the same mistake again. And we're in an exam hall, not the past. Shikamaru adds, flipping the cube to 2 with a little more force than necessary. Get your head in the game, Naruto. You can't change that mission, but you can make sure the next idiot with a fake C rank doesn't bulldoze you. I exhale slowly through my nose, forcing my fingers to relax. Yeah, I say. Okay. Around us, cubes click into place. A few teams go for 1, cautious types, or maybe just hoping the daimyo will understand. At least one IWA team chooses 4, their leader actually smirking as if abandoning a liar is obvious. Real world, they might be right. Exam world? Not a chance. My eyes drift, unbidden, to Sakura. She's staring at her cube like she wants to crush it. Her teammates are watching her with concern. She catches me looking and glares, hatred and something else twisted up in her eyes. I look away first. The timer flashes red, then fades. Spot checks, Inoichi announces. One last round. He points. You. Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto adjusts his glasses with 2 fingers, expression meek. Yes, Inoichi-sama? Explain your choice. Kabuto bows from the waist. If we cancel outright, we betray the village's reputation for reliability and may drive the client into enemy hands. If we continue without informing command, we risk getting wiped out by threats above our pay grade. So we must send a message back and proceed with caution, accepting that the mission rank and fee will be corrected later. Inoichi's eyes narrow slightly. Textbook. Kabuto smiles sheepishly. I read a lot, Inoichi-sama. The ninja code won't always save you, Inoichi says. In the field, situations rarely match the paragraph you memorized. If you rely only on what you read, you'll break the first time reality doesn't fit the book. Kabuto bows again. Hi. I'll remember that. He looks like a harmless, nervous genin. But when the light hits his glasses just so, for a second I think I see something colder. Probably just my imagination. Or Jiraiya-san's paranoia rubbing off on me. The last few spot checks go quickly. A Kusa team that picked 4 and actually bragged about leaving, dead weight, behind gets thrown out with no explanation. An AIM team that answered 1 but argued intelligently about diplomatic contingencies is allowed to stay, even though Amaya looks like she'd happily drown us all in a puddle. Finally, Shikaku raises his hand. The Chunin return to their posts. Congratulations, he says, voice cutting through the tired mutters. To the 78 of you who remain, you pass. For a second, there's just stunned quiet. Then the room erupts. Whoops of joy, sighs of relief, a few muffled sobs from teams that barely scraped through. Chosa's voice booms over the noise. Listen up! The point totals mattered. But they weren't the main thing. He folds his arms, gaze sweeping the room. We watched your reasoning. Your ability to lead or follow, to argue without losing cohesion, to compromise, to keep your emotions from hijacking your judgment. Shikaku picks up the thread. In 90% of real deployments, Chunin operate as part of a squad, sometimes as leaders, sometimes as equal members, sometimes under Jonin command. Individual brilliance is nice. A team that implodes because its genius can't work with others is dead weight. He jerks his thumb toward the door where failed teams vanished. Those of you who fought, blamed, refused to decide? Out. Doesn't matter if your choice would have been right on paper. Inoichi adds. We also tested your ability to explain your thinking. A Chunin must be able to brief superiors, debrief subordinates, convince clients, and argue tactics. If you can't defend your decisions, you can't lead. He points toward the entrance, where an ANBU and 2 Chunin stand with neat stacks of envelopes. You're dismissed. On your way out, each team will take a packet with instructions for the second exam. Tomorrow, 0800 hours sharp. Same warning as always, any fighting, sparring, or creative misunderstandings outside official exam grounds will get you disqualified. The room empties in a rush. Team 10 drifts with the current. That was, actually kinda cool, I admit under my breath as we shuffle toward the door. Less cheating, more don't be an idiot. Please don't ever say that in front of my dad. Shikamura mutters. His head is big enough already. Ino snorts, bumping her shoulder into mine. You did good, Naruto. I grin back. We did good. As we pass the proctors, I catch Shikaku's eye. For a second, the lazy mask slips and I see a sharper edge there, like he's measuring me against some invisible line. Then he nods once and looks away. We collect our packet and step out into the corridor, the tension of the exam bleeding off into the buzz of speculation about the next test. Behind us, the heavy doors close. Seen the quiet knife, POV Nara Shikaku. Clearing after the genin leave the hall. The silence after 78 genin file out is almost better than a nap. I roll my shoulders and let out a long breath. Troublesome brats, I mutter, but there's a ghost of a smile at the corner of my mouth. Chosa chuckles, the sound rumbling out of his chest. They grow up fast. I swear I still remember Shikamaru eating sand in the park. Inoichi snorts softly, then reaches up and slides the tiny receiver out of his ear. The faint buzz of the connected Byakugan feed cuts off. Impressive batch, he says. I expected more teams to wash out on the first question. Or at least more screaming. You had screaming, I remind him. You just failed most of it. He gives me a wry look. Fair. Footsteps approach from the side door. Hyuga Hayashi emerges, pale eyes as expressionless as ever, formal robes untouched by the dust of the exam hall. The only sign he's been working is the faint crease between his brows. Done peeking? I ask. As much as one can be, watching children argue about life and death, he says dryly. Choza tugs at his beard. Well? Anything interesting we didn't see from the floor? Several things. Hayashi folds his hands into his sleeves. First, Yakushi Kabuto. Inoichi's lips thin. You're sure? Hayashi nods. Chakra coils that refine do not belong to a perpetual genin. Neither do that many microscars or that level of muscular development. His chakra flow is controlled, economical. 7 failed attempts? He shakes his head once. Impossible, unless by design. Spy, then, Choza grunts. Highly likely, Hayashi replies. But I saw no sign of root conditioning. His emotional responses looked normal. Or very well acted. Not one of Danzo's toys, I say. Small mercies. Inoichi taps his notepad, the one he'd used to keep track of team's reasoning. We push Anbu to pick him up now, we risk a chase through civilian districts. Or a hostage situation. Agreed, Hayashi says. Better to let him enter the second exam. Fewer civilians, more Anbu coverage, plenty of plausible ways for a spy to vanish if necessary. Or flip, I add. Never waste a good asset if you can turn them. Choza gives me a sideways look. And if he works for Orochimaru? Then Anbu can fight him in a forest instead of a marketplace. I say. Same answer. Hayashi inclines his head. There is a second matter. I already know what it is, but I let him say it. Jinchuriki, he says quietly. Plural. Inoichi stiffens slightly. I examined Uzumaki Naruto's seal myself months ago. Hayashi continues. Thanks to that, I now have a baseline for what contained Bijou chakra looks like through the Byakugan. There are at least 3 others in that hall with similar, but distinct, patterns. Gaara, Choza says immediately. Hayashi nods. Sabaka no Gaara. The sand around his gourd is saturated with foreign chakra. The seal is crude, but functional. Another in the AIM team, the Kunoichi with the emerald eyes and copper-red hair. And a possibility in one of the Kumo teams, though that one is less clear. I click my tongue. 4 Jinchuriki in one village. Hashirama-sama would be spinning in his grave. Perfect, I mutter. As if one was not enough trouble. Inoichi exhales. I'll notify Anbu, Jiraiya, and the Hokage. Carefully. Carefully, I echo. Last thing we need is anyone panicking and starting a Jinchuriki hunt inside our own walls. We're hosting them. That's already politically delicate. Hayashi's expression doesn't change, but there's a flicker of something behind his eyes. For what it's worth, Uzumaki performed well. His reasoning in the cave scenario was unexpected. I grunt. That kid is a headache wrapped in chakra and bad fashion choices. But yes, he's growing up. He pushed back against the white fan precedent in his own way. Inoichi adds, almost grudgingly. Not by rejecting sacrifice, but by refusing to treat it as a convenient assumption. That matters. And Gaara? Choza asks. Hayashi's jaw tightens minutely. He believes in nothing but himself. But his chakra control is precise, and his sand reacts faster than most shinobi can think. Wonderful, I say. Let's hope the second exam doesn't turn into a Jinchuriki brawl. We share a look. All of us are thinking the same thing. Forest of death, 3 or more living weapons, foreign teams, internal politics, and somewhere in the middle of it all, Hiruzen sitting in his office, growing older and more tired by the day. And above that, the daimyo sharpening his knives, talking about purifying the top of the chain. Troublesome doesn't begin to cover it. I stretch once, spine popping. All right. Inoichi, send your report to Jiraiya and the old man. Choza, check with the barrier team and make sure the second exam's perimeter seals are ready for Bijou-grade stress. Hayashi, keep an eye on your own house. He inclines his head. As always. They move. I linger a moment longer, glancing toward the door the genin used. Try not to die in there, kids, I murmur. You're more useful alive. Then I turn out the lights and leave the hall to the dust and the echoes. Scene: Seijin begins at the head, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage office, later that evening. The words don't change no matter how many times I read them. I sit behind my desk, the one that's been mine longer than some of my chunin have been alive, and stare at the crisp paper bearing the daimyo's seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen, by my order as the daimyo of Haino Kuni, you are hereby dismissed from the office of Hokage for reckless negligence and misconduct in strategic and financial management of your military power. This directive will commence effectively from the moment your successor is chosen and arrives in Konoha proper. I've decoded it 3 times already. Tried different cipher keys, different angles, different hopes. Same message every time. My fingers tighten around the edges of the parchment. The paper crinkles, then smooths as I force myself to relax my grip. Jiraiya. I breathe out, the name tasting like ash. I can't believe you. Who else would whisper in the daimyo's ear? Who else would dare? Tsunade turned her back on offices long ago. Orochimaru. I stopped thinking of him as student the day I let him run and damned myself in the same breath. I close my eyes. Faces flicker in the dark behind my lids. Tsunade's hate, the day I denied her medic corps proposal. Dan's body cooling on the battlefield. Orochimaru's disappointment, twisted into eager cruelty, when I chose Minato as Yondaime. The look on his face when I failed to stop him in that underground chamber, and let him slip my grasp forever. And now Jiraiya, my last loyal child, skulking off to the daimyo like I'm some doddering fool to be removed by court decree. I huff a bitter laugh. Perhaps I am old. Tired. My chest aches, not from poison, not yet, but from the weight of too many years. But I am still Hokage. I lay the letter down carefully and reach for my pipe out of habit. My fingers close on empty wood. I frown, patting the tabletop. Drawer, corner, pen tray. Nothing. Mai-chan, I call. The door opens almost instantly. My secretary steps inside, neat and proper as always in her chunin uniform. Petite, brown hair at her shoulders, polite smile on her round face. Hokage-sama, you're still here? She asks, surprise edging her tone. I seem to have misplaced my pipe. I smile faintly. Would you check the balcony for me? I sometimes leave it out there like a senile old man. She flushes. You're not senile, Hokage-sama. I'll go look right away. She bows and slips out to the side balcony, closing the door behind her. I let the smile drop as soon as she's gone. Dismissed, I mutter, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Like a fresh genin who botched a D rank. Is that truly all I've earned, Jiraiya? He has his reasons. He always does. He sees my hesitation, my reluctance to leap where I once ran. He sees the civil council tying my hands, the way I've let the village drift to avoid another war. He is not entirely wrong. But he is not entirely right either. I am contemplating what to do, how to answer this slap from the daimyo without plunging Konoha into chaos, when the door opens again. Mai steps in, a little out of breath, my old pipe held carefully in both hands. I found it on the balcony rail, Hokage-sama, she says. There's the faintest tremor in her voice. Sorry it took so long. Not at all. I reassure her, accepting the pipe. The wood feels familiar under my fingers. Thank you, Mai-chan. I'd lose my own head without you. She laughs nervously. You're welcome, Hokage-sama. I tamp fresh tobacco into the bowl from the pouch in my drawer, pack it with practiced ease, and light it. The first pull of smoke is warm, comforting. The second tastes off. A bitter edge slides under the sweetness. Metal and rot. My tongue tingles. My lips go numb. For a heartbeat, I don't understand. Then the chakra in my coils stutters, misfires, like someone has poured sand into clockwork. Pain, a sharp, crushing weight, spears my chest. Poison. I grip the desk as my vision wavers. The world tilts. Hokage-sama? Mai's voice wobbles, no longer composed. You don't look, I'll go get help. She whirls toward the door. I open my mouth to warn her, to tell her to run, but my lungs seize. All that comes out is a strangled wheeze. Something moves behind her. A shadow separate from the rest. The gleam of steel arcs once. Mai stiffens. For a second she stands perfectly still, head tilted like a puppet with a cut string. Then a kunai tip blossoms from her chest, just below the collarbone, sticky and red. Her eyes go wide. Confused. "Why?" she croaks, coughing blood. I never bothered to learn her favorite food, I realize distantly. I know the kill counts of 100 ANBU, but not whether Mai-chan preferred sweet bean paste or mitarashi. A cold voice answers her, close enough that I can hear the faint tap of a cane. Because it is necessary. The kunai withdraws and she collapses to the floor in a rustle of cloth and the wet slap of blood on hardwood. My heart slams against my ribs, trying to break out. My fingers claw at the desk, and somehow I haul myself halfway to my feet, refusing to greet death seated like some frail old man. My vision swims, but I know that silhouette even through the haze. "Danzo!" I rasp. My throat feels like it's full of broken glass. "You dare!" He walks forward unhurriedly, cane tapping lightly with each step, bandaged face as impassive as ever. To anyone else he would look exactly as he always has, grizzled warhawk, one arm bound, one eye sealed. To me, tonight, he looks like betrayal wrapped in cloth. "It is regrettable," he says, as if discussing whether. "But I will not allow you to destroy everything Hashirama-sama and Tobarama-sama labored to build. You pathetic old fool." I wheeze. My knees shake. I force them to lock. I will not kneel. Not for him. This changes nothing. You'll never become Hokage. I try to laugh and choke instead. Not without an eye, and that crushed, worthless arm. To my surprise, he actually smiles. Just a small curl of the lips. "Inaccurate," he says quietly. "Let me enlighten you on a little secret." His supposedly useless right arm shifts under the wrappings. Cloth peels back, and a pale limb snakes out, braced in metal, sluggish but functional. The hand rises to the bandage over his right eye and tugs it aside. A Sharingan stares back at me, red and spinning. For a moment, even through the pain, anger and horror, there's a flash of bitter, academic satisfaction. "So that's what you did with Shusoi's legacy." I manage, nausea cutting through the agony. "I always suspected. But to fall so far, into the Uchiha's curse. Not all is as it seems," Danzo says, recovering the eye with casual ease. The arm slips back into its sling, vanishing once more. "But do not worry. My aspirations only extend as far as they must. If your successor proves competent, I will support them. If not," he shrugs, "then I will do what is necessary. Purification from the head." I rasp, remembering an offhand phrase of his from a council meeting years ago. "So that's what you meant? You think the Sharingan will be enough?" I cough, blood spattering the desk blotter. "You and Orochimaru. Both so sure your little trinkets make you gods." I taste iron and smoke on my tongue. My chest burns. Every breath is a war. "Even if I die," I say, forcing each word out, "the will of fire doesn't die with me. All you've done is kill one old man, past his prime. Jiraiya. Tsunade. The children, they will stop you." Danzo's gaze doesn't waver. "You still don't understand, Hiruzen. War is coming. Your naive will of fire will burn out with it, as it should have long ago. Unlike the Uchiha massacre, this time I will have the full confidence of the Jonin. They are tired of your indecision." He lifts the kunai, the one still slick with Mai's blood. Now that I can see it clearly, even through the blur, I recognize the make. The balance. "That blade," I rasp. "Kabuto's." Yakushi Kabuto is your murderer, Danzo says calmly. This is his kunai. He is a suspected spy. The fact that he works for Orochimaru only makes the story more convincing. He has bought information in the past. He has simply outlived his usefulness. I can't even muster real surprise. Only a dull, exhausted fury. You'll not get away with that. Jiraiya will see. Danzo's eyes soften almost imperceptibly. Jiraiya will be grieving his sensei, he says. He will see what he is shown, a spy, a kunai, a dead Hokage. Grief makes even the sharpest men slow. The conversation is costing me. My legs are shaking. Black dots swim at the edges of my vision. He steps closer, just out of my reach. Don't worry, Hiruzen. I will protect Konoha better than you ever did. The first and most important change will be correcting your leniency regarding the Nine-Tails host. My fingers spasm on the edge of the desk. You stay away from that boy. He is a weapon, Danzo replies. He was always meant to be a weapon. Under your care he has become unpredictable. Sentimental. I will fix that. He will become what he was destined to be. Naruto. I whisper. The room tilts again, harder this time. Has more strength than you can imagine. He has Minato's will and Kushina's fire. He will never be your puppet. Danzo shrugs, bored. Perhaps. But I will deal with that when the time comes, as I always do. His gloved hand tightens around the kunai. For the first time tonight, his expression shows something like respect. It is you who does not understand, he says quietly. The evidence will be overwhelming. Even your beloved pupil will have no choice but to accept it. Goodbye, Hiruzen. You should have died in the last war. This is merely a correction. He flicks his wrist. The kunai flashes once and buries itself in my throat. For a moment, there is nothing but white-hot pain. Then, nothing at all. He steps around me without looking back and pads silently toward the balcony door. I can't see him anymore. My eyes are full of blood and shadow. But I can hear the soft tap of his cane as he leaves the way my cane, no doubt already shedding clothes and evidence as he goes. The great Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor, the so-called god of Shinobi, slumps back into his chair like a puppet whose strings have been cut. I am dimly aware of my own blood dripping onto the desk, onto the floor, onto the portrait of the village on the far wall. I try to lift my hand once more. It doesn't move. They say your life flashes before your eyes at the end. It doesn't. All I see is Konoha. The great tree, leaves rustling in sunset light. Children laughing in the academy yard. Anbu masks in the shadows. The faces of the fallen etched in stone. Asuma. The name curls in my mind, lips too ruined to form it aloud. Protect our family. I know, you will make me proud. Jiraiya. Another face, younger and older all at once. Forgive me, one day. Keep your promise to me. Protect Naruto. Protect Konoha, in my place. My lungs spasm. No air comes. The pain is distant now, like an echo. Konoha's image blurs, then sharpens one last time. I hand you back the reins, I think, or hope I do. Show the world that our strength is in our hearts. That the will of fire doesn't die with one old man. The office dims. I let out a final, rattling breath, and the world lets go. The era of the Sandame ends not in glory on a battlefield, but in a quiet office, with poison in my veins and a traitor's knife in my throat. What comes after is no longer mine to bear. Chapter 20, Eyes of Storm, Intrigue Nexus. Scene, Black Sky Protocol, POV ENBU Operative. Approximate, 7 minutes after the end of Chapter 19, Rooftop, Administrative District, Konoha. I press 2 fingers against the seal at my ear, eyes still on the Hokage Tower. Squad 15, this is 7. Do you read? Static. 15 was on tower detail tonight. Closest to the Sandame. Protocol said they answered every 15 minutes like clockwork. We were 2 past that. I tried again, already knowing it was pointless. 15, respond. Nothing. I breathed out a curse behind my owl mask and raised my fist. The 3 shadows with me snapped to my side, kneeling. Squads 3 and 11. I said over the encrypted frequency. 15 is silent. We're moving to investigate. Stay sharp and be ready to move. I didn't wait for acknowledgement. We jumped. Tiles blurred under my feet as we crossed 3 rooftops at full speed. When the tower filled my vision, I bit my thumb and flashed through a short sequence. Byakugan. Chakra flooded my eyes. Veins bulged at my temples. The world turned into silver lines on black. The Hokage's office floor should have been a knot of steady, disciplined flows. Anbu on the walls, the old man's contained blaze at the center. I saw dark pools. Scattered, dying embers. No steady core. My gut went cold. Shit. I hissed, then slammed my fist to my ear. All squads, this is 7. Initiate Kuroasora protocol. I repeat, Kuroasora is active. No one questioned it. Across the village, masks emerged from shadows. Rooftop silhouettes that normally stayed ghosts flared into motion. We dove into clan compounds, hands on shoulders, murmuring code phrases that had never been used in earnest until tonight. Heads of clans and their immediate kin vanished into hidden passages. Advisors were pulled from futons and scrolled desks alike. On other roofs, Black Ops silhouettes took visible positions, not for stealth, but for deterrence. A clear message to whoever was watching. Konoha is awake. I kept running, chakra burning in my legs, Byakugan fixed on that dead pool of chakra on the top floor. I already knew what I was going to see. Knowing didn't make it easier. Seen the Sannin who was too late, POV, Jiraiya. Approximate. 15 minutes later, Water Tower, Konoha. The sake tasted bitter. I stared at the moon over the lip of my saucer and tried not to think about Hiruzen's last letter. Tried not to think about my own reply. Then I saw Anbu. Not gliding. Not circling lazily. Running. Straight across rooftops, converging toward the administrative blocks. My fingers tightened on the saucer. What are you idiots doing? I muttered. I didn't have to wait for an answer. I felt them before they formally arrived. 3 distinct signatures dropped behind me. One knelt. Jiraiya-sama, it's an emergency. Sandame-sama, he's... My body moved before my brain let the sentence finish. The saucer left my hand. I don't know where it landed. I was already in the air, the wind tearing at my hair as I crossed the gap from the water tower to the nearest roof. Damn it, old man! I thought savagely as my sandals hit tile. You are not allowed to do this to me! My chest hurt. Not from the sprint. From something hot and ragged that had set up camp between my ribs. I haven't even. I didn't bother with doors. I went through the window. Glass exploded inward as I hit the frame and rolled into the familiar office. Hiru. I stopped. The chair was turned slightly toward the balcony. His hat lay on the floor. Papers were scattered. Hiruzen himself sat slumped in his seat, head tilted at a wrong angle. A kunai jutted from his throat, dark and wet. His pipe was knocked askew on the desk. His eyes, the eyes that had watched me, scolded me, laughed at me for decades, stared past me at something only he could see. He looked small. My shoulders sagged. My knees wanted to follow, but I caught myself with a hand on the desk. My other hand curled into a fist so tight my nails bit into my palm. Damn it, I whispered. I couldn't make myself take that last step forward. I wanted to. To close his eyes. To pull the kunai out. To do something. My gaze fell on the scroll by his elbow. Hokage, Daimyo's cipher. Blood smeared along the edge. The realization hit like another kunai, this one aimed square at my own lungs. My message. My maneuvering. The last thing he read before someone slid steel in his neck. Oh, Saru! A cracked voice breathed behind me. I didn't turn. I heard Koharu's breath hitch, heard Hamura's soft murmur as he guided her in. They stopped just inside the door. I could feel Koharu's eyes on the corpse, feel Hamura's gaze weighing me as much as Hiruzen. "Jiraiya-kun," Hamura said quietly, forcing the old steel back into his tone. "We must convene the council. There will be time to mourn later." I stayed where I was. "You know he would want his interests defended," Hamura added. "Don't keep him waiting too long." Footsteps retreated. The door shut. Silence roared. Something hot slid down my cheek. It took me a second to realize it was a tear. I touched it. My fingers came away wet. I let out a sound that wanted to be a laugh and a sob at the same time. "I'm so pathetic," I muttered. I walked to the desk on legs that didn't feel like mine and dropped to my knees in front of it. My forehead pressed to the carpet. "I'm so sorry, Sensei," I whispered. The words scraped my throat raw. "I failed you again. Just like I always do." Memories hit in flashes. A younger me, snarling about the Uchiha. Minato smiling that stubborn smile. Hiruzen's disappointed eyes. The war. The orphans. The nights I left the village instead of staying. "And then I go around you," I said, voice shaking. "I couldn't even betray you cleanly, could I? Had to do it on paper and let someone else stick the blade in." My hands clenched tighter. "But I swear," I forced out, "I will fix this. I will protect Konoha for you. I'll make it right, even if it kills me." I pushed up, wiped my face roughly, and turned toward the door. Grief could wait. Politics couldn't. Enemies sure as hell wouldn't. And whoever had done this? They'd just earned themselves a personal appointment with a Sannin. Scene choosing the next shadow, POV, Shikaku. Approximate. 1 hour later, underground bunker, beneath Hokage Tower. I hate being woken up. I was in the middle of a very nice dream where no one expected anything from me when an ANBU mask appeared over my futon and said the words no shinobi wants to hear before sunrise. Council of Flame. Underground. Now. I rolled out of bed, dragged on pants and a shirt, and shuffled along behind him, yawning into my hand. By the time we reached the bunker, most of the chairs around the table were filled. Clan heads in hastily tied yukata, advisors in half-fastened robes, everyone looking somewhere between cranky and worried. Hayashi was the first to speak, of course. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. His wide eyes narrowed, arms folded across a black yukata with little white cranes. "Aye, don't glare at me," I said, sinking into a chair and rubbing my eyes. "I got dragged here same as you. This wasn't my idea." We all knew what it probably meant, though. There are only so many reasons to drag every power player in the village into a bunker in the middle of the night. Danza hobbled in like he'd been waiting for the cue. Cane tapping, bandages neat. He took a seat without asking. "It is quite obvious," he said. "We would not be summoned thus unless war were imminent, or the Hokage had died." Low mutters rippled around the table. Denial from some clans, quiet dread from others. The door opened again. Asuma walked in, cigarette unlit, hair mussed, wearing a shirt he hadn't bothered to button fully. He looked around, confused. "What's going on?" he asked. "Why'd NBU drag me here at this hour?" No one rushed to answer. My eyes shifted to the entrance as Koharu and Hamura took their places at the head. Hamura cleared his throat. "I'm afraid Sandaime-sama was assassinated between 1 and 1:15 this morning," he said. "His ANBU guard as well." Asuma shot to his feet. "That's impossible!" he shouted. "There's no way my old man could be, that's some sick joke." "It is no joke," Danza said flatly. His single visible eye was as warm as flint. "Look around you. Do any of us appear amused?" "Enough," Koharu snapped. Her voice shook, but the edge was still there. "I saw Hiruzen's body with my own eyes." "I'm sorry, Asuma-kun." "It is true." Asuma sagged back into his chair. His hands clenched on his knees, knuckles white. For a few moments, no one spoke. Then Danza broke it, because of course he did. As touching as this is, he said, we must decide on succession. A Hokage must be chosen. Jiraiya-sama would seem the obvious candidate, Chibi said, calm as ever. He is one of the Sannin, experienced in war, and in good standing with Daimyo-sama. I disagree, Danza replied smoothly. We have just been attacked at our core. Our enemies will test us. Jiraiya's value as a spy exceeds his value sitting behind a desk. I sighed inwardly. What are you suggesting, Danza-san? I asked. No point dancing around it. Volunteering yourself? With all due respect, your body's not exactly Kage grade anymore. I remain more than capable, he said. My ninjutsu is sufficient, and my command experience exceeds that of any candidate in this room. Your mobility is poor, your vision compromised, and your chakra reserves are not what they once were, Hayashi said coolly. You may command, but you cannot meet a Kage or S-class nukenin in the field. Beggars cannot be choosers, Hamura put in. We cannot sit leaderless. Kumo, IWA, even Kiri will be watching. Allies and enemies both. If we hesitate, we invite attack. I opened my mouth, already calculating how troublesome a Danza-led war would be, when a new voice cut through. Not so fast. Jiraiya strode into the room like he owned it, hair wild, expression carved from stone. He dropped into a chair with more weight than ceremony. This conversation's already outdated, he said. The Godame has been chosen and approved by Daimyo-sama. Kohara blinked. Jiraiya, there has been no formal vote. Not in this room, he agreed. I've spent the last 2 weeks quietly talking with Jounin and clan heads. At the same time, I've been exchanging ciphers with Daimyo-sama. He folded his arms. He agreed to appoint Tsunade as 5th Hokage. You could have heard a Saban drop. Koharu and Hamura looked like someone had smacked them. Danza's fingers tightened just slightly on his cane. Tsunade, Hamura said slowly. You think she will return? She swore never to set foot here again. She'll come, Jiraiya said. His eyes were flat, but something dangerous glinted there. I'll make sure of it. He pushed his chair back. You keep the village from tearing itself apart, he told us. Find who killed Sensei. When you do... His smile didn't reach his eyes. Let me know, he finished. I'll handle it. I rubbed my temples. This was going to be a drag. Seen a new stone for the mountain, POV Inoki, Sandamed Suchikage several weeks earlier, emergency sealing chamber, Iwagakure. I've lived long enough to know the sound of a Jinchuriki dying. The mountain shook. Lava chakra flared in the distance, hot enough that I could feel it in my bones. Even underground, the air tasted of ash. Rashi was gone. There was no time to mourn him. We could light incense later. Right now, we had a tailed beast rampaging on our doorstep and a village full of civilians sitting in range. I floated a handspan off the floor, easing the ache in my back, and narrowed my eyes at the sight on the bed. The girl lay very still. Her copper-dark hair was pasted to her forehead with sweat. Ink glistened black and wet around the seal carved into her abdomen. Chakra pounded through her coils like a too-full river straining its banks. Well? I asked. The chief sealer straightened, scrolls still open in his hands. Suchikage-sama, he said. When Rashi's seal ruptured, the Yambi manifested partially. The containment squads lost several members holding it down long enough for us to form an emergency array. I grunted. I'd read that part in the first report. And the girl? I asked. We had to attempt transfer immediately, he said. We tested several shinobi within the suppression field. Most of their coils began tearing as soon as we started channeling. They simply couldn't withstand the density of chakra. He nodded toward her. Her chakra reacted differently. He went on. Denser. More flexible. It absorbed the pressure, redistributed it instead of shattering. Once the Yambi's chakra began flowing into her, the backlash stabilized. If we had stopped midway, it would have broken free again. So you finished it? I said. Yes, Sachikuji-sama. The beast is fully sealed. Her network is strained but intact. She woke briefly. She was lucid enough to speak. She described it as carrying a very heavy stone. He hesitated, eyes flicking between his notes and the girl. Her chakra signature itself is unusual, he added slowly. I can't quite place why it feels. I waved a hand. Spare me the poetry, I said. The Yambi is caged and not tearing up another valley. Thank the gods it stuck to someone. He bowed quickly. Can she function? Kitsuchi asked from the other side of the bed. He looked tired. He hadn't left since they dragged his daughter in here. She'll need time, the sealer said. But she's better suited than most would have been. If she survives the adjustment period, she should be able to operate, with training. I looked at her face. Even asleep, her brow furrowed like she was annoyed by the whole situation. She always did try to carry more than her share, I muttered. The sealer took that as dismissal and backed out with his assistants, bowing all the way. The room felt bigger without them. Just me, my son, and the new cage for a very old monster. She'll ask why, Kitsuchi said quietly. You know she will. Tell her she's IWA, I said. Tell her she has my blood. That'll be enough. He huffed something like a laugh. She'll roll her eyes, he said. Let her. I snorted. I floated a little higher. Konoha's exams are coming, I said. Our neighbors will be watching. Allies and enemies both. Kitsuchi's jaw tightened. You want to send her? He said. It wasn't a question. Not as IWA, I replied. As AIM. He grimaced. Rain? He asked. Paperwork is flexible, I said. We send two of ours with forged credentials as AIM Chunin, and her as their promising genin. Let her walk among the leaf. Test how she handles foreign soil, foreign pressure. He stared at her, then at me. She just survived having a beast shoved into her, he said. Exactly, I said. If she's going to break, better we find out now. We don't have the luxury of keeping weapons polished on shelves. I let my gaze linger on her face. And I want to see what happens, I added. With what? Kitsuchi asked warily. When a mountain meets a storm, I said. He knew who I meant. Rumors about Konoha's nine-tails brat had reached even us. Brief her yourself when she wakes, I said. Pick her escorts. And make sure they understand, her condition is classified. If anyone starts getting clever with theories, they'll stop. He nodded once. Understood, Sachikuji-sama. The seal on her abdomen pulsed, then settled again. She shifted, brow furrowing, then relaxed. You carry IWA now, I told her silently. Make it worth the price we paid. Scene, orders at the stone, POV Kakashi. 4 hours after Kuroasora, dawn at the memorial stone. The stone never runs out of names. I touched the carved kanji with my eye, Minato. Obito. Rin. Too many others. You start at the ones you know, and your gaze always drifts to the empty space waiting for more. I hadn't been by as much lately. Between A and BU work, regular missions, and a certain loud blonde genin who demanded more attention than a litter of Niken, time slipped away. Naturally, the one morning I actually came by, everything went to hell. I felt the ANBU signature approaching before he landed. Clean, controlled chakra, no wasted motion. I didn't turn. Early for a social call, I said. Hataki-san, he replied. Priority orders from the Council of Flame. Your S-class mission is cancelled and replaced. My eye narrowed under the Hittite. You are to oversee the second Chunin exam as lead proctor. He continued. Hyuga Hayashi Dano and Aburaim Shibidano have been diverted. Intelligence suggests one or more spies or assassins are using the exam as cover. Made sense. Foreign genin flood in, security thins elsewhere, and somewhere in the middle of that, the Hokage ends up with a kunai in his throat. Who's my second? I asked. The most likely infiltration source is Orochimaru, BNBU said. The most suitable countermeasure is Mitarashi Enko-san. Her link to him, her abilities, and her summons make her ideal for combat in the Forest of Death. You'll both receive further specifics once ANBU finishes analyzing the first exam. Understood, I said. He vanished in a flicker of leaves. I looked back at the stone. The sky behind it was just starting to color, pink edging into gray. Guess I can't be late this time, I told the names. Hokage-sama would be annoyed if I made the village look bad in front of all our guests. My gaze lingered on Obito's name. I had something I wanted to tell you, I said quietly. But it'll have to wait. I turned away. I'll be back in a few days, I added over my shoulder. Try not to add any new names while I'm gone. Seeing eyes on the Jinchuriki, POV Naruto. 4 hours later, 2 hours before Exam 2, Forest of Death staging area. Sitting with my back against a tree trunk, arms wrapped around one knee, wasn't my usual warm-up before a fight. I just couldn't make myself stand. The staging area was crowded, lines of trees, the high fence of the Forest of Death behind Kakashi's platform, genin teams from everywhere clustered in their little knots. Leaf Hittite mixed with sand, grass, rain, and too many others. Everyone else fidgeted, joked, glared. Their nervousness buzzed through the clearing like a swarm of insects. Me? I had a weight in my stomach that wouldn't budge. I shut my eyes and tried to breathe through it. 3 sets of eyes pressed against my skin. Sakura watched from across the clearing, red hair bright even in the morning light. Her green eyes were flat, not hysterical fangirl, not weepy teammate, just cold and measuring. Gaara stared from under the shade of a tree, arms crossed. His chakra felt like dry sand grinding against bone. The third gaze was harder to pin down. She leaned against a trunk about 20 meters away. AIM headband. Long copper-dark red hair bound low. Pale green eyes sharp and angry as she watched me. Her chakra felt heavy. Not wild like mine, not cracked like Gaara's. Just dense, coiled deep, like a stone sunk in a river. I filed that away. Whoever she wasn't just some random rain genin. Naruto, what's got you so riled up? Ino's voice brushed my ear. She slid down beside me, shoulder bumping mine. It helped. I dunno, I said, opening my eyes. Got a bad feeling. Like something's wrong and I don't know where to look. You'd better shape up, Naruto. We both looked up. Niji stood on the branch over us, arms folded, expression cool. He dropped lightly to the ground, white eyes taking everything in. I've been training with Hayashi-sama, he said. I have new techniques I intend to use on a worthy opponent. Don't make me waste them on Sakura because you get yourself killed early. My mouth twitched. Don't worry, I said. I'll see you in the finals. I've got some stuff you haven't seen yet. About time you stopped moping, Shikamura muttered, wandering over with his usual slouch. Would have been too troublesome babysitting you if you stayed like that. He held out a hand. I took it. Ino grabbed my other arm. Together, they hauled me to my feet. Hey, Naruto! Isn't that Kakashi? Kiba yelled. I followed his finger. Kakashi-sensei appeared in a puff of smoke on the platform, hands in his pockets, Hittite covering his left eye. Enko dropped beside him a heartbeat later, long coat flaring, smile too wide to be friendly. Something dug cold fingers into my spine. He was supposed to be away for weeks, I thought. And that look! I'd seen that hard edge in his visible eye twice, once facing Zabuza, once stepping between Sakura and my gut. Whatever my bad feeling had been about, it had just found a focus. Scene welcome to the killing ground, POV Kakashi. Briefing platform, fence outside the Forest of Death. Hundreds of eyes are heavier than any kunai. I let them settle on me while I took a slow breath. Good morning, genin, I said. Hatake Kakashi. I'll be your proctor for the second exam. Enko stepped up beside me, hands on hips. And I'm Mitarashi Anko, she said cheerfully. His more interesting half. 5 groups of masked shinobi flickered into place behind us. Plain porcelain masks, chunin vests. No animal themes. Their presence alone was enough to ramp the tension another notch. I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. These are our aides, I said. All chunin. What most of you are hoping to become. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The smarter kids started checking distances to cover and mentally counting masks. This exam simulates a wartime battlefield, I continued. Each team will receive a scroll containing a coded message. You'll be confined to the forest of death behind us for 5 full days. Anko cracked her neck, lips quirking. Your mission is simple, she said. Survive and protect your scroll. Our A and B will play enemy forces and try to take those scrolls from you. One of the AIM boys snapped. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He shouted. Slim, dark hair, shoulders tight. For all we know, those are real A and BU. This is your village. You're setting us up to get slaughtered. I felt Anko's chakra spike like a thrown dagger. Will you complain about fairness when your village is burning? She asked. Her voice went cold. On a real battlefield, nobody cares if the game is rigged. Her killing intent rolled out, cold and focused. Several foreign genin flinched. Some of ours did too. This simulation has real consequences, she continued. You can die. Konoha answers to your kage if that happens. Or do you think we'd risk war just to pick off a handful of brats like you? The boy opened his mouth again and dropped to one knee with a strangled hiss. His teammate had stepped up behind him. Aim Hittite. Copper dark red hair. Her hand clamped on his shoulder, fingers pressing into a pressure cluster with enough chakra to light his nerves on fire without breaking anything. I apologize for my teammate's outburst, Jounin-san, she said, bowing her head a fraction. Her voice was low and controlled. This is his first exam. The pressure is getting to him. I'll correct it. While she spoke, I brushed the edge of her chakra with mine. Dense. Layered. The coils carried more than they should for a girl her apparent age and rank, but without the erratic surges of an unstable host. No wild leaks. No sudden flares. Interesting. We're not here to slaughter you, I said. We're here to see who cracks. If you can't handle pressure here, you have no business wearing a chunin vest. Anko clapped once. You'll all sign waivers, she said, bright again. Written proof you understand you might die. No signature, no exam. More murmurs. No one walked away. Good. Scene netting the threats, POV, Shikamaru. 20 minutes later, waiver line. Paperwork is the true enemy of shinobi. We inched forward in the line. NBU handed out forms and pens. Teams muttered to each other, some arguing quietly, others dead silent. Team 8 drifted toward us, like they always did now. No one planned it. It just happened. This exam's framework is unusual, Shino said, Kakaicha buzzing faintly under his collar. It's a net, I answered. Pack everyone dangerous into a box where NBU can watch and hit them without worrying about civilians. He nodded, accepting the logic. We could split up and lie low for a couple of days, I said. Smaller targets, less attention. Naruto shook his head immediately. No, he said. We can't afford to screw this up. We need to survive and hit the finals. Other villages are watching, looking for weaknesses. He looked ahead, face serious in a way that always felt weird on him. If we scatter and get picked off, it makes Konoha look weak, he said. What do you suggest then? Kiba asked, scratching Akamaru's head. I send clones with you, Naruto said. If something happens, they pop. I see it. We move in the same general direction but not glued together. Close enough to help, far enough not to be one big target. Kiba nodded slowly. Shino tags us with bugs, he added. In case your clones get wiped all at once. I sighed. Fine, I said. But we conserve chakra. No big moves unless it's absolutely necessary. Naruto gave me a small grin. When is it not absolutely necessary? He asked. He wasn't wrong. Scene, Quiet Storm, Team Guy, POV 1010. Forest of Death staging area, later, still before the second exam. I didn't expect to start this exam feeling sorry for Niji. He stood a little apart, arms folded, gaze drifting over the other teams. His eyes lingered on Haishi's nephew, on Team 8, then flicked away. Whatever passed between them these days was more complicated than I'd like. I watched him for a bit, trying to read his mood, and got nowhere. Sakura's hand touched my shoulder. It's not worth it, she whispered. I glanced at her. What's not? I asked. Staring holes into Niji, she said. He's like Sasuke was. Stubborn. Wrapped up in his own head. He can't see past himself yet. Her mouth twisted like she tasted something bitter. But by the time these exams are over, you'll show him exactly what he's been missing, she added. Trust me. I blinked. Her tone was odd. Not the old simpering Sasuke fangirl voice I remembered. Calmer. Colder. Thanks, I said finally. It was nice having someone in my corner. Even if that someone scared me a little. Lee, on the other hand, didn't scare me. He just made my head hurt sometimes. He practically vibrated beside us, eyes burning holes into Naruto and Niji both. His body couldn't decide whether it wanted to lunge toward his eternal rival or the blonde Jounen's favorite. Lee-kun, Sakura said, stepping in front of him. Settle down. But Sakura-chan, he stammered. I must prove. She put a finger on his lips and leaned close, whispering into his ear. I couldn't hear every word, but I caught phrases. Niji will be in the finals. Better to humiliate him in front of everyone. Restraint is part of being a great ninja. His face went crimson. He nodded so hard I thought his spine might snap. I understand, he said. I will wait for the perfect moment. Youthful patience. He struck a pose. I rubbed my temples. How did I end up on a team with two maniacs and one girl who could talk a manic hurricane into calm? Later, I told myself. I'd think about it later. For now, we had an exam to survive. Scene hunting the traitor, POV Kakashi. 10 minutes before exam start, at the fence. The hawk arrived right on schedule. I raised my arm. It landed, talons careful on my forearm protector. Anko untied the tiny scroll from its leg. We read it together. A single name, written in neat clipped script. Yakushi Kabuto. Anko's smile thinned. I'll take point, she said softly. He's my kind of mess. Someone has to coordinate with the squads here, I answered. I'll hold the gate until ANBU relief arrives. Give me a lock of your hair, I added. She plucked a strand without hesitation and dropped it into my hand. Don't be late, she said, grinned sharp for a second before she blurred and vanished, heading into the trees at high speed. I wrapped her hair around a small marker tag and tucked it inside my pouch, already considering the best route to intercept her if things went sideways. Behind me, the last of the genin were signing waivers. In front of me, the Forest of Death waited. Scene into the Forest of Death, POV Naruto. Exam start, siren, then gates. The siren wailed, long and shrill. The sound bounced off the trees and sent birds screaming into the air. The massive gates of the Forest of Death began to creak open, one by one. Team numbers were shouted. Chunin at each gate checked forms, then waved squads through. We jogged toward ours, Team 10, plus one hyperactive Jinchuriki. Remember, Shikamaru said low. 3-day quiet. Then we start hunting if we're still in one piece. Shino's bugs, Naruto's clones, Ino's genjutsu. We'll be fine, Ino muttered, more to herself than anyone else. I caught Sakura's gaze from across the clearing as we passed. Her eyes slid over me, cool and unreadable, before she turned away with Lee and Tenten. The gate loomed over us. The Chunin at the entrance checked our forms, nodded, and stepped aside. Team 10, enter, he said. We stepped into the dark. The gates clanged shut behind us. Scene Predator and Spy, POV, Kabuto. 1 hour into the exam, deeper in the forest, mid-canopy. I prefer clean boards. Nightfall. Masked pieces? Hidden moves. That's my kind of game. This exam? Sloppy. The Sandaime dead. ANBU everywhere. Orochimaru-sama's former test subject leading the second phase of the exam, radiating enough killing intent to curdle blood. Messy. Misumi and Yoroi had been useful tools once. Now they were just liabilities. I left them when the ANBU squads attacked. Their scroll had already migrated to my hands. The exam instructions didn't say anything about all 3 teammates needing to reach the end alive. Someone was following me. They'd been at the edge of my awareness for the last 10 minutes, never closing all the way, never dropping back. Professional. I stopped on a thick branch, adjusted my glasses, and pretended to study a torn map. You know, I said, it's rude to stalk someone without introducing yourself. Hot breath ghosted across the back of my neck. Kukuku, a voice hissed. Working for that bastard sensei of mine should have taught you something, Kabuto-kun. I spun. Anko wasn't behind me anymore. She was perched on a branch ahead, crouched like a snake ready to strike. Her trench coat hung open, mesh glinting underneath. One hand toyed with a kunai. Her smile was pure predator. Like respecting predators, she finished. Her killing intent rolled over me, sharp and metallic. I let it soak in, cataloging angles, weight, radius. Anko-san, I said lightly. It's an honor. She snorted. Drop it, glasses boy, she said. You've been playing the hapless repeater for years. Cute act. Doesn't fit the chakra you're leaking. Her hand flicked. The kunai vanished. Something cold brushed my ankle. I glanced down. Tiny snakes coiled among the vines and roots of the branch, tongues flickering. I hadn't felt them arrive. Interesting. I see you haven't lost your touch, I said. I let my chakra flare, just enough to sting. The nearest snake recoiled. She didn't even blink. Orochimaru's pets get cocky fast, she said. But you're not one of the old batch. You smell new. New is such a relative term. I mused. I moved. Chakra surged into my legs. The world blurred as I crossed the gap between us. My right hand glowed pale blue as I shaped the chakra scalpel, focusing it to a knife edge. Cutting tendons, severing nerves, that was my specialty. She twisted aside, coat flaring. A spray of saban hissed past my ear, one grazing my cheek. Poison? Probably. I cut it flush with skin and flushed chakra through the area to burn it away. One of the snakes lunged at my calf. I sliced it midair without looking, the scalpel shearing flesh and bone like paper. Her left hand snapped up, wrist meeting mine with a sharp crack. My chakra scalpel chewed at the muscles in her forearm. Her grip slipped, fingers spasming. She grinned through the pain. Feisty, she said. Good. She countered with a knee aimed at my ribs. I dropped my shoulder and took it on my upper arm instead. Something crunched. I filed it away. Pain is data. Thin threads of chakra tickled at the edge of my senses. Not hers. Watching from a distance. Kakashi, no doubt. How prudent. We traded a flurry of blows. She fought like something ophidian, flowing, flexible, snapping from angle to angle with little warning. I fought like a surgeon, tight, efficient, every strike aimed to cripple instead of kill. She snagged my wrist and yanked, trying to turn my own momentum against me. I let my body go with it, and used the spin to drive my heel toward her knee. She jumped, barely clearing it, and answered with a palm strike to my chest that made my heart stutter. We broke apart, both breathing harder. That all you've got? She asked. For a proctor you're very hands-on, I replied. She tilted her head. For a spy you're very calm, she said. We shared a brief understanding then. Neither of us could afford to go all out here. Too many eyes. Too much at stake. Well, I sighed, adjusting my glasses. I think this is the part where I run away, screaming. I flicked 3 small capsules down. Smoke burst outward, one normal, one laced with a mild paralytic for anything with a nose, one designed to scramble scent trails. The branch vanished in a roiling gray cloud. She moved through it better than most humans had any right to, her chakra slithering ahead of her like a probing tongue. I still heard her curse when the scent jammer hit. By the time the smoke thinned, I was 5 trees away, chakra already dulling my trail. Interesting, I thought. She's even more unstable than the reports said. Orochimaru-sama will be delighted. I adjusted my hitate, settled the scroll in my vest, and melted into the trees. Scene under pressure, in formation, POV, Shino. 1.25 hours into the exam, Eastern Sector, high canopy. The forest of death hummed. Insects sang their layered songs. Leaves rustled against each other. Branches creaked under our weight. Beneath that, a quieter sound, the whisper of chakra, moving inside human bodies. Too many human bodies. We are being funneled, I said quietly. Kiba snorted from the branch to my left, crouched beside Akamaru. Feels more like we're being thrown into a blender, he muttered. I've caught at least 4 different teams on the wind in the last 10 minutes. That is what a funnel is, I replied. Ahead of us, Niji landed lightly on another branch. His posture stayed upright, controlled, even in motion. Byakugan, he murmured. Veins bulged at his temples. His gaze swept the trees around us, then settled slightly above my head, fixed on something only he could see. Report, I said. 2 teams moving parallel to us at medium distance, he answered. One from Kusa, one from Kumo or AIM. Their headbands are disguised in the foliage. Another further ahead, possibly Suna, given the gourd signature I keep catching on the edge of my range. Gaara. He didn't say the name. He didn't have to. Akamaru rumbled softly, pressing closer to Kiba's shoulder. Naruto's clone Link? I asked. Kiba pointed his chin back the way we'd come. 2 still trailing us, he said. 1 farther south was Shikamaru's group. They keep just inside my nose and Niji's eyes. A reasonable compromise between stealth and coverage, I said. It wasn't enough. My Kikaicha shifted under my collar, restless. They did not like the feel of the forest. So much chakra moving at once, so many potential predators. Their unease crawled against my skin like static. I sent a small cluster outward, letting them fan along the trunk, into the undergrowth, up into the canopy. They came back with impressions: damp earth, sap, small mammals, insects, the occasional faint brush against a foreign chakra. No immediate ambush. Yet. I remained dissatisfied, I said. Kiba cocked an eyebrow at me. You want to try again in words regular people use? He asked. I adjusted my glasses. Our formation is flawed, I said. Naruto's clones are a relay, but they are still his chakra. If an enemy learns to disrupt that specifically, they can cut our warning system, Niji finished. His voice was calm, but his jaw tightened. And since the ANBU are modeled on our own hunters, I assume they have already considered that. Hey, Kiba bristled. Naruto's clones saved our asses more than once. Don't talk like he's a weak link. I did not call him weak, I replied. Merely exposed. His willingness to extend himself socially and tactically is admirable. It is also visible. Niji shifted his weight, gaze still outward. It is an exam about pressure and leadership, he said. Of course they will test those who volunteer to carry the most. He said it like an observation, not a compliment. I suspected it was both. Akamaru sneezed, ears twitching. Something off to the west, Kiba said. Blood. Sand. That freak from Suna, probably. Then we stay east for now, Niji said. We do not need to meet him in this phase. No argument here, Kiba muttered. My insects twitched again. I listened. What is it? Niji asked. There are more of us than the three you see, I said. Kiba wrinkled his nose. That better not be a bug joke, he grumbled. It is not, I said. The council wishes to measure us. I can hear additional colonies in the distance. Aberrane patterns, but restrained. Not feeding. Observing. Hyuga eyes in the trees too, Niji added. Their chakra feels familiar. I examined his face. Does it bother you? I asked. His lips thinned. It is irritating, he said. To be judged by those who chose my cage and then called it fate. But it is also an opportunity. For what? Kiba asked. To show them what they built, Niji said. He looked down the line of trees we were following, toward where the forest grew denser. And perhaps, he added quietly, to show them where the bars no longer reach. I filed the phrasing away. Kiba stretched his shoulders, restless. Still think we're too spread out? He asked me. Yes, I said. Your nose is sharp, but even you cannot track every vector in this much noise. And my Kikaichu cannot feed on Naruto. They recoil from his chakra. That creates a blind spot. You want him closer, Niji translated. Or us closer to him, I said. But clustering our Jinchuriki into one place is also tactically unwise. Kiba pulled a face. Great, he said. So our choices are too far to help or too close, and we paint a big target on ourselves. Love that. It is an uncomfortable configuration, I admitted. Admitting a shortcoming, especially one belonging to my clan's specialty, felt like chewing gravel. But pretending otherwise wouldn't change the terrain. However, I went on, we can compensate. How? Kiba asked. We minimize gaps, I said. Less time running off on individual chases. Fewer heroics. If Naruto's clones show us an attack, we do not rush blindly. We move in layers. I will extend relay hives in a more disciplined pattern. My bugs buzzed agreement, tiny voices in the back of my mind. Kiba scratched Akamaru's chin. You heard the man, boy, he said. No rushing. That goes for you too. Akamaru looked at him like he didn't believe a word of it. What about you? Niji asked. His pale eyes pinned me briefly. You say we compensate as if it is simple. It is not simple, I said. But it is necessary. I let my gaze drift over the branches, calculating distances. I do not like that my Kikaichu cannot interact with Naruto, I added. It undercuts my role. I will have to improve. The word tasted strange. Kiba blinked. That's you saying you're not good enough yet, huh? He said. Kinda scary. On the contrary, I replied. It is motivating. Niji's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Then this exam is already working, he said. They wanted to see who adapts under pressure. He turned. Tree formation, he said. We continue east. Kiba, you and Akamaru watch our flanks. Shino, widen your net. If the board is rigged, we still play to win. His tone made it sound less like a pep talk and more like a statement of fact. I moved. My Kikaichu poured out, a dark whisper crawling along bark and leaf, extra eyes and ears extending our reach. We were imperfect. Our formation had gaps. Our allies were volatile and distant. Our enemies were sharpened each year by their own wars. It did not matter. Imperfection simply meant there was more work to do. Scene, no surrender, POV 1010. 1.5 hours into the exam, Western Sector, Forest of Death. Guy-sensei drilled one thing into us over and over. Don't waste energy on pointless battles. Save it for when it matters most. Funny, coming from him. We moved quietly through the canopy, weights on Lee's ankles muffling what would otherwise have been thunderous impacts. Sakura ran light and silent, Kodachi at her back. I took the center, weapons ready. 3 signatures ahead. Sakura murmured, eyes half-lidded. Not hiding very well. Lee's fingers tightened around his staff. Shinobi from Kusa, perhaps? he asked. Hittite says yes, I answered after we crept closer. Green band, tall grass symbol. 3 of them, clustered around a small clearing, arguing over a map like they were on a picnic. Perfect chance to test our youth, Lee whispered fiercely. Perfect chance to avoid pointless trouble, I hissed back. We don't need their scroll. We need to thin the field, Sakura said quietly. The fewer future threats, the better for Konoha. There it was again. That cold, practical note that didn't sound like the girl who used to squeal over Sasuke's hair. We stick to Gai-sensei's plan, I said, voice flat. Lay low, pick our fights. These 3 aren't picking one with us. One of the Kusa ninjas suddenly straightened, looking toward our tree. Did you hear something? He asked. So much for avoiding it. Too late, Sakura said. We're exposed. Lee sighed. Then we must face them with blazing youth, he declared, launching himself forward. I cursed under my breath and followed. The Kusa trio scrambled as Lee dropped into their clearing, staff swinging in an arc that forced them to leap back or lose kneecaps. Who the hell are? The closest one didn't finish the question. I was already midair, twin kunai spinning from my fingers. A small flick of chakra nudged their path. They angled around his raised forearms and went for his eyes. He jerked his head. One kunai grazed his cheek. The other kept going and buried itself in his left eye with a wet, ugly sound. He went down screaming. The second Kusanin reacted better. He flipped back and flung 3 shuriken at me in a tight triangle. I twisted, feeling one kiss my ribs as it passed. Lee's staff whistled. The man didn't see it in time. The end of the bow connected with the side of his head with a crack like breaking rock. His skull split. Blood and worse splashed the ground. Lee stumbled a step, eyes wide, looking like he wanted to vomit. I didn't mean, he began. Focus, Sakura snapped, voice icy. The third Kusanin threw his weapons down and raised his hands. Wait! We surrender, he stammered. We'll give you our scroll. He reached slowly for his pouch. Sakura moved faster. She dropped behind him like a shadow. Her arm looped around his neck, pulling him back just enough to expose his ribs. Her other hand drove the kodachi up and in, straight between heart and lung. His breath hitched. Blood bubbled at his lips. His hands flailed weakly, fingers brushing at her arm in a last, useless plea. She pushed the blade deeper. He went limp. I stared. Was that really necessary, Sakura-san? I asked, voice tight. She wiped the blade on his shirt, face calm. Yes, she said. They may be weak now. In a few years they won't be. Better they die here, where it saves our comrades later. Lee swallowed hard, knuckles white on his staff. But Sakura-chan, he stammered. They surrendered. She turned, green eyes sharpening. If it had been the other way around, she said, do you honestly think they wouldn't kill us? She glanced at the bodies, then at me. We're ninja, she said. We kill or we die. My temper flared. I know that, I snapped. Don't talk down to me. You're always preaching about missions, but this mission was to survive, not make extra enemies. We just revealed our position for nothing, I added. That scroll could have been ours without blood. Her jaw clenched. For a moment, something like guilt flickered behind her eyes. Then it was gone. Calm down, Tenten, she said. You're not my sensei. No, I replied. I'm your teammate. Which means I get to say something when you do something reckless. Lee slid between us, hands up. Please, he pleaded. We must not bicker. Our bonds of youth. Fine, I said, stepping back. Fine, she echoed. We turned as one and left the clearing, the smell of blood clinging to us. I didn't look back at the bodies. I didn't have to. They'd be waiting behind my eyelids tonight. Scene, where the bars don't reach, POV, Hyuga Niji. 1.5 hours into the exam, northwestern sector. The forest of death is not gentle with blind spots. We moved in a staggered line, me at the front, Kiba and Akamaru on the left, Shino on the right. Kikaichu crawled out under Shino's collar, fanning out into the undergrowth. Byakugan, I murmured. Chakra surged to my eyes. Veins bulged, the world opening in stark white lines and dark emptiness. Trees, roots, small animals, insect swarms, the familiar flows of my teammates. And 3 signatures riding the edge of my range, just beyond comfortable reach. They're still there, I said quietly. Tracking us. Staying just outside my full coverage. Kiba sniffed, lips curling. 2 women, 1 guy, he said. One smells like you. Of course. So the elders sent a branch Hyuga to play hunter, I thought. A Hyuga will feel any chakra drain immediately, Shino said. I cannot tag them with Kikaichu without giving us away. Then we choose ground that favors us, I said. We dropped into a small hollow between 3 massive roots. Shino's bugs swarmed up the trunks, settling in a pattern that gave us warning from 6 directions. Kiba and Akamaru crouched low, both of them tense. Remember, I said. They are leaf. We disable, not kill. Kiba grunted. The 3 signatures stepped inside my range. I watched them come, light, controlled steps, chakra held close. 2 kunoichi, 1 male, just as Kiba said. The Hyuga at the front had the branch seal, hair tied back in a tight knot. They thought they were hunting. Fine. Let them. I waited until they were almost on top of us, then moved. I burst from behind the root, chakra already swirling along my tenketsu. Juken stance, I thought, dropping low. The other Hyuga's eyes widened. He snapped his own Byakugan open. Too slow. I slid inside his guard and struck. 2 palms. 4. 8. My fingers slammed into his tenketsu in rapid succession, each hit sending a jolt through his network. He tried to counter, but I'd seen his stance 1,000 times in training, mirrored his movements in my own family's courtyard. 16. I pivoted past his desperate block and drove my palm into his shoulder. His right arm went numb, his chakra sputtered. He stumbled back, teeth bared. Impressive, Niji-kun, he grated. Likewise, I said. Behind him, his teammates tried to swing around my flank. Kiba and Akamaru hit them first. Gutsuga! Man and dog became twin blurs, drilling into the ground and erupting under one of the kunoichi's feet. She went flying, hit by spinning bodies, then crashed into a tree in a shower of bark. Shino's Kikaichu swarmed, blanketing her arms and torso, drinking down her chakra in bites. The 3rd enemy darted higher into the canopy, trying to get a vantage point. I stepped, turned, and extended my chakra. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. I didn't have the full rotation yet. Hayashi-sama had drilled me on control, not raw power. But I could still throw a partial net. Thin streams of chakra lanced from my fingertips, forming an invisible lattice around the dropping kunoichi. She hit it mid-fall and froze, eyes going wide as she felt it pressing against her tenketsu. Move and you lose your network, I said calmly. She stilled. My opponent, the other Hyuga, took advantage of my split attention and lunged. His palm strike brushed my ribs. Pain flared. My chakra wobbled for an instant. He smirked. I smirked back. You're open, I said. Shino's bugs exploded from the ground at his feet, a sudden black carpet that swarmed up his legs, biting and drinking. He cursed and flared his chakra to blow them off, which only fed more of them. He stumbled. Enough. The word came from above. One of the porcelain-masked chunin from the exam stepped into view on a branch overhead, hands visible, posture relaxed. This was sufficient, he said. We have our data. The Hyuga clicked his tongue and backed off, shaking Kikaichu from his legs. The 2 kunoichi retreated toward him, shaking out numb limbs. This is how far you have come, Niji? My counterpart asked. Impressive. Try harder next time, I said. He snorted, then vanished with his team, melted back into the trees under the chunin's watchful eye. We stayed tense until their signatures faded. Kiba spat. Leaf hunting leaf, he growled. Creepy. Shino's bugs came drifting back, settling on his skin. It is a useful measure of our preparedness, he said neutrally. I shut my Byakugan off and took a slow breath. The elders are watching, I thought. Let them. Scene: when a fox met a tanuki, POV Naruto. 2 hours into the exam, Central River Sector, Team 10 camp. We stopped when we found water. A decent-sized river cut through the trees, fast enough to be clean, shallow enough to wade. A huge fallen trunk lay across one bank, giving us a natural barricade on one side and ambush spots on the other. Good enough, Shikamaru said, scanning the tree line. High branches, choke points, fresh water. We dig in. We set traps. Ino laid genjutsu trip lines, little perception hooks that would make enemies misjudge distances or see movement where there was none. Shikamaru rigged wires and explosive tags in a pattern he refused to explain, muttering about angles and sun shadows. I popped 6 clones. 3 took posts in the trees, spread in a rough triangle around us. The other 3 ranged farther out, scouting, then feeding their information back into my head whenever they dispelled. I was in the middle of setting a backup trap when it hit me. A chakra signature like grinding sand pressed against my own. The QB stirred, a low, irritated rumble behind the seal, pushing against it. My skin prickled. The air felt dry, even with the river right there. Shikamaru, I said quietly. He looked up. There's a team coming, I said. From the east. One of them is locking on to me. Ino shifted closer, hand already near her weapons. So we spring an ambush, she said. I shook my head. No, I said. You guys go up. Cover me from above. Don't interfere unless it's really bad. What are you talking about? Ino snapped. We're a team. I know, I said. But this is different. Please. Just this once. Trust me. Shikamaru studied my face for a long moment. Whatever he saw there made him sigh. Troublesome, he muttered. Fine. We'll stay out of your way. For now. Ino bit her lip, then nodded. You owe me an explanation later, she growled. They took to the branches along with my clones, settling into positions where they could see without being seen. I walked down to the riverbank and waited. The forest quieted. Then he was just there, standing on a low branch above me, arms loose at his sides. Sabaka no Gara. You're like me, aren't you? He asked. I stared back. I don't know what you are, I said. And even if I did, why should I care? He smiled. Temari and Kankura landed on the branch beside him. Temari's fan stayed closed but ready. Kankura's puppet was wrapped in cloth on his back, fingers already twitching subtly. Temari. Kankuru, Gara said without looking at them. Do not interfere. He glanced up, golden eyes flicking briefly toward the branches where my team hid. You can play with the others. My jaw clenched. They looked nervous, but they obeyed, leaping higher into the canopy. Sand began to spill from the gourd on Gara's back, slithering around his arms and legs like living mud. My name is Sabaka no Gara, he said. What's yours? Uzumaki Naruto, I said. I felt the air stirring around me, tugging at my clothes. The river at my back hummed with potential. And if you think killing people makes you real, I'm going to give you a lesson in living. His smile widened. It vanished as his hand flicked. The ground erupted. Sand shot up around my ankles, then my knees, my waist. It moved fast, faster than I'd expected, wrapping me in a crushing embrace. Sabaki Q. My ribs groaned. Sand forced itself into my nose, my mouth, ears. I clamped my teeth shut and tried not to inhale. He tightened his hand. Sabaka so-so. The pressure spiked. For a heartbeat, the world shrank to sand and pain. Then I broke. The clone popped in a puff of smoke, sand grinding nothing but vapor. The real me was already on a branch to his right, lungs full, hands moving. Futon, sensei shindadengen! I spat the spinning ball of wind at his flank. It screamed as it flew, tearing leaves and splinters from everything it passed. Sand surged into a shield. The sphere hit and detonated, shredding the first layer into a spray of grit that peppered his face and clothes. I followed with a handful of kunai, each wrapped in a thin sheath of wind chakra. They hit the sand wall and sank deep, biting halfway through before slowing. The sand writhed, then expelled them with a grinding hiss. Gaara didn't even blink. Sand lashed out from the ground, trying to grab my branch. I jumped, pushing off with chakra, and landed on another trunk. Suetun, Tepadama! Water gathered in my mouth and shot out in a rapid volley of bullets. As they flew, I twisted my chakra, wrapping each drop in a razor-thin skin of wind. They hammered into the sand at his feet, soaking it, clumping it, making it heavy. Heavy sand moved slower. He still made it dance. Sand flowed up his legs, wrapping him in a protective swirl. The wet grain shuddered under the strain of his chakra. I filed that away. Automatic defense, I thought. He's letting the sand do the work. If I make it work too hard from too many directions. Two clones dropped from above on opposite sides of him. One came in with a wind-boosted kick, leg whistling. The other thrust his palms forward. Futon, rep a hack! A focused blast of cutting wind slammed toward Gaara's back, sending leaves whipping. Sand spiked up around him. The first clone impaled himself and vanished in a puff. The second's jutsu hit a freshly formed dome, shredding more grit away but not reaching the boy inside. Down below, the sand I'd soaked began to sag. I drew more chakra, feeling the river respond. Let's see what you do when the whole forest starts fighting you, I muttered. Gaara's laughter came muffled through the sand. This is fun, he said. I grinned despite myself. Yeah, I said. It is. Seen Leaf Tricks vs. Desert Steel, POV Yamanaka Ino. Simultaneous, canopy above. When the psycho with the sand told his siblings to play with us, I felt my stomach drop. Great, I thought. We get the warm-up band. Temari landed 3 branches up and 2 over, fan already half open. Kankura perched opposite, fingers on the puppet's chakra threads under the cloth. Che, their aim leaves something to be desired, Temari said, smoothing her skirt as if we weren't already trading glares. I stepped out from behind my trunk, kunai in hand. It won't be so easy, I said. Shikamaru's shadow reached mine a heartbeat later, lengthening, ready. Naruto's explosions below sent faint shivers through the branches. Leaves rained down like confetti. Focus, Ino. Temari moved first. Her fan snapped fully open in one smooth motion. Kamaitashi no jutsu! Wind screamed toward me in a wide arc, cutting through branches, shredding foliage. I dove, chakra in my legs, twisting my body so the invisible blades passed just above my spine. I hit the branch below in a roll. Genjutsu, I thought. I sucked in a breath, blinked once, and dropped the first layer, a subtle distortion in the air around me, bending light just enough that her aim would lead her astray by a handspan. I sprang back up. My voice came from behind her. Stand down, I whispered, kunai kissing her throat. It's over. She smirked. Her head slammed back. I'd half expected it this time, but it still hurt. Bone met cheek instead of nose. My vision went white for a second. The kunai scraped skin and skittered away. She followed through, swinging the folded fan like a club. Her body froze mid-motion. Shikamaru's shadow had finally reached hers, locking her limbs. Gotcha! He grunted 2 branches up, fingers forming the familiar seal. Little late, I muttered, tasting blood. Kankura's puppet chose that moment to shed its wrappings, wooden limbs unfolding like a nightmare insect. Panels opened. Samban hissed out in a lethal spray. Shikamaru cursed and dropped his hands, yanking his own body out of the line of fire. Temari's shadow snapped free. Her fan completed its arc and smashed into my ribs. Pain flared white-hot. The blow knocked me off the branch. I tumbled, branches whipping my back and arms as I fell. I caught a lower bough with both hands, letting my weight swing beneath it, then used the momentum to flip back up. "Shikamaru!" I yelled. "Try not to hit me next time." "Stop getting in the way." He shot back, dodging another volley of puppetry. Kankuru's fingers danced. The puppet leapt, launching a mouthful of kunai laced with the sickly sheen of poison. Shikamaru used the tree trunks like a geometry problem, always keeping something solid between him and the worst of the barrage. His kunai looked random, tossed in ones and twos, thudding into bark. I saw the pattern. Thin wires glinted in the dappled light, stretching between certain blades. His shadow crawled along them, extending his reach. Temari snapped her fan closed again, eyes locked on me. "That was strike one," she said, smirking. "Two more and you're dead, Leaf Girl." I forced a smile, ignoring the ache in my ribs. "You're counting?" I asked. "Cute." I pushed into her senses. Not a full mind-body switch, that'd leave me vulnerable. Just a tug at the edges, a flicker at the corner of her vision, a phantom itch in her palm. Her gaze jerked a fraction to the left. Shikamaru's shadow shot out, following the angle of the sun, climbing the trunk behind her and latching again onto her heels. "Got you," he muttered. He yanked his hands up. Temari's arm lifted in mirror, fan rising. Below us, the puppet lunged for him. He snapped his fingers. One of his wired kunai higher up yanked the others, tightening the line. The puppet's wrist snagged, tangling. For a second, Kankuru lost fine control. The puppet jerked sideways. I took my opening. Shintenshin no Jutsu. My mind slipped forward in a silver thread, spearing into Temari's. We collided. She fought me like a desert storm, stubborn and hot. I didn't need full control, I just needed an instant. Her fingers spasmed. The fan twisted in her grip, coming down slightly off course. Instead of crushing my skull, the edge of it slammed into my shoulder. Pain exploded. My concentration snapped. I flew backward, slamming into a trunk hard enough to rattle my teeth. My own body again. Great. What the hell was that? Temari gasped, clutching her head. Leaf tricks. I managed through gritted teeth. We all froze as a massive blast of sand and wind erupted below, shaking branches. Gaara and Naruto were escalating. Temari's eyes flicked down, then back to us. "We're done here," she said. "For now." She snapped her fan, sending a smaller gust between us as a distraction. By the time I blinked the dust from my eyes, she and Kankuru were retreating, jumping toward their brother's fight. Shikamaru exhaled and let his shadow shrink back to normal. "You okay?" he asked. "My shoulder hates you," I said. "But yeah." I spat some blood over the side of the branch. "Naruto's going to owe us so much ramen after this," I added. Seen a lesson in living, POVE Naruto. Back below, Gaara vs. Naruto continued. The last of my clones faded out of my awareness in a rush of half-remembered impressions, glimpses of Temari's fan, Kankuru's puppet, wires, shadows, Shikamaru's curses. Good, I thought. They're still in one piece. Focus. The sand dome had cracked under my last barrage. Wet grains sagged at the top. Gaara stepped out, sand clinging to his clothes like a second skin. He looked amused. "You're different," he said. "Not like the others. Not like the ones I crushed before." "You haven't crushed me yet," I shot back. I shoved more chakra into the air. The river at my side surged, splashing higher. Moisture thickened in the breeze. I pulled. Wind wrapped around my arms, whistling. Water rose from the river in spirals, droplets spinning like tiny blades as I mixed the two. Two clones popped into existence beside me, mirroring my stance. We charged. One clone leapt high, bringing his wind-wrapped fist down like a hammer. The other slid low, skidding across mud as he sent a horizontal scythe of compressed wind at Gaara's legs. I took the middle, dragging a twisting rope of water and air behind me. the sand responded. Tendrils shot up to meet the upper clone, forming a spike that punched through his chest, scattering him into smoke. Another wave rose to block the low scythe, grit shredding into a muddy spray as the wind chewed through it. I swung my water rope. It crashed into the side of Gaara's shield with a loud crack, soaking more of his defense and blasting a furrow in the ground. Sueton plus futon, I thought. Sand hates it. He flicked his fingers. A tidal wave of sand rose, taller than the trees, roaring toward me. Each grain hummed with his chakra. I planted both feet and threw my arms out. Futon, kaze no tate! Wind burst outward in a rough dome. The leading edge of the sand waves slammed into it and split, flowing around me, grains pelting my clothes and skin. Some still made it through. Tendrils grabbed at my legs, my waist, my arms. Sabaki Q. Again. I grinned. This time, the sand wasn't dry. Sueton, Suijin Hiki! Water exploded from my mouth and hands, flooding the inside of the sand coffin. The pressure of it rammed the grains apart, opening gaps. I shoved chakra through my whole body and spun. Kaga Bunshin, Rasen Raka! A spinning drop of three bodies wrapped in wind and water still packs a punch. A bit of creative elemental manipulation thanks to Mom's tips and my signature clones, and you'd get kick-ass results. Clone me and I rotated as we fell through the collapsing sand, shredding it around us. We hit the ground in a shower of mud and grit, knees bending to take the impact. Gaara's eyes were wide. A faint line of blood traced his cheek where a stray wind blade had slipped through. You made me bleed, he said softly. The sand around him trembled. The QB snarled behind my seal, feeling the surge of killing intent. My fingers twitched. I forced my chakra to stay my own. Guess we're both real now, huh? I said. He smiled, slow and terrible. Mother wants your blood, he whispered. Sand erupted around us again. I dragged in a breath, chakra surging. Bring it. Kuroasora Protocol. Black Sky Protocol. ANBU emergency code triggered when the Hokage and tower security go dark. Masks go visible as a deterrent, clan heads and advisors are rushed to shelters, and village defenses switch to full war. Chapter 21, Monsters in the Mirror. Scene, Reckless Plans in the Mist, POVE Naruto. Forest of Death, Central Sector. The first wind bullet screams out of my mouth like it wants someone dead. Futon, Kaze Rensei Bakudan. Compressed air tears across the clearing, a spinning white sphere like the ones that shook stone back in Hakumai. It slams into a concave wall of sand and detonates with a shriek. The sand bulges, hairline fractures spreading. Doesn't break. Of course it doesn't. My teeth grind. No time to admire my failure. I'm already moving, riding the recoil, dropping from the tree line. Branches whip past. I hit the ground in a low slide, palm buzzing as I wrap wind chakra tight around my hand. The skin tingles like it's trying to peel away. Let's see you laugh this off. The tag I buried earlier in the sand-packed ground flares. Boom. The blast punches a hole in Gaara's shield. I drive my wind-wrapped palm through the smoke, right where his ribs should be. I hit something solid. The smoke tears away on the shockwave. Gaara is right there, grinning. Not a speck of blood. Too slow, he says. I try to rip my hand back and get nowhere. The grains around my wrist are darker than the rest, denser, heavier. A third of his gourd is gone. Gourd sand. Great. Sand surges at my hips like a tide and slams into my ribs. Pain spikes, my lungs empty. A massive fist grows out of the ground and hammers me sideways. A tree catches my back. Bark explodes. My spine riots. GK! The world smears. Sand wraps my torso like a bandage from hell, tightening. You aren't the only one who can use clones. His voice is calm. Mine is busy screaming inside my own skull as the sand crushes down. I don't wait. The instant that pressure spikes, I shove chakra sideways. Kawarimi. Then me, in his sand coffin, turns into a log. The real me snaps into existence 2 trees back and up, boots skidding on a branch. I'm already panting. The echo of the clone's crushing comes down the link a heartbeat later, pain, suffocation, then nothing. Sand clones. Of course he has sand clones. I press flat against the trunk, drawing air in slow, shallow sips. Mist and leaves blur around Gaara's shape, still half wrapped in sand. The gourd on his back is leaking like a cracked dam. Direct hits won't cut it. Kaze Rense plus a tag just made it flex. But it did crack. If I can make his auto-defense work from more angles than it likes. I grin. It's a bad idea. Ero-sennin would groan. Fukasaku-asen would call me a reckless brat. Kakashi-sensei would sigh that disappointed sigh. Perfect. My hands blur through a short sequence. I tug at the dampness clinging to bark and leaves. Kirigakure no jutsu. Mist boils out of the underbrush like a living thing. It crawls up trunks, thickens, turning trees into shadows and Gaara into a smudged red blot. I let my normal sight narrow, then push chakra toward my nose and ears, like Fukasaku drilled into me. The world tilts. Sound sharpens, smells snap into focus. There. That rotten metal stink, like dried blood soaked into sand. I twist aside on instinct. A sand hammer obliterates the branch I was just on. He can still kind of feel me through the mist. I land in a 3-point crouch, bark rough under my fingers. TSK, fine. Make him work for it. I cross my fingers. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of me burst into existence along the canopy, perched on branches and trunks. They're already grinning. Keep him busy, I whisper. Harass from range. Don't get cocky. I need him tired, not dead. They nod and scatter. A heartbeat later, the forest erupts in shrieking wind and detonating tags. I drop lower, deeper into the mist. Bite my thumb, slap it into my palm. Showtime. Scene, bored god, burning sand, POV Gaara. The mist presses against my face, heavy and wet. I close my eyes. There is no point in hiding. No point in running. In the end, everything is sand in my hands. That is why I exist. I let my chakra seep down into the soil, into the sand clinging to my skin, into the gourd at my back. Mother hums. The first projectiles hit a heartbeat later. Wind bullets. Fast, sharp, shrieking. Boom. 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 The sand swells under each impact, then settles. The pressure never reaches my skin. Is that the best you can do, Uzumaki Naruto? I ask the mist. Don't count on it. 40 voices shout back. They rush me. Branches crack. Steel wrapped in wind winds through the air. Clones yell their own names like idiots. Mother moves before thought. Spears. Walls. Spikes. A dome. Hands. All pointless. All denied. Boring. I spread my arms. Enough. I whisper. The ground under my feet trembles. I pull more earth up, grind it into sand, knit it tighter, feed mother's hunger. It coils up my legs and waist, a serpent made of gold. Crush them, I murmur. Sand erupts around me in giant malformed limbs. They lash out, left, right, up, down, sweeping trees away, pulping clones. Poofs and screams echo. Somewhere above, Temari and Kankuro scramble out of range. Insignificant. Only one thing matters. Enough! I roar. No more games, Uzumaki Naruto! Fight me and let me feel alive, or I will kill your little friends until you do. Temari's chakra spikes to my left. Gaara! Look out! She yells. I ignore her. Something large and foreign appears above. Heavy chakra, a croaking voice, the reek of swamp and steel. A toad. The next wind sphere from Uzumaki hits a moment later, heavier than the rest. It shoves my sand back an inch. Interesting. The toad hops from trunk to trunk, evading my lances with clumsy grace. Uzumaki rides its head, orange cloth flapping, peppering me with kunai. They bite into my shield half their length before slowing, sand grinding shut around them. Annoying, but meaningless. Until the toad spits. Oil splashes across my sand. I wrinkle my nose. Again. And again. 3 coats of foul slickness cling to Mother's skin, dripping. Yo, no eyebrows, freak! The toad croaks. You don't get to look away! Fire builds in 2 places above me, Uzumaki's chest and his clones. Katon. I wrap myself in a dome, sealing the world out. My world goes dark. Heat hits. Then the sand burns. I scream. I can't stop it. The outer layers of sand ignite. The oil turns the dome into an oven. The top starts to change. Heavier. Smooth. Wrong. Glass. Smoke claws at my throat. Every breath hurts. I cough and get fire in my lungs. No, my existence. I will not. I cannot. My fingers rake the inner wall. Slick. Hard. Cracked. Freedom. I shove. The shell fractures with a sound like breaking bone. I tumble out, roll across scorched earth, gulping smoky air. I'm still laughing when his kick hits me. Scene, kicking the monster awake, POV Naruto. The moment the glass shell bursts and Gaara spills out, I drop. Wind screams around my leg as I wrap it in a tight cloak of air. Sorry, I mutter, spinning. You shouldn't have threatened my friends. My heel slams into his face. The crack echoes across the clearing. For a heartbeat, I'm sure his neck will just snap. Instead, he turns into a red-haired pinwheel, smashes through a tree, and slumps. For one moment, he looks small. Then his chakra starts to boil. Of course it does. I exhale through my teeth. Can't ever be easy. Scene, trouble tides rising, POV Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Canopy Edge. We're high up in the trees, me, Ino, Kiba, Akamaru, Shino, what passes for a safe distance that doesn't feel safe at all. Gaara's chakra has been nasty since we got here. Heavy. Murderous. Naruto kicks him through a tree, and for a second everything dips quieter. Then something else wakes up inside that chakra, like an ocean tipping into a well. Killing intent punches through the branches. My stomach drops. Further off, Kankuro and Tamari's signatures spike, then yank back, retreating from the epicenter. What the hell are you doing? Ino yells their way. You're just going to leave your teammate? Kankuro doesn't answer. Maybe he can't. All I hear, carried by the wind, is a hoarse mutter. Gaara's losing it. I put the pieces together. Troublesome, I whisper. The sand in the clearing starts to rise. Scene, gates open, pride bent, POV, Rock Lee. Western sector, forest of death. Branches blur under my feet, bark exploding under each landing. My blood is singing. This is it, my first true chance to prove my youth in these exams. Lee, look out! Tenten's warning slices across my thoughts. Thin lines of chakra snap as kunai lop through ropes I didn't see. A rain of steel drops from above, angling straight for my face. I wrench my staff free, flick my wrist. The compact rod telescopes out. Chakra surges down my arms as I spin it in a whistling circle. Ting 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 ting. Kunai and shuriken ricochet away, some close enough that I feel the air they drag. The silhouette I was chasing cracks and slumps into mud at my feet. An earth clone. The ground behind me bulges. Chakra surges through the dirt. I feel it just before it breaks. Sakura, Tenten, behind! I don't get to finish. The world goes wrong. Colors twist, too bright, too sharp. The trees sag and then lean in with faces, jaws yawning. Something cold winds around my arms and chest, invisible but solid. Genjutsu. Interesting. A low female voice purrs at my ear. Your chakra was so faint I nearly missed you when I was tracking your team. Tell me, Leaf Neen, can you break illusions? The bindings tighten. Something thick shoves down my throat, like drowning without water. My lungs convulse. And then GH. Nothing personal. The voice continues, bored. I just don't like Leaf Neen. Now die quietly. My muscles won't move. Terror feels real. The pain in my chest feels real. Then a new pain spikes up my arm. Sharp, burning, clean. My eyes snap open. The forest snaps back into place. Faces turn back into bark. Air is just air. I'm on my knees, clutching my left forearm. There's a shallow cut, a trickle of blood. Sakura lands in front of me, kunai on a chain spinning lazy circles at her side, eyes cold. Wake up, Lee, she snaps. One of them's a genjutsu specialist. I can't babysit you 10-10 and fight. You'll just get in the way. Her back presses into mine, solid and warm, even while her words sting. But Sakura. No time for arguments. The ground heaves, a wave of stone rolling in to crush us. I leap left on instinct. Sakura goes right, hands already flying. Right on, Reiko no Yari! Lightning spears from her palms, white-hot and vicious. It lances through the stone wave, shattering rock into jagged shrapnel. I throw my arm up as chips pepper my skin. A grunt sounds beyond the dust. Then the wet thunk of steel and flesh. Impressive sensory abilities, Leaf mean. That same cool voice says. You disrupted my genjutsu without seals. Kekiai Genkai? When the dust clears, Sakura has a kunai at her own throat. No, at the twin of herself. Chains loop around the aim kunoichi's arm, biting into her sleeve. The girl has copper dark hair pulled back low and pale green eyes that look like they're used to bad news. A second blade rests against Sakura's ribs, courtesy of the aim girl. They're both one twitch from dying each other. You're not half bad yourself, Sakura says, tone flat. But I don't think you're in a position to interrogate me when you just lost one of your teammates. I follow her gaze. An aim boy lies at Tenten's feet, a kunai buried in his eye. Tenten is breathing hard, twin blades in hand, eyes flinty. The shimmer of a fading genjutsu clings to her. She must have broken through long enough to line up that shot. The other aim boy snarls and lunges. Tenten meets him steel for steel, sparks flying. Oh, that miserable coward! The green-eyed kunoichi purrs softly. He may be useful yet. She flashes through a single seal. The corpse, at Tenten's feet, flickers and detonates in a flare of white. Tenten! I shout. She's already moving, but the blast catches her mid-air and flings her into a distant trunk. Leaves swallow her with a grunt. The hostage in Sakura's chains melts into mud, dripping out of the loops. Damn! Sakura mutters. Sakura-chan! I demand. What do we do? Her eyes flick to the tree lean where Tenten vanished, then back to the aim kunoichi, who's already forming her next seal, chakra coiling tight. We pull back. Sakura snaps. Lee, use your trump card and get Tenten. We're outmatched. Every muscle in me protests. I hate running. I hate being the one who flees. I'll show them all, I swear to myself. But not now. Tenten needs me. I grit my teeth and slam my fingers into my own chakra gates. Gate of opening. Kai! Power floods my limbs hot and wild. The forest slows. I blur through shattered branches, catch Tenten mid-fall and gather her as gently as speed allows, then race after Sakura. Bark cracks under each step. Behind us, the aim kunoichi's chakra lingers, cool and assessing, but she doesn't pursue. Maybe the leaf isn't as weak as I was told. Her voice drifts after us. I'll have to be more careful. Scene, poison, scalpels and stubbornness, POV, Anko. Meanwhile, northern sector, forest of death. My arm still aches where he carved through it earlier. Yakushi Kabuto. Silver hair, glasses, that polite medic smile that says, I will absolutely take you apart if it's efficient. He slipped my snakes once already today, back in the tower corridors, using a seal I hadn't seen. That itch hasn't gone away. Now my snakes have his chakra taste on their tongues again. He thinks he's erased his trail. He hasn't accounted for me. I perch above him on a branch. He walks alone below, shoulders loose, hands tucked in his pockets. No fake nervous chuckle now. His eyes flick over his shoulder every so often. Good. Let him wonder when the bite comes. I drop. He turns late, reflex good, but not perfect. My heel whistles past where his spine was a heartbeat ago, and hits empty air instead of snapping vertebrae. TCH. He slides back, sandals whispering over bark, and nudges his glasses up with 2 fingers. Anko-san, he says mildly, like we're at a tea shop. You're more persistent than I expected. And you're more annoying than I remembered. I grin, all teeth. You ran pretty fast last time, traitor. I was starting to think you didn't like me. Something flickers in his eyes at traitor, then smooths. Circumstances changed, he replies. I don't run when I have data I need. Data, huh? I roll my bad shoulder on purpose, let him see the stiffness. You've got a lot to answer for, Kabuto-chan. Spying in my village. Playing genin. Using my sensei's tricks. His lids lower a fraction at sensei. Yeah. He knows exactly whose snake pit we crawled out of. I suppose we're both sentimental, he says as chakra gathers cleanly around his hands. But unlike you, I don't let it get in the way of efficiency. Chakra scalpels. Of course. We move together. I go low, leading with my good shoulder. He angles in, glowing fingers aimed at my throat. I twist. The buzz of his chakra kisses my collarbone instead of severing something important. My knee pistons toward his ribs. He catches it on a forearm, slides, and we end up chest to chest, breath mingling. Up close, his eyes are wrong. Too steady. Too dissecting. Traitor scum like you shouldn't get cocky. I hiss, slamming my forehead forward. He explodes into splinters. Log. His real chakra flares above. I whip my arm out. 2 golden snakes erupt from my sleeve, fangs bared. They bite into his ankles before he can fully land. Flesh gives. Venom floods. He hits the ground hard, muscles spasming. His chakra flutters. Good. I drop with him, set my fingertips over his chest, and ram a pulse of raw chakra into a node that should shut down his motor control. Foam beads at the corners of his mouth. His eyes roll. God, you! I breathe. You really thought you could play Orochimaru with me? Too easy. My gut, which has saved my life more than any scroll, clenches. I start to move. His hand snaps up, faster than it has any right to. The punch to my gut nearly folds me. I bite my tongue, taste iron, let my body go with the hit instead of breaking on it. The ankle he nails splits from sternum to spine, peeling apart into a drift of dry, pale scales. Up in the canopy, I crawl out of the shallow burrow I used as an anchor for that molting substitution. Dirt shakes out of my hair. Blood is slick on my useless right arm. My lungs burn. K still got it, I mutter. Down below, Kabuto pushes to his feet. The poison should have wrecked his nerves. He moves like it mostly hasn't. You should be dead, I call. He looks up. The whites of his eyes are threaded with red, pupils blown a little too wide. Orochimaru-sama always said you were inventive, he says. But you're sloppy, Anko-san. You rely on venom and tricks. You never confirm the kill. He stoops, yanks my still gnashing snakes from his ankles, crushes their heads against the trunk, and drops them. My snakes hiss at the back of my mind. Your nervous system should be jelly, I say. Side effect of earlier experiments, he hums, tapping his temple. Pain and paralysis are negotiable. It makes my skin crawl. Enough talking, I snap. You killed the old man. You don't get to lecture me. His nostrils flare. Amusement twitches his mouth. That's what your elders decided, he says. Convenient. He blurs. I drop to one knee and bring my left arm up just in time. His chakra scalpel meets bone with a crack that sends pain detonating to my shoulder. Muscle shears. I scream and turn it into a snarl. My good hand whips out, chains rattling toward his throat. He slaps them aside and drives a knee high. I twist so it grazes instead of caving something in and spit a tight volley of saman, 3 needles, 3 toxins, at his eyes and throat. He flicks to a side with his scalpel hand. The third buries in his neck. He stumbles, fingers flying to rip it free. Genjutsu. Now. Our eyes meet. I flood the contact with chakra, peel his perception sideways. He fights it, medic discipline, but I spent years in Orochimaru's shadow. I know how to make people see snakes where there are none. The forest around him becomes a pit of writhing coils, scales scraping bark. He freezes. I slam my fingers into his sternum again, this time with a disruptive pulse tuned to his heart's rhythm. His body convulses. Foam bubbles at his mouth. Limbs go slack. I sag against the trunk, panting, sweat and blood slick everywhere. My arms hanging by stubbornness and spite. Bark digs into my back. Should have stayed in the tower, brat. I mutter. Would have been a nicer cell. I don't fully turn away. Orochimaru taught me one useful thing: never assume the body is done until you've watched it rot. Which is why I see it when Kabuto's eyes snap open. The scara are nearly solid red now, veins bulging. His grin is wrong, too wide, too bright. Bored now, he croaks. Then he's just there, right in my space, body moving like something puppet. His fist crashes into my guard before I can reset. Bone in my forearm cracks. My knees dip. You should be a rag doll, I rasp. What did you do to yourself? He laughs, harsh and wet. The body breaks, he says, coughing blood. But I don't stop until the heart does. He walks through my next volley of samban, letting them stick in his shoulder. When I try to flip back, he catches my ankle midair and slams me into a tree. Something in my back tears. Bark strips skin. I hit the ground. My legs don't answer. I force them to. He strolls toward me, shadow long. Stupid bitch. He rasps, blood on his chin. You shouldn't have come alone. Now I get to have fun. He flicks a kunai up, catches it by the ring, and throws. I twist. Not enough. Steel punches into my abdomen, cold and deep. Air leaves in a broken wheeze. I look down at the handle, then up at him. He's close enough that I can see each vein in his eyes. I never said I came alone. I manage. His gaze flicks past me. Lightning screams. A sound like 1,000 birds shredding the sky rips the air. Kabuto's head jerks around just in time to see a silver blur and a glowing hand. Raikiri eats through his lower back and out his stomach, lightning chakra tearing through flesh and pathways. He convulses, chakra surging, then fraying. Tissue tries to knit around the hole and fails. Unlucky for you, Kakashi says quietly at his ear, Sharingan spinning. We're thorough with traitors. Especially when they kill our Hokage. Kabuto coughs blood, tries to form a seal. The electric shock ruins his motor control. Kakashi drags his arms sideways on the way out, widening the wound. Not instantly fatal, but more than enough. I watch as Kabuto's pupils unfocus, manic red fading back to dull gray. Kakashi's eye spins faster, layering a genjutsu over the medic like a blanket. Kabuto slumps, chakra sagging, body finally obeying pain. Kakashi lets him fold to the ground, wraps him in ANBU grade wire and seal tags in a few smooth movements, then finally glances at me. His visible eye takes in the kunai in my gut, my wrecked arm, the blood. He sighs. You overdid it, he says. Shut up, I grunt, fingers widening around the kunai hilt. I softened him up for you. He huffs a quiet, almost laugh as green healing light spills from his hands over my abdomen. Yeah, he says. You did. Scene, Sand Tsunami, bargaining with the demon. Back at the central sector, Forest of Death. Gaara twitches once where I left him slumped. Then he throws his head back and screams. His chakra explodes. Everything I've felt so far, murder intent, sand pressure, the weird, fractured hum of his seal, gets drowned under a tidal wave. Sand answers. It surges up his limbs, his torso, his face, swallowing him in gold. Grains coil and pack, growing claws, teeth, jagged purple stripes. What rises over me is a miniature shikaku, belly grin carved deep, tail thrashing. 2 hollow sockets open, yellow spirals swirling to life inside. That's it! The beast roars, its voice layered over Gaara's. You're strong! I haven't felt pain like that in years. If you can hurt me, you're worth killing. You'll make my existence shine. My throat goes dry. So this is what I look like from the outside. The earth under me erupts. Sand hands burst up to grab my legs. I bolt sideways, weaving between them, flinging wind-wrapped kunai at joints and eyes. The kunai slice, pop, vanish into a flood of grains. Gaara laughs. Run, little leaf! I don't. I dart up a slanted trunk, cling to it at an angle that would make Ichiraku faint. My brain flicks through numbers. Chakra left, clone count I can handle without my skull cracking, distance to my team, distance to Konoha's walls. It's going to take more than futon tricks. Alright. Fine. I drag in a breath, cross my fingers, and dump the rest of my blue chakra into one stupid gamble. Shadow clone technique. The world becomes orange. Hundreds of me burst into the clearing, swarming across trees and ground. We scatter yelling, hurling Kaze Rensei Bakudan and smaller wind bullets, layering in half-baked katan from Jiraiya's lectures. Wind and fire shear through the air. Sand doesn't like that. Some patches start to glaze at the edges. The Shikaku form snarls. Ryusa Bakuryu! His voice rolls like thunder. The towering sand mass he'd been quietly building collapses outward into a tidal wave. It races across the ground in every direction, swallowing roots, trees, clones. Move! I shout, but it's pointless. The clones already know. Some harden wind around their bodies and try to cut through the wave. Others leap and fail, get swallowed. Sand crushes them. One after another. Each dispel slams into my nerves, suffocation, pressure, snapping bones. Again. 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 The original me is barely out of reach, pressed against the tree and panting, when the last clone dies. My head explodes. I slam to my knees, hands clutching my skull. Blood trickles warm from my ears. Cheech! My stomach heaves. I try to swallow it back. I throw up blood and bile instead. No, not here. If I die here, he'll kill them, he'll hit the village. My legs tremble. I force one foot under me. Then the other. Sand whips around my wrists and ankles, hard and sudden, dragging. A giant golden hand scythes in from the side. Pain detonates in my chest as something tears. I'm pretty sure a few ribs just quit. Air leaves my lungs with a wet sound. I hit the ground. For a second, the only things I can hear are my ragged breaths and the gurgle in my lungs. This is exactly the crap they warned me about. Don't get cocky. Don't overdo clones. Good job, Uzumaki. I shut my eyes. Hey, Fox. I whisper inward because pride is useless when you're about to die. I need your help. Scene bargain in the sewer, POV Naruto. Inside the seal. The sewer is always the same. Dark. Damp. Too big. Water glowing faintly with my chakra under my sandals. The bars loom out of the gloom, taller than any tree in the forest of death. Behind them, 2 red eyes open. The Kyuubi's lip curls. Back so soon, Nigen? The fox rumbles. You actually thought you could defeat one of my kind alone? I drop to one knee. My pride screams. My survival instinct smothers it. You're right, I say, throat raw. I'm not strong enough on my own. Not yet. If you don't help, we both die. You, me, and your chakra, stuck in a crater some tanuki made. His laugh shakes the bars. This is new, he purrs. Humility. It suits you more than your usual yapping. He leans closer, teeth like temple gates. Very well. I refuse to die to that pathetic raccoon. I will lend you some of my strength. One warning, boy. What? The bars flex. Yuki slams into me like molten iron. Scene, burning red awakening, POV Naruto. Back outside, one tail. I wake up wrong. The sound that tears out of my throat isn't just mine, my voice is braided with something deeper and wild. Red floods my vision. Yuki burns under my skin. It hurts. Not the clean pain of a cut, this is nerves on fire, bones softening and rehardening, muscles twitching as they stitch back together too fast. Ribs grind and slide back into place. Holes in my lungs knit. The sand around me explodes outward as a shockwave of red chakra blasts from my body, flattening grass and turning branches into shrapnel. My chakra feels twisted. The familiar blue is there, but wrapped in boiling red that bubbles and hisses like lava. It spills out, shaping itself. A snout. Ears. Fangs. All made of chakra, not flesh. A roiling cloak clings to me, licking and snapping. One tail flickers into being, swaying behind me. The fox's instincts press against mine. Kill. Tear. Burn. Rip. Crush. I clamp down. If Gaara can keep his freak caged, so can I think, jaw locked. I'm not just your cage. I'm me. My, such defiance. The QB chuckles inside my skull. We'll see how long that lasts, little vessel. Scene, when mother feels fear, POV Gaara. I have never felt fear like this. Not when father tried to have me killed. Not when my uncle tried. Not when every pair of eyes in Suna watched me and prayed I'd die. This is different. The presence that flares when Uzumaki changes is ancient and hateful. It presses on my skin even through the sand. In the back of my head, Shikaku shrieks. Fox! He hisses. That damned fox! My golden armor, my sand, my power, all of it feels thin. The red chakra coming off Uzumaki sears the edges of my sand just by brushing it. He stands there, hunched, eyes glowing blood wet. He looks at me. Predator meets predator. He moves. Scene, lines in the sand, POV Naruto. I thrust my arms forward. The cloak thickens around them, stretching into two massive red limbs that reach far past my real hands. They rip through the air, fingers curled into claws. Gaara answers with his own sand arms, thick and heavy. We meet in the middle. Impact. Sand detonates. Red chakra chews through grains, boiling away layers. For a second, I feel a flash of his pain through the contact, sharp and clean, somewhere under all that armor. So that's the trick. Yuki doesn't care about your armor. Gaara dissolves his shell, lets my claw pass through empty space, then reforms behind me. A sand fist the size of a wagon slams down. I whip my tail up. The chakra tail catches the blow, flexes. The sand hisses as it sears. Grains vitrify, clump, fall away. Spikes stab up from the ground for my legs, my spine, my throat. I flare the cloak. Red erupts outward. Spikes melt and shatter. I'm faster like this. Every step tears gouges in the earth. The world feels too slow and too bright. I flicker, reappearing point blank in front of Gaara's exposed torso. My clawed hand rakes across his chest. Armor sand parts like wet paper. Real blood spatters. He recoils, but he's not done. Sand surges again, clamps around my ankles. For a second it holds. He slams another arm into my side. The cloak takes most of it, but bones still protest underneath. Fine. I growl, tail wrapping around his sand limb. I pivot and hurl him. He sides through 3 trees. Trunks snap like twigs. He hits the ground in a crater, sand splashing out. Old habit takes over. My left hand cups itself. I start compressing wind chakra there, tighter and tighter, until the pressure makes my skin buzz. Fox chakra curls around it, turning the sphere a dim, angry red. It hums. That's interesting. The QB notes. Do try not to vaporize yourself, boy. Before I can test it, pain zips across my shoulders. Kunai and Shuriken bloom in my cloak, Temari and Kankuro, still loyal idiots. Their aim is good. The metal sinks shallowly, then spits out as the cloak bubbles and heals. I turn my head. Red eyes lock on them. They're shaking, but they move anyway. Temari's fan is open, knuckles white. Kankuro's puppet is half unwrapped, fingers on threads. Why you let Gaara go? Temari shouts, voice shaking. Let our brother go, Leaf, whatever you are, or else. Behind them, Gaara stirs. Why? His chakra whispers, fractured. Why protect me? Something soft and unfamiliar flickers in him. Confusion. Wonder. I'm about to throw something snappy back when two familiar signatures drop behind the Sand siblings. Someone in your position is in no place to make demands, Niji says coldly, Byakugan veins standing out as he taps Tenketsu at Temari's back. Kankuro stiffens as a kunai kisses his throat. You should have been more careful. Ino purrs. Losing focus in enemy territory? That's how you end up as fertilizer. The clearing holds its breath. Gaara's chakra twists, coiling around a new surge rising from his seal. My skin prickles. Niji! I shout. He's about to. On it! He snaps. Interlude, Byakugan and Breaking Points, POV Niji. Byakugan turns the world into threads. Gaara's chakra coils are already warped, bloated around the seal at his core. Now a secondary flow is waking up, thick, sludge black, forcing itself up from his stomach. It smashes through his own chakra like a wave through rotten wood. If that thing fully wakes up, this sector of the forest vanishes. Naruto doesn't wait for my explanation. He never does. He moves. Scene, seconds changes in the crater, POV Naruto. Gaara's chest glows on my senses, a dense knot of energy gathering, compressing. The air around his mouth warps. Wind blades start peeling away from his lungs, slicing outward. Not this time. I dump the half-formed wind sphere, shove all that chakra into my legs instead, and sprint. The first gust blades carve bloody lines across my chest and arms. Cloak or not, they sting. Cloth shreds. Skin splits. Red bubbles. I don't stop. Gaara's eyes go wide, not with rage this time, but with something that looks a lot like fear, as I crash into him. We collide. The shockwave rips the nearest trees out of the ground. His sand armor shatters around my fist. Ribs break under my knuckles. Air and blood burst from his mouth. We plow through a tree hard enough to uproot it, then tumble, roll, and skid to a stop in a mess of roots and glassy sand. When the dust settles, I'm on top of him, fists buried in the wreckage of his chest armor, pinning him. Our eyes meet. His are green, bloodshot, and, for the first time since I learned his name, human. Mine. I feel the red draining out of my vision as the cloak gutters. The fox's laughter dies down to a low, pleased hum. It hurts, doesn't it? I rasp. Thinking you're alone. Thinking you have to prove you exist every second or you'll just vanish. His lips tremble. I live only for myself. He whispers, conviction gone. If I lose, there's no point. You're just like me, I tell him. So just this once, I'll let you live. I push off him, legs shaking. The cloak dissolves, red peeling away, leaving nothing but raw pain and bone-deep exhaustion. Behind me, I feel Niji and Ino let Temari and Kankuro go. Their chakras rush to Gaara, protective and frantic. It doesn't matter why I'm sparing you, I say over my shoulder. Just remember, if I want to, I can extinguish your existence. Next time you think about attacking my friends or my village, keep that in mind. I may not be this nice again. The fox snorts approvingly in the back of my head. Kiba and Ino are under my arms a heartbeat later, hauling me upright. Shikamura hovers nearby, eyes already tracking the easiest way out of this crater. Gaara's voice drifts up behind us, thin and hoarse. Naruto, your power, your existence, is larger than mine, he mutters. You're worthy, unlike father. So I'll help you. I'll grow stronger. And one day, when I can beat you, I will be the one to extinguish your existence. That privilege is mine alone. Shino clicks his tongue. His Kikaichu buzz agitated. That thing is an enemy weapon, he says flatly. It would be best to neutralize him now, for Konoha's sake. I shake my head, nearly face-planting before Kiba braces me. I'm too beat to fight him twice, I admit. And we don't know how his seal works. Kill him here and there's a chance that Biju pops loose. I'm not gambling the forest, or the village, for that. Silence. Then nods, one by one, even from Shino, though he mutters about filing a very detailed report. As they half-carry, half-drag me away, I glance back. Gaara lies on his back, hand pressed to his chest. Temari fusses over him. Kankuro looks like he wants to run and stays anyway. Victim of circumstance, I think, throat tight. Just like me. He gets a second chance. What he does with it is on him. Seen hunting rat, fetching the kage, POV, Jiraiya. Meanwhile outside Konoha. The air outside the walls tastes cleaner. Less ink and paper, more grass and trees. I stand under a pine, pack slung over one shoulder, when the ANBU kneel behind me. I don't turn. We have the report you asked for, Jiraiya-sama, the woman says. Let's hear it, I say, folding my arms. Sandame-sama was poisoned with a rare neurotoxin, she says. We found traces on his lips, tongue, and the pipe's mouthpiece. Analysis suggests a snake-derived venom. The dose weakened him enough for the assassin to succeed. My jaw tightens. Orochimaru, I think automatically. Anger spikes hot. I let it wash through and drain away. Anger without aim is how you end up in an early grave. Snake venom on a pipe. Convenient. Orochimaru doesn't leave convenient. He leaves nightmares and puzzles. If he'd wanted Sensei dead, the whole world would know he did it. This stinks, I mutter. Like a framed job. Danzo is the first name that surfaces. Iwa's another. Plenty of people want Konoha destabilized with. Orochimaru did it. Stapled on top. Out loud, I just sigh. Got it, I say. Tell them I'll be back with the good aim. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. They vanish in a blur of leaves. I look up at the sky. Sensei, I say quietly. You warned me about Danzo. About rot in the places we couldn't see. Instead of helping you scrape it out, I went around you to the daimyo. My fists clench until the knuckles creak. Whoever actually did this, I'll find them. And next time we meet, I won't hold back. For now, there's only one thing that matters. Find Tsunade. Drag her home. Give the old man the good aim he deserved. I turn and start walking. Scene 9 Winds is a bad omen, POV Tsunade. Meanwhile, Casino in Kuashi, Kusa no Kuni. 9 winds. In a row. I stare at the full house in my hand like it might bite me. This is bad, I mutter. Across the table, the local shark is sweating bullets and grinning, shoving more money into the pot. The crowd hums. Shizen's hand lands gently on my shoulder. Tsunade-sama, she whispers. Shouldn't you be happy? Happy? I hiss back. When you've watched as much blood as I have, you learn something, Shizen. A streak like this? I flick the cards. Luck isn't free. Nawaki's face flashes behind my eyes. Dance. The old monkeys. 9 wins. I'm out, I say, tossing the cards down. What? Tsunade-sama. Shizen stammers as I stand. Cash me out, I tell the croupier. Now. Keep some as penance. He blinks, then scrambles to count, because no one with any sense argues when I sound like this. Shizen, I say, already scanning for exits. Pack. We're leaving. Leaving? But why? Because, I growl. My gut says something big just broke somewhere. And I'd rather not be under a casino roof when the bill for this luck comes due. My gut has never been wrong. I just hope I'm ready for whoever it sends my way. Scene 1 Eye 2 Paths, POV Uchiha Itachi. The river's surface is smooth enough to throw my reflection back at me. Bandages. Scars. One eye. The seal patched hollow where the other used to be feels heavier than a missing piece should. I sit on the bank in lotus position and let my breathing even out. Kisame is many things. Subtle is not one of them. His chakra burns behind me, bright and loud. A twig snaps. My remaining eye opens. Sharingan whirls. My hand moves. Samahata's big brother whistles down. I slide inside its arc, sword already drawn, steel kissing scales and redirecting the swing. His follow-up punch aims for my blind side. It passes through a body of crows that explodes into feathers. He curses. His chakra blasts outward, tidal and crude. The genjutsu around him rips like wet paper. When it falls, he's facing my afterimage. The real me is at his back, kunai at his throat. Again. You've learned to compensate pretty well, Itachi-san, he says, dissolving into water with a sigh. His real body steps from behind a tree, grin full of teeth. It's still harder than it used to be, I say, sheathing my blade and sitting again. He drops a hand on my shoulder, none too gently. Don't worry, he says. We'll get you used to it. Then we'll track down that walking sushi roll and take your eye back, yeah? I look up at him and let myself smile, just a fraction. Thank you, I say. For helping me adjust so quickly. He stares, then laughs awkwardly. Man, if you keep saying stuff like that, I'll start thinking the world's ending. When he lumbers off, mumbling about weird partners, I study my reflection again. News moves fast in our world. Whispers about Sarutobi's death reached us days ago. Sarutobi, killed quietly. Framed. Snake venom. Hokage dead at his desk. Everyone nodding and saying, Orochimaru, because it's easy. Orochimaru would never accept an anonymous kill. He'd want the world to know it was him. Which leaves the real culprit almost obvious. Danzo, I murmur. Predictable old fossil. Part of me is angry. Sarutobi tried clumsily, yes, and too late, to solve the Uchiha problem without genocide. He promised things. He failed. He still deserved better than a knife in an office. Another part files his death under consequences. Regardless, his death shifts the board. Madara will move slowly. He has time to waste. I don't. The illness in my lungs is worse. Each fight takes longer to recover from. I can feel the clock ticking. I can't wait decades for Sasuke to grow. Which leaves a pivot point I can't ignore, Uzumaki Naruto. Madara wants the fox. The fox cannot go back to him. So I must pick. Protect the boy, or kill him. A pebble drops from my fingers into the river. Ripples smear my reflection. The next time I see you, Naruto, I think, I'll look through your eyes with mine. If I see the potential to oppose Madara, I'll let you live. If I don't, my Sharingan tomo spin. Then even the strongest of the 9 will fall. Chapter 22, Cracks in the Ice. Scene, skins shed, monsters walk again, POV, Orochimaru. 2 days after the transfer, T-Country, hidden base. Waking up in a new body is like putting on clothes that still remember how someone else died. I open my eyes to darkness and the stink of old stone and antiseptic. For a heartbeat my sense of self hangs there, suspended between serpentine and human, until the nerves catch up and the meat remembers who owns it. Genyamaru. Strong frame. Good muscle density. Chakra coils like braided rope. My lips curl. This one might actually last. I murmur, flexing my fingers under the bandages. You should be honored, boy. Most people aren't this compatible. I sit up. Skin pulls, 1,000 tiny twinges as my true form settles deeper into its new shell. 2 days of near coma, while the white snake burrowed, stitched, claimed. A sliver of light cuts across the floor as the door slides open. Steel whispers. 3 silhouettes slip in, blades ready. Adrenaline taints the air. I smile. Oh? I ask mildly. And here I was wondering how Kimimaro managed to let insects in. They hesitate. Even amateurs recognize when the thing they thought was prey is looking back like a snake in the dark. The front one lunges anyway. Hate makes people stupid. Die, you monster! He yells, sword flashing. My jaw unhinges. A white snake explodes from my throat, scales slick with chakra. It latches onto his neck before his blade finishes the arc, fangs punching straight into the artery feeding his brain. He drops like meat. Behind him, the other two decide jutsu is safer than proximity. Hands blur through seals, lungs pull in air. Katon. Futon. Cold goes to furnace in a heartbeat as their combined jutsu turns the room into a sheet of hungry red. Did we get him? One of them shouts over the roar. Is he? I step up behind them. No, I say in his ear. You didn't. Now die. My hands close on their throats and squeeze. There's a particular sound soft tissue makes when it tears away from the spine. You never quite forget it. Warm spray hits my face. The flames lick the walls, starving without fuel. I walk through them as they gutter, skin tingling pleasantly. This body really is a good fit. Footsteps thunder down the corridor outside. I step into the hall, wiping blood from my chin. Two of my own ANBU round the corner and skid to a halt, masks lifting just enough to show wide eyes. You're late, I say flatly. Their flinch offends me. Snakes burst from my sleeves before they can stammer an excuse, small, precise, fanged. They bite and coil. Windpipes crush just as efficiently as ribs if you train them properly. They sag to the floor. Waste of masks. Orochimaru-sama! Karen's chakra flutters toward me before her voice does, familiar, nervous, bright. She appears a breath later at a half-panicked jog, red hair a mess, glasses askew. She drops to her knees so fast she nearly slides. Please forgive me, Orochimaru-sama, she babbles. Jugo broke containment, Kimimaro rushed to intercept, I went after him and the messages. I hold out a hand. She jams the scroll into it with both hands like a sacrificial offering. I thought I told you to assign Kimimaro to this door, I say, keeping my tone lazy. The weight under it does the work. Or am I supposed to assume your incompetence was a creative assassination attempt? She shakes so hard the paper crinkles. I was just fetching the latest report from Konoha when the breakout happened, she stammers. I prioritized containment on Jugo first. I chose wrong. I crack the seal. I'll decide how wrong after I read. Encrypted text resolves itself as my eyes skim. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Assassinated in his office. Between 1 and 1:15 in the morning. No battlefield. No trumpets. Just poison on a pipe and a knife across the throat. My jaw tightens. Kabuto, captured by ANBU. Dramatic ink for a foregone conclusion. He's done his homework. His memory blocks and compartmentalization will keep anything truly valuable buried. Annoying to lose a good piece on the board, but not fatal. Sarutobi, though. Foolish old man. I whisper, knuckles whitening around the scroll. You couldn't have waited 1 more month? He raised me. Trained me. Patted my head and ignored the rot in the roots. I wanted a proper ending for him. A battlefield. The world watching. My hand on the blade. One last chance to make him proud by cutting him down myself. Instead, he died like an overworked clerk mismanaging his ledgers. Snake venom on the pipe. Kakashi's little autopsy note via Karen's contact is very specific. Too specific. I burn the scroll with a flick of Katon chakra and watch the ash drift. So, I muse aloud. Poison to soften him, then a neat slit throat. No witnesses until after the fact. A flawless internal strike, and a trail that screams Orochimaru to anyone with half a brain. Memory slots into place, an old man wrapped in bandages. One red eye with a particular ripple. An arm full of stolen sins. Danzo-senpai. I say, tasting the name. I don't know whether to applaud you, or eviscerate you. Kabuto's reports on that arm and that eye were thorough. Shursei's Sharingan. Hashirama's cells? The old Warhawk's favorite toys. I will have to be careful when our paths cross. Koto Amatsukami is such an irritating genjutsu. Still. With Sarutobi gone, the board is finally interesting again. I turn away from the corpses and Karen's still bowed head. Summon Kimimaro, I say. And the sound 4. Drag Jugo along, if he can walk. Then come to my chambers. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, she yelps. We have much to discuss, I add, flexing my new fingers. Konoha is drifting onto thin ice. Nothing delights me more than cracks. Seen old debts, POVE Tsunade. 2 days later, Aiheiji, Kusa no Kuni, evening. The money sits in neat little stacks in front of me, fat in their suitcases. If I were any other gambler, I'd be ecstatic. 9 wins in a row. The house still buzzing about the middle-aged lady who wiped them out. Instead, my gut feels like cold lead. I take another sip of sake to shut it up. It doesn't help. The last time my luck ran this hot, a giant fox knocked over Fire Country. Something bad's coming, I mutter into my saucer. There's no way this is just my turn to be happy. The sliding door grates open. I don't bother looking. You're late, I say. I've been waiting for you for hours, Jiraiya. The sake was getting cold. I started without you. Oh? His voice floats in, all fake light. Tsunadeheim, treating me to warm sake and private company? If I didn't know better, I'd say you finally succumbed to my overwhelming sex appeal. I roll my eyes and shift on the futon, tugging my robe a bit tighter around my chest out of pure habit. How exactly do you expect me to be clothed for sleeping, you pervert? I say. And don't get ideas. I'll break any part of you that touches me. He laughs, sound a little too forced. You haven't changed, I add, finally glancing at him. Still cracking jokes when there's serious business hanging over your head. He shuts the door and pads over, dropping down across from me. He pours himself sake from my bottle without asking. Like always. Can't an old man enjoy a drink with an old friend before we get down to business? He asks. You're even more impatient than I remember, Haim. You've been tailing me for days, I say. Badly, by the way. You think I haven't noticed? You only stalk this hard when someone in Konoha wants something. So. Spit it out. He swirls his sake, studying it instead of me. You heard about Sensei, he says finally. I hear things, I reply, taking another drink. Rumors. Hushed voices. Sarutobi was murdered. Hard to believe, but not shocking. He chose to sit on that chair again until it broke him. His hand tightens on the cup. In a manner of speaking, yeah, he says. He's dead. That's why I'm here. The words still feel like a fist in my throat even though I already knew. My fingers tighten around my saucer until I think it might crack. I keep my voice flat. So this is pity? I ask. You track me down for the first real visit in a decade because my old sensei finally went in the ground? He shakes his head. No, he says. I tracked you down because the Jonin, clan heads, and the Fire Daimyo have all agreed on something for once. He meets my eyes. They want you back. As Godame Hokage. Silence slams into the room. My first reaction is to laugh. I do. Hard enough my sides hurt. You almost had me there. I wheeze. For a second I thought you were serious. Me? Hokage? That's a good one, Jiraiya. Better than your usual trash. He doesn't laugh with me. When I finally catch my breath and look at him again, his face is carved from stone. I'm serious, Tsunade, he says quietly. War is coming. The village is rotting from the inside. We can't afford a vacuum on top. And we definitely can't afford Danzo getting there first. The old anger spikes, familiar and acidic. I refuse, I say. I've paid my debt to that village 10 times over. Nawaki. Dan. 2 wars. I'm not gambling my life for nothing so I can die in that office the way Sensei did. His jaw clenches. I'm sorry, he says. Did I give you the impression this was a request? I blink. What? He sets his cup down with exaggerated care. Sensei's dead, he says. The leash is gone. The leniency is gone. We've both been called back. One way or another, you will return to Konoha with me. My temper goes white-hot. Don't you dare threaten me, I hiss, chakra prickling under my skin. I have every right to retire. I've given more to Konoha than most of the fossils sitting on those council seats. That's bullshit and you know it. He explodes, palm hitting the tatame. Once a shinobi, always a shinobi. What happened to you, Tsunade? Where's the woman who made every kunoichi on the continent look up? Where's my teammate who had my back in battle and would have punched me through a wall for suggesting she abandoned the village? My throat burns. She died, I snap. She died when her brother's dream got splattered across a cliff because they refused to invest in medics. She died when her fiancé bled out in the mud while the higher-ups called it acceptable losses. She died with every idiot who charged into battle because some old men decided it was strategically appropriate. He moves before I finish. He grabs my shirt and hauls me up, pinning me lightly against a wooden column. The sake bottle rattles. Let go of me, Jiraiya, I warn, voice dropping. Not this time, he says. His face is closer than I like, eyes bright with something desperate. I've let too many things slide. Too many people walk away. I'm done. Big talk from a hypocrite, I snarl, fisting his collar in return. You think I don't see you? Mr. World-famous spy. Mr. Wandering Sage. You've been running just as hard as I have. Hunting Orochimaru is a neat excuse to keep you away from that village and your guilt. His grip falters for a heartbeat. I see the hit land behind his eyes. He doesn't let go. You're right, he says hoarsely. I have been running. From Orochimaru. From what I did. From Sensei. From Minato. From Naruto. But that's over. Sensei is dead. The rod is at our doorstep. We don't get to hide anymore. He drops his hands and steps back. I slide down the pillar on my own. My knees bend. I don't quite sit. My heart's hammering. Don't give me will of fire speeches, I mutter. That nonsense never stopped anyone from dying. The will of fire isn't about not dying. He shoots back. It's about what you do before you die. And right now, what you're doing is drinking yourself stupid and pretending you don't care while the only home you have left gets carved up. I hate him for being right. I stare at my hands. They're steady. They stayed steady through more surgeries than I can count, through 3 years of bloody triage tents, through Dan's pulse fading under my fingers. Tsunade, he says more quietly. Please, don't make me drag you back in chains. I will if I have to, but I'd really rather not be that guy in your story. My chest hurts. Tell me there's another option, I whisper. He doesn't answer. We stand there in the quiet, the smell of sake hanging between us like a ghost, until my shoulders sag. TCH. I exhale hard. Fine. It's too much of a hassle to be declared a nuke-neen and fight you and whatever goons they send. I'll go back. He actually looks surprised. Idiot. But listen, I add, jabbing a finger at him. This is a trial. 6 months. That's all I'm giving it. If I don't see real change, medical reforms, accountability for the council, any sign Konoha is willing to stop chewing up its own, I'm gone. And this time, nobody is dragging me back. He frowns, then nods slowly. It's more than I hoped for, he admits. We'll figure out the rest on the way. I drop back onto my cushion, suddenly exhausted. Don't expect miracles, Jiraiya, I mutter. I'm not doing this out of love for that village. I'm doing it so Danzo doesn't put my grandfather's face on more body bags. He grins faintly, a shadow of the brat I used to know. With you on the chair, he says, Orochimaru's going to have a very bad day. I snort and reach for the sake again. If he survives long enough to be a problem, I say. Now shut up and drink. We've got a long walk ahead of us. Scene, glass underfoot, POV Naruto. The next morning, eastern boundary, forest of death. Sitting still has never been my thing. Right now, every time I move, something new hurts, so I sit. My back's against a tree, legs stretched into the leaf litter. The top half of me is mostly bandages and bruises where a shirt and jacket used to be. I ditched the shredded cloth a while ago. It was more blood than fabric. Up in the branches, Niji and Shino feel like ghost lights, quiet, steady, watching. Every so often Niji's Byakugan pressure brushes my skin. Shino's bugs hum at the edge of hearing, pushing back the forest's normal noise. Kiba, Akamaru, Shikamaru, Ino, sprawled nearby, grabbing whatever rest they can. We've been moving in 5-hour jumps since Gara. Never in one place long enough for the fake A and B to pin us. We've managed to avoid Konoha teams, foreign teams, and whatever's left of Suna's Psycho Brigade. I still can't shake the feeling we're all walking on glass. A reel for your thoughts, Ino murmurs. I don't jump, but only because I'm too tired. She drops down beside me anyway, sliding in without asking, tucking herself under my arm. Warmth seeps through bandages and bruises like sunlight. For a minute, I just breathe. Facing Gara scared me, I say at last. She goes still. It was like looking at a what-if version of myself. I go on, eyes on the trees. Tilt a few choices, a few days. It's not hard to imagine me standing on the other bank, crushing people just to prove I exist. I feel her bite her lip against my shoulder. You have no idea how easy it would have been, I add quietly. When everyone ignored me, when they called me demon. I used to think like him. If they fear me, they can't ignore me. That kind of crap. We can't change the past, Ino says softly. Believe me, I've tried. A lot. I still feel like crap about how I treated you in the academy. I snort. You called me dead last and annoying, not we should crush him with sand. Still, she mutters, tightening her arms around my waist. We can't change it. So let's be grateful it didn't turn out like that. And maybe enjoy the fact that you're not currently a murderous sand raccoon. I huff a laugh. She smiles against my arm. I can feel it. My chest still feels heavy. I keep thinking about the fox. I admit. Saying Kyubi out loud still tastes weird, even after Jiraiya's talk. About what happens when the next war hits. You know how villages think. Jinchuriki aren't kids. We're weapons on legs. I correct myself. Human weapons, I say. Like Gara. Like whatever that AIM girl is carrying around inside her. Like me. The memory of her chakra brushing mine, heavy, old, like stone grinding on stone, makes my ribs ache all over again. Ino starts to say something then stops. Instead she shifts so she can wrap both arms around me properly, resting her head on my bare shoulder. I don't think anyone who actually cares about you sees you that way, she says eventually. Tools, weapons, whatever, those are words people use to make themselves feel better. That's not how the council sees it, I say. No, she agrees. But screw the council. This is an intelligence problem. I blink down at her. Ino-chan, I say carefully. Are you calling me stupid? Sometimes, she teases. Then her voice softens. But not now. Listen. At the academy they drilled story warfare into us, right? To IWA, Yandame-sama is a literal demon. To us he's, well, golden hero, fourth Hokage, all that. I look away. Knowing he's my father still sits weird under my skin. For some people out there, you will always be the Kyubi, she continues. For others, me, Dad, Shikamaru, Choji, Kakashi-sensei, you're Naruto. The idiot who steals my blankets and tries to take on S-class problems with Gen and Chakra. Hey, I protest, nudging her. She nudges back. As long as the people who matter hold that story, she says, that's enough. The rest is politics. And we'll deal with that when we have to. Her eyes are bright when she looks up at me. Something in my chest gives, like a pulled stitch finally snapping. I lean in and kiss her. She goes stiff for a heartbeat, surprised, lips parted, but then she melts into it with a soft gasp, fingers curling into my side. The taste of forest dust and old iron is weirdly good. We pull back after a few seconds. My smile feels raw and real. Thanks, I say, for talking me off the ledge. Ha! She whispers, cheeks pink. I'm a woman. I'm always right. Don't you forget it. I'm about to test that with a second kiss when a voice booms across the forest, amplified by chakra and something metallic. Attention all examinees. It echoes. The second exam is officially over. No further combat is permitted. Any violations will result in disqualification. All surviving teams, report to the central tower immediately. Shikamaru groans behind us. Finally, he mutters, sitting up and stretching. I was starting to think no one remembered we're supposed to be promoted, not murdered. Niji drops down with Shino, both of them as composed as if they'd just been out for tea. You rookies aren't half bad, Niji says coolly. You're far more resilient than one might expect. High praise from a Hyuga. Kiba scoffs as he lands with Akamaru. Come on. I'm dying for something that's not ration bars. I push myself to my feet, ignoring my rib's opinion. Ino stays close but doesn't cling. Still the forest. Still not safe. We made it, I say. Yeah. Shikamaru sighs, shoving his hands into his pockets. Now comes the really troublesome part. Scene, Desert Shadows, POV Tamari. Central Tower, Suna lodging in the Forest of Death, late morning. The tower room they gave us is small, musty, and smells like too many wet coats hung in one place. Gaara sits in the far corner, back to the wall, arms loosely wrapped around his knees. He looks like a kid resting after hard training. Only the sand whispering constantly around his ankles ruins the picture. Kankuro is, quietly, checking over Karasu. The clack of wood and metal joins the drip-drip from somewhere behind the stone. I'm halfway through tying my hair back when the knock comes. Tamari-san. A voice calls through the flimsy door. Message from Sunagakure. Highest priority. My stomach drops. Enter, I say. The jonin who slides the door open isn't Suna. He's Leaf. Flak jacket, Konoha Hittite, polite blank expression. He offers out a sealed scroll with both hands. This arrived for you via diplomatic couriers, he says. It bears your village's Kage seal. I take it, bow slightly, and wait until he's gone before letting my shoulders tighten. The wax is Raza's. I'd know that impression anywhere. Orders? Kankuro asks, trying for casual. The way his finger's still on a joint tells me he's anything but. I break the seal. Careful, clipped script stares back at me. Father's hand. Maintain pressure. Allow tensions to rise until the final day. Observe Konoha's Jinchuriki and elite genin. If an opportunity arises to destabilize their forces, you will take it. Assistance is already in motion from the west. Raza. My throat goes dry. Assistance, huh? I think. From who? When? And why do I only get one vague line? Temari? Kankuro presses. I fold the letter and school my face. Maintain positions, I say. Avoid provoking Leaf teams unless necessary. Observe report. Standard stuff. It's not a lie. Just not the whole truth. Standard my ass, he mutters. You're making that face. What face? I ask, sharper than I mean to. That one. He points with a screwdriver. The father's up to something and I don't like it face. He's not wrong. Konoha rebuilt after the QB. Survived 2 wars. Just from what I've seen in this tower, their A and BU density alone could gut half our jonin if they got serious. And father wants us to destabilize them. With help. From somewhere west. We're not the biggest piece on this board. Not close. I fold the scroll tighter in my fist. Father's trusting forces beyond Suna. I think. That's enough to scare me on its own. Sand shifts softly in the corner. Father believes victory is possible, Gaara says, eyes opening. His voice is calm. Too calm. Like he's talking about weather, not war. Belief isn't the same as preparation, I say carefully. Especially not against a village like this. Gaara tilts his head. Father fights the world, he murmurs. The world fights back. That is natural. A chill crawls up my spine. He doesn't sound worried. He doesn't sound anything. I think of how Konoha's shinobi moved when the exam ended. No panic. Just speed and discipline. Anbu on rooftops. Barriers humming beneath the surface. Natural. I echo. Right. Kankuro goes back to pretending his hands aren't shaking. I look at both of them, my brothers, and feel the paper bite into my palm. I just want them alive when this is over. I think. Whatever assistance Father thinks he has, whatever gamble he's making. I just want us to walk out of this village. I slip the scroll into my vest and force a smile for Kankuro's sake. Come on, I say. Let's not keep the leaf waiting. Scene, the mountain keeps its secret, POV Amaya. Central Tower, AIM quarters, same morning. The room is barely big enough for 3 bedrolls and a low table. One of my teammates is snoring on his side. The other is pretending not to be awake, eyes closed, breathing a little too careful. I sit at the table with my back to the wall, and the tower's faint vibration in my spine. The scroll in front of me is plain. No markings, no obvious code. Just another AIM mission report from another unremarkable genin. My brush moves anyway. To command. Second phase of Konoha's exam complete. Territory, heavily trapped forest, ANBU saturation confirmed. Barrier signatures consistent with Biju containment grades. Notable assets encountered. I list them clinically. Konoha Genin, designation Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra reserves inconsistent with age and rank. Primary elements futon, sueton. Combination usage observed, wind-hardened water bullets, crude air shields. High shadow clone proficiency. Uses clones as distributed sensor network and tactical multipliers. Under extreme stress, chakra profile shifts. Sudden surge of corrosive, predatory chakra overlaying his own. Ambient fauna, and my own coils, reacted with aversion. Local terrain partially vitrified by pressure waves. Preliminary assessment, sealed class weapon system. My hand pauses. When his chakra exploded, something in my own gut clenched. A grinding, like stone against stone under my ribs. I write it down. Note, brief internal feedback when subject's chakra transformed. Source uncertain. Possible interference with existing seal work. Further observation required. No point speculating here. I fold the feeling away. Suna Genin, designation Sabaka no Gaara. Sand-based absolute defense, automatic reaction, likely seal-linked. Partial transformation into large-scale construct when emotionally destabilized. High loss of control risk. Konoha Jonin chose containment over elimination. Subject spared on Uzumaki's initiative. Evaluation. Observation. Konoha tolerates multiple sealed class assets within walls during high-stress event and chooses containment over execution. Conclusion. Village retains both confidence and arrogance regarding its ability to manage weapons systems internally. I move on. Leaf Taijutsu specialist with sudden self-damaging speed spikes. Red-haired chain kunoichi with lightning techniques and high-grade genjutsu disruption. Hyuga prodigy with near 64 palm coverage. Bud user whose hive refused to approach Uzumaki's transformed chakra. Pieces. All pieces. I sign the report with the appropriate AIM code phrase and ID, then let my brush dip again. A second layer of ink goes down on top of certain words, heat, pressure, corrosive, in a pattern that would look like clumsy strokes to most. It isn't. The cipher will route correctly. I dry the scroll and seal it, then set it in the little wooden tray by the door. An AIM Chunin will pick it up. From there, it will follow the agreed paths until it crosses one quiet border, and a different hand, old and gnarled, opens it under a different village's light. I rub absently at the spot just below my ribs where the seal sometimes feels heavy. Mountain meets storm. I think, recalling a phrase I once heard half asleep in a room that smelled like stone and ink. We'll see who cracks first. Taicho? I glance back. My teammate is watching me now, one eye cracked open. Just paperwork, I say. Go back to sleep. We'll need the rest. He grunts and rolls over. I lean my head back and close my eyes briefly, listening to the tower breathe. Konoha feels like a loaded spring. Command will want to know how and when it snaps. Scene: Between Predators, POV Naruto. Central Tower, Waiting Chamber. The tower's main waiting room is too bright and too quiet. We're all packed into one big rectangular space: leaf, sand, grass, and a couple of genin I don't recognize from minor villages. The air tastes like tension and dried blood. We claim a stretch of wall, Team 10, Team 8, and what's left of Guy's lot. Lee looks like he's been through a meat grinder. Tenten's bandaged. Sakura looks fine. Too fine. Like her fingers weren't just wrapped around someone's throat yesterday. For a long moment no one seems sure if we should cluster or separate. The door shutters open again. Gaara walks in with Temari and Kankuro. The temperature drops 10 degrees. His eyes sweep the room, unfocused and too sharp at once, until they land on me. Sand whispers louder against stone. I stand without thinking. Team 10 shifts with me. Team 8 too. Ino, Kiba, Shino, Niji, all step forward, bodies sliding into a loose wall between Suna and Guy's team. We might have our issues, but we're still Leaf. Gaara and I stare at each other. My fingers itch to curl around chakra I shouldn't touch for at least a week. He dips his head a fraction. A nod. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding as Temari steers him to a corner and parks him there like a dangerous weapon she's not allowed to fire indoors. I turn back to the others. Look, I say low. I know some of you don't trust me. That's fine. But listen anyway. Lee's jaw tightens. Sakura's eyes cool. Niji's face is carved wood. If any of you get matched against Gaara in the prelims, I tell them, forfeit. I'm serious. You fight him straight, you die. Sakura snorts, folding her arms. And who made you exam proctor? She asks sweetly. Just because you're afraid of him doesn't mean. This isn't the time for your paranoia, Sakura. Ino cuts in, voice sharp as wire. Sakura blinks. She clearly expected me to bite back, not Ino to slide a knife into the space. I saw what he can do. Ino continues, eyes hard. We both did. None of us are on his level yet. He can kill any of us before we blink. So just listen for once, okay? There's a flicker in Sakura's eyes. For a heartbeat I see guilt. Then her jaw sets. She nods once, short and sharp. Fine, she says. I won't throw my life away for pride. Progress. Her gaze slides past us toward another corner. I follow it. The Ain Kunoichi is there, leaning into the shadows like she owns them. Copper dark hair tied low. Pale green eyes flat and sharp as Saban. Rain Hittite catching the light. She's ignoring her own teammate, who's doing a decent impression of a kick dog nearby. When her eyes meet mine, there's nothing friendly. Only assessment. So you guys fought her? I say quietly to Lee and Tenten. Anything special we should know? Tenten opens her mouth, hesitates, then looks at Lee. Giving him the chance. Lee swallows, then squares his shoulders. She is extremely talented in genjutsu, he says. I believe she also used Earth Release. She is fast, analytical, and ruthless. He grimaces. If I had to describe her, he adds, I would say she fights like a mix of Sakura and Shikamaru. I wince. That's a terrifying combination, I mutter. The girl shifts, like she knows we're talking about her. Pale eyes flicker with something almost amused, then go flat again. Who the hell are you? I think. And why do you look at me like you've already picked which part to dissect? The door opens again. Two late arrivals shuffle in, dark clothes, faces half covered, glasses reflecting the light. I remember them from somewhere in the forest. Akado Yoroi. Tsurugi Masumi. The masked chunin from the forest announces. Last team accounted for. All examinees follow me. We file out into a long corridor, then into a large circular chamber that feels like a stripped-down arena. 2 balconies run along the walls above us. Stone statues watch from alcoves. Old heroes, old lies. On one balcony I spot Baki from Suna. On the other, the Rain Jonin who almost picked a fight with me at registration. On the raised dais stand Kakashi-sensei, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, and another Jonin I vaguely recognize. Kakashi steps forward, hands in his pockets, lazy eye not quite matching the line of his shoulders. Congratulations, he says. You all survived the second exam. Those of you who lost comrades. I'm sorry. But that's the reality of higher-ranked missions. People die. Sometimes for reasons that aren't glamorous. He lets that hang. Unfortunately, for the final exam we still have too many of you. He continues. The last round is a public event. It showcases your growth in front of the village and visiting daimyo. We can't run 3 days of one-on-ones. Muttering ripples. No one's dumb enough to yell. So, he says, before the main event, we thin the field. He steps back. I'll take it from here. A new voice says. A man in a flak jacket and bandana strolls into view. Saban between his teeth, lazy slouch, murder in the eyes. Like if Shikamaru grew up to be a weapon. My name is Shiranui Genma, he says. I'll be your referee. Here's the rule you need to tattoo into your skulls, my word is law. When I say start, you start. When I say stop, you stop. You hit after that, you're out. Clear? Silence. Good, he says. You'll fight one-on-one until we have a manageable number for the finals. Winners move on. Losers, try again next year. Or don't. That's between you and your mednin. Behind him, an electronic board flickers to life. Names scroll in a randomized blur. I glance up at Kakashi. His visible eye is half-lidded, but I know that look. He's scanning the room, chakra flaring just enough for the Sharingan under his Hitai to see what we can't. His gaze lingers a touch too long on Yoroi and Masumi. Anger sharpens around him like mist. Ino, I whisper as she tugs me toward the balcony. Later. I want what you picked up in the forest. Something's off with those two. Got it, she murmurs. Cliff notes on the way up. We take our place on the balcony with the others. Guy clamps a hand on Lee's shoulder. Kurenai murmurs to Kiba and Shino. Asuma leans down to ask Shikamaru something. Shikamaru's face goes serious in that way that makes him look 10 years older. The board beeps. 2 names freeze. Haiga Niji vs. Rock Lee. My stomach drops. Down below, Niji steps off the wall and walks to the arena's center, calm and measured. Lee doesn't bother with stairs. He dives off the balcony, lands in a puff of dust, and straightens, eyes burning. They face each other. Niji slides into Juken stance, arms loose, fingers poised. Lee drops into Goken, weight forward, muscles coiled. Genma looks between them, Saban tilting. On either side of me, Kakashi's hand tightens on the rail. Ino laces her fingers through mine and squeezes. I have a bad feeling about this. Ready? Genma asks. Niji nods. Lee grins. Begin. Scene. Unwanted company, POV, Jiraiya. Meanwhile, abandoned road, Haino Kuni. The wind on this ridge smells like dirt and pine and the edge of rain. It's almost peaceful. If I didn't know better, I might believe I'll actually get to enjoy it. We crest the hill just as the chakra prickles at the edge of my senses. Heavy. Wrong. Paired. Shizen, I say quietly. Stay close to Tsunade. She stiffens beside me. Tsunade doesn't slow. Her eyes are already narrowing at the 2 black-cloaked figures blocking the road. Red clouds on black fabric. Akatsuki? TCH. Tsunade mutters. You just had to be right about something big coming. The taller one stops first, cloak rustling. His eyes are a strange red-green, irises ringed like coins. He tilts his head, taking us in. You were right, he says over his shoulder. Jiraiya of the Sannin. And Tsunade. This is a good day. The one with silver hair and the three-bladed scythe makes an unhappy noise. Oi, Kakuzu, he snaps. Why do I have to take the wimpy-looking one? I want the big shot. Tsunade's chakra spikes so hard the dirt cracks. Who? She says, voice like a falling boulder. Are you calling wimpy, you piece of shit? Shizen makes a small strangled sound and edges sideways. I step forward, putting myself half a step between them and our idiots. Kakuzu of Takigakure, I say. And Haiden, last I heard. Babysitting duty? The taller one, Kakuzu, raises a brow under his mask. Impressive, he says. Our names are not common knowledge. But then neither is Akatsuki's. Your spy network lives up to its reputation, Jiraiya-san. He spreads his hands slightly. Since we're being honest, he continues, your bounties together are approaching 400 million ryo. It would be foolish of me not to try. I snort. Trying is one thing, I say. Collecting is another. Haiden rolls his eyes. Who cares about the money? He demands. Jashin-sama will be pleased with either of you. Especially if I get to draw lots of pretty patterns. Shut up, Kakuzu mutters without looking at him. You're not ruining my payday with your theatrics. Not this time. I feel Tsunade's gaze on me. You knew they'd come, she says softly. Because of the Jinchuriki. They want the fox. I reply, eyes never leaving Kakuzu. And they want anyone strong enough to get in their way gone. Killing us here solves a lot of their problems. Solves a few of mine too, Kakuzu says cheerfully. Pain gets his trophies. I get my money. Konoha loses 2 Sannin and a potential Hokage. Everybody wins. He shifts his weight, muscles coiling under the cloak. So, he adds, any last questions before we kill you? My fingers brush the edge of my scroll. Ink and contract pulse at my hip. The toads stir at the other end of the link, Gamabunta snoring, Gamakin half listening, the small ones buzzing with anticipation. Yeah, I say. Just one. Haiden smirks. Too late for prayers, old man, he says. Jashin-sama doesn't. How fast? I cut in. Can you idiots run when Tsunade is angry? They both blink. Tsunade's fist hits the ground. The road explodes. Stone and dirt launch skyward, a shockwave ripping up the hillside. Haiden yells something ecstatic as he's flung back. Kakuzu rides the blast with unnerving grace, cloak snapping, eyes suddenly very, very focused. I land in a crouch on a chunk of broken road, grin sharp. You picked the wrong payday, I tell him. Around us, the wind picks up. Somewhere far behind, in a village walking on thin ice, a Jinchuriki looks down at his bandaged hands and steels himself for another fight. And here, on this lonely hill, the first real clash with Akatsuki begins. And that concludes part 5 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to EliadS, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.